Oh, my room looks real dark. Hold up a sec. I gotta turn on the lights. I see why it looks a little dark. It's because it is dark. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I wasn't around the last day. I did something. I ruined my sleep schedule the other day. And then I tried to fix it today. I tried to wake up at 7 a.m. because I was looking to buy tickets for the TFT convention today at 7 a.m. And you know what happened? The tickets sold out instantly, but it wouldn't have mattered because I woke up 5 hours late. I had set alarm clocks for 7 and they did not wake me up at all. I literally woke up at fucking 12 and I looked at it and I was like, what the fuck happened? So I slept 10 hours, 10, 11 hours last night, and I do not normally sleep this long. I had like the most sleep ever on the worst day I could have had the most sleep. So it doesn't look like, unless Riot hooks me up, it doesn't look like I'm going to the TFT convention in December, which really sucks. I did not know. I think even Riot was surprised about all the international competitors, but it almost sold out on just the Challenger pre-sale. So it really sucks. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Riot hooked him up and he bought his own ticket. Wait, Riot really hooked him up? I might go ask. This is the one time I want to flex my clout here. Let me go look around. Robert Core Walmart for 33 months. Anyways, random thoughts, because it's going to be... I can't do anything for a couple minutes. Because at 2 p.m., my tournament team for the next DSG League tournament is going to come together and play some Flex Queue. I tried asking some teams. I'm like, yo, you guys want to scrim today? And this is the response I got back. Hold up, let me go maximize this on my screen real quick. Yo, hi, is your team able to play around 2 today? Brother, we ain't scrim. I just fucking laughed. But yeah, so I think we're just gonna mess around in Flex Queue. But yeah, it should be fun. I mean, I don't think we're gonna lose a game. Flips LOL, what am I for 76 months? Thanks for subbing. What are your thoughts on this and would you buy it? What is this?
Now, imagination. Mickey Mouse. Imagination.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. But yeah, in about 9 minutes, we'll be online and play. Aside from that, I hope you guys are having a good day. My day kind of started like shit. But my own fault. Because you're playing League, can you play Family Guy clips as the map cover so the Zoomers don't get bored? Oh my god. I don't want to get I don't want my stream to get DMCA'd. But maybe Subway Surfers is an angle, you know? Rampage quit. Welcome back for 10 months in the tier 3. God bless you. It's the dawn? Yeah, it's me. I'm awake. I cannot believe I slept so long yesterday. I'm actually a person who believes in sleep debt. To some extent. I don't know if this is a big thing for you guys, but like, I kind of believe that like, if you don't get sleep on one day, you eventually have to make it up like over time. And so I must have had some pretty bad sleep a couple days ago. Pokemon Sleep told me sleep debt is not real. Okay, that game, Pokemon Sleep is one of their worst inventions. I'm going to go ahead and say it. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say it again. I think Pokemon has done a really poor job outside their merchandise to create the next-gen game, and it hasn't made a great, compelling Pokemon game in years. As someone who doesn't play Pokemon. Sleep debt is not real, but it feels like it. Yeah, maybe it just feels like that. But Pokemon Unite, actually, that one was actually pretty good. What team am I playing with? Oh, I'm playing with the team I drafted. I created an insane team of gamers. Yeah, me missing the TFT land ticket sucks. I don't know who I could request for. Let me go ahead and ask. Yeah, I heard they sold out super fast. No, I'm literally begging. I'm like, please. For people who don't know, I've actually Riot has I call them handlers, but they're more like they like have talent handlers at every event, and I've gotten to know a lot of them pretty well because I worked on the Valo event, I worked on I was at the Valo event, I was at the Soul Fighter event, and so I know like all of them by name. So now I'm just like, yo, Amy, you got tickets for me, please, please. I want to participate. Like, unironically. Wait, Danny just said he's here to get carried, but that's my goal. Qualify for the main event? You can't. There's no qualification process. It was just tickets by. I didn't realize that because it was in an international tournament, the tickets were pretty much done by Challenger. To be fair, though, I definitely think if like. It should only be Masters Plus players at the tournament anyways. Like, the idea that, like, anyone can make it is, like, it's just not going to happen. Like, no offense, if you're a gold player and you're matching up against, like, Dish Soap or, like, Robin, or Setsuko in the lobby, you're going to get eaten alive. And it makes the lobby quality a lot worse. Because part of what makes, TFT more fun is if everyone in the game is better, the quality of the game dramatically increases. TFT expected this a lot. I know they didn't because I know the person responsible for it. I quote retweeted him saying that they didn't expect it either. Oh yeah, Masters players don't stand a chance. But my toxic ego, male ego says I do. Like realistically, even the bottom challenger players don't stand a chance at winning. But it's like, it'd be funny if I did, is what I'm saying. I mean, I only wanted to get the top half. I'm dragging Breezy over. Who am I missing? I'm missing Jake. The very small little sample size games, you have a chance to like it. That is true. I mean, I think the best strategy as a Masters player is what you do is you go up to every challenger player in your lobby and you tell them, for 20 bucks, I'll grief the other guy. And if they don't accept, then you grief them. So at the very least, you come out of the tournament like with some money. So like I'm on Kiyun's table. I go up to Kiyun. If you do not pay me $20 right now, I'm gonna literally take all your units. And if you pay me 40, I'll take someone else's units. You think Kiyun's not gonna hand over 60 immediately? 20 for the, just to be safe. Let me go switch. So this is my all-star roster, ladies and gentlemen. If the enemy's let's play, you have to say that's heat. It's his current catchphrase. What the fuck? That's what he said. That's funny. The fuck did I put Jake? Is he like separate? How did Shifter do the world's greatest gamer contest? He did okay. All right, hold on. I'm gonna start the voice call. Everyone's here.
Hello.
Yo.
Put my headset on.
Hello?
Yo.
Yo. Did you do research? Dude, haven't checked any.
What's up?
Meta champs. I don't know the meta champ.
The meta?
No.
Bro,
Bro, you just played Jarvan, right?
Whose mic
you know
is
how
terrible?
it is,
Whose
man.
mic's terrible?
It's probably mine.
It's Revenge's.
Is it actually mine? Fuck you.
Your mic, no, it's actual donkey.
Wait, really? Why?
I don't know.
Let me see. Hold up. It is a headset mic. Sorry, I'm not a professional streamer, man.
Bro, you've been streaming every day.
Don't you have sponsors? Or fuck, maybe you do. Don't say what the headset is.
We actually wait. Do we have a fuck? I don't even know. I'm not gonna.
Bunch of random diamond players
because
because 2023 can win worlds. No, that's wrong.
One minute into the call.
GM players.
Wait, how's my mic? I've been troubleshooting on since last night.
Sounds normal to me.
It's alright. Nothing's
Okay. Like I'm just saying,
Guys,
guys.
I have a 40% win rate in solo queue.
Dude, don't
Being
worry.
absolutely fucked on.
Don't worry. Before Breezy, I had like I had a 50% period.
Yeah, it's
Me and
not bad.
Scarra were smurfing.
Yeah. All right. Wait, I
All good,
hope you guys
guys.
have like high flex Q rate. I want to literally play against the best flex Qers, like the rank 1 ones. I'm a Q with that.
Or like
Masters,
the
but-
Chinese boosters or something.
Yeah, I want to play against Tarek Yi Chinese boosting.
It should incorporate your solo queue rank, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, does it? I don't even know if it
I
does.
think so. Well, I don't know. It says large skill gap right now. I don't know what that means.
Large skill.
I'm still good.
Well, I mean, I'm plat in flex.
I was
Oh
masters,
shit, that's
like,
why.
last
Wait,
time.
are you grinding flex? What the fuck?
Wait, that's more like Breezy's grinding flex. What?
What? Well, I have no flex games.
Wait.
Wait.
Am I the only one who's playing flex?
No, I was masters.
Oh, see that.
You were masters in flex? What?
Damn.
Who are you carrying? What's going on over there?
What? I
Wait,
have to
TFT?
practice-
Wait, you're masters in TFT?
well,
on the
and-
set?
and then-
What about me? Check out my TFT rank.
Yo.
Wait, let me see.
Wait, how do I see Danny's stuff?
Wait, what are you in TFT? The client's still. Damn! Wait, I've actually been playing this TFT set. You guys are that good? Yeah, I'm like hard stuck. I'm
misspelled
fucking
his
gold
name,
1
never
right now,
mind.
man.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Nice.
I've been playing like the last couple weeks.
Okay, where do I put the H? Is it here?
Dude, how are you guys so good? What the fuck? I need coaching.
Yo, he's GS.
That's he.
Wait, did you
Dude,
buy
we can
tickets
trade
today?
some coaching.
Oh.
Yo.
Can we Wait, you
Wait.
say tickets?
Yeah,
What?
wait, Dave, did you get did you get tickets today?
Today? What do you mean?
There was, if you wanted to go to the TFT convention in December, you had to get tickets today.
I didn't get one. Fuck.
Dude,
TFT convention? What?
it's like the
Can people like resell it or what?
I don't
Or
think
is it like
so.
registered under an ID?
I think it might be registered under ID. I don't know. All I'm saying is they sold out in 2 seconds, literally.
Oh, did you get one?
I did not get one because I overslept.
Oh man.
Dude, it's their first TFT like event, LAN event, and they opened it up globally. And so like almost by the first pre-sale day with only challenger players, it like sold out. It's like
What about masters?
wait, what?
What about masters?
It was GM and Masters was this morning at 7 a.m. It sold out in I think
Oh.
under 60 seconds.
Wait, can we still play in like the open or whatever?
That is the open.
Oh fuck.
All right. Hear me out.
You said
What are we?
Jarvan's OP? You said Jarvan's OP?
Wait, you haven't played?
I have not played
We can flex it, Jake.
in months.
Oh.
True.
Wait, you haven't played in months?
Yeah, I haven't played in months.
We fucking lost.
Oh,
All right,
he's been coaching, man. He's been coaching me.
he's been coaching
Actually-
you.
He's
No,
been
I-
playing.
Bro,
his
he
rank.
was my coach on IMT in Spring Split.
Oh,
Wait, did you guys do
played-
like really bad? In
Yeah.
That split. But you
Yeah.
owned in summer.
No.
Who?
Oh, okay. Well, so I changed teams in summer, and
Yeah.
we were doing really well. But IMT continued to not do so hot.
Yeah,
Jake didn't keep
Freaking-
coaching though, did he?
I did.
Yeah, he did.
IMT?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Fuck.
oh.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not your fault. Whose fault was it?
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, I'm not the head coach now.
Oh, there we go. There we
Just
go.
kidding.
Oh, right.
Oh, I wanted to play
Alright.
Scarra. What the fuck?
Bro, has anyone seen this champ, by the way? Like, is it good? I don't even know if it's good.
We should ban that. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that champ is ass.
I've never played against that.
Pretty sure that champ's donkey.
Okay, wait, Breeze, what are we playing?
You pick something, I'll match you. Down
Holy
for whatever.
fuck.
Yo, I'm actually just trying to get carried though. Like,
Holy
I'll-
shit.
I'll
Rek'Sai
play
is good.
support- I'll play support
Rek'Sai is
mids.
good right now, by the way. It's actually
I'll
good.
play support mids.
Holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Wait, no, you're not playing support mids. We're playing like APs plus random shit bot lane.
I'm Senna.
Ooh, I can play
Whoa.
Nautilus. Yeah, I'm trying to play hella Nautilus.
What is this?
You wanna play?
2022?
You wanna pick it?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
this
sure, why
2022, man?
Yeah.
Was it
Nautilus?
2022? Doinby? Was that
You're
22 or 21?
You're playing Nautilus?
No, it's actually good. It's actually good.
Wait, actually, his
Well,
Nihilus kind of clean.
Just pick CC for me.
It's place a
I
joint.
got you. I got you.
What do I
Yo,
play this
is-
game?
we could bring back Lulu mid and shit too. Like I'm so down, bro.
Wait,
Alright, fuck it, I'll
who's
bring
back-
hyper carrying?
I'll bring back a classic. Don't worry. I'll
I'm
bring
trying to
back
get
a classic.
carried, bro.
Yeah, but who's carrying? You think it's
We
revenge?
lost.
I'm going ignite.
Wait, I can't
Same.
pick my runes. Hello?
What do you mean, bro?
My runes are not loading.
Oh shit.
Never
We
mind.
fucking lost.
I have to click the other one. There's like
What?
2. All good
Okay, we're good. We're good.
though.
Chilling. What am I playing in this game? I don't even know who's
Shyvana?
going where. Is it Shyvana?
PBJ's welcome back for 98 about 6 or something.
Holy shit! It is the guy. It's
Ignite.
the person's
Wait.
name Yorik.
No
Wait.
flash
This guy's
top,
name
by
is
the way.
Yorick.
You know what that means?
Oh no!
Wait for
Flash top against
Oh.
Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I'm going bot.
Yeah. Choke. Wait, you guys are actually playing Senacho. Wait. Wasn't our bot lane, Jake? Wasn't our bot lane in Spring Split trying to
Yeah.
play Senacho?
Senna X. Senna anything.
Wait, really?
Anything?
You guys own, right?
No.
No, dude, IMT, not E EG.
Oh. No, yeah. Trust me. I actually main the dumbass things I play.
Okay.
Yeah, I respect it. This is
Why-
actually a win con. Like,
why
if you were
did
gonna tell
David-
me,
Wait, why did David
what were you
just say Lulu mid frick Smithy? I know this tournament's a wrap. This guy's a fucking fool. What the fuck?
He's just mad.
That's what I'm saying.
I was gonna be worried if we're gonna go into this tournament and just play like Zeri and fucking I don't even know.
Hell no. You think we're playing
Dude,
Zip?
Hell
no.
We fucking lost.
I mean, they're gonna look at your match history, Jimmy. They're just gonna ban it, no?
Oh no, but I'm gonna play not just this. Like, I'm not.
We have a lot.
Yeah,
right? Like,
I have a bunch of stupid stuff. Okay.
He's got a champ Ocean.
they can't just like ban us out, right? Like, no shot.
They could bet me out for sure.
Nautilus, Echo.
Play Nautilus,
Ari.
Echo.
Dude, the Ari.
Ari.
Wait, bring out the
Wait,
fucking
Ari's
Ari.
OP now.
Wait, really?
Wait.
I mean, she's
I've like
okay.
I've 16 games with her, so I have like a 20% win rate.
But that's your teammate's fault. Like I play
Yeah,
Ari,
yeah,
and it's my teammate's fault. Like actually.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. But...
She's better in pro play. Like,
See,
you
my
can
first day of
charm
biz, I'll try to
people
get
for
you
us, and
influences.
then we just
Hell
kill
yeah.
them, you know? But in solo queue, like, if you charm for your teammates, like, what
Mobile
if they're
games,
just not good?
Slay Spire.
I don't know.
Slay Spire.
I didn't
Hey.
think about it like that.
Yeah. I'm giving you some cope right now.
You guys don't really. She doesn't know.
All right. Here.
Doesn't look like you're paddling bot.
Thoughts
Nah,
on.
I am doing this.
Okay, thoughts on us banning 580 carries.
I'm down.
Like,
Sure.
We could. I
Like-
don't. we need
like
to ban-
I'm not even kidding. Like, I think once all the hyper carries get eliminated, I'm not really scared about the game. Okay, but if we,
Yeah.
okay, wait, what if we buy five top laners? So that's super embarrassing if we ever lose. Like, I thought about if we bet 5 ADs and I still lose, it's really embarrassing.
I feel like if we ban 5 tops, it's gonna hurt me more than health, honestly. Like, there might be
Oh.
times, like, I don't know, like, what if we end up just playing some dumb shit instead of just the normal shit? I don't know.
Okay,
Most
okay,
ego,
okay.
most ego. That's the most important. You gotta save that. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, that's my coach. He knows, dude. Yeah, this guy's
We're-
not
we're
touching the
gonna
wave
do
top,
great.
by the way.
Yeah, this guy is not moving, so I'm just gonna invade his jungle
Yeah.
maybe.
Okay. I can come with you in this way.
Well, mid's pretty juicy too.
Oh,
Oh shit. Close.
It's okay, it's okay.
Leah versus Cho'Gath ADC, classic matchup.
Yeah. Don't worry, this is practice against Mo. That's literally Mo mid right now.
Wait, true.
and it's me mid. Wait, I'm getting shit on.
Wait, no, don't worry, it's practice.
Yeah, I might try to find Kane.
Yeah, he started bot.
I might just dive this guy.
Shit, trolling.
No, it's not worth actually. But we can dive him if you come.
Oh, he's doing the helicopter on you.
Wait.
Oh my god. He's too good.
Wait, he hit me
I'm
as
not
soon as
Oh, she
I
ignited me.
eat the creep, huh?
He's too good.
I should
Okay,
not have
I can
walked
hit
up
it.
there.
It's the
Igniting
helicopter
him?
special.
I'm running up.
Nice.
Alright.
Her wave is fucked. She's
This is
going into the
okay.
jungle. She's like here.
We can kill this
We
guy.
win the win for sure.
Yeah,
No, he's not coming.
I hit him.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna stay. I'm gonna pretend I based. Okay, he's gonna come to the wave and then you can kill him.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Okay, we swan it back. We swan it back. I am not gonna show. I'm not
fuck,
gonna
I gotta
show
run.
this.
Yeah, he can freeze. I'll
You can
just
come kill him
base.
after Grump if he stays.
What do you think? You think stayed?
We'll find out. You could just look right after grab. 'Cause I'm gonna hard push my wave now, and he should show. Yeah, he didn't stay.
Yeah. I'm just passing by mid.
That's
I'll
flash.
kill this guy. Just gonna go. Get in.
Oh my gosh, there's. I'm coming, Scarra.
What the heck?
Get him, Jake.
Oh, I
I don't
tried
have
to
flash,
flash
I don't
kill you.
have flash, I don't have flash.
Flash too.
Wait, this guy went base to bot?
He died. He died.
Oh, that's why.
I think, man.
Fucking goat. Holy fuck.
Damn.
Actually back.
Fucking Nautilus.
All right, cause I don't know if I'm back.
What's going on, bot? What's
Dude,
going on down there? It's Talia. Wait, Talia.
I'm playing as
Alright.
helicopter in my game, man. I didn't realize.
We got a 2v2 kill.
Okay,
chilling.
okay.
Is anyone streaming our strat right now?
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
streaming, yeah.
I think we're like all streaming.
I did not expect to play against Talia bot lane.
Helicopter.
If you're gonna ban
Helicopter's on the move.
5 ADs, that's gonna happen.
Think it's coming top?
Yeah,
It's probably
you know,
coming top.
Maybe,
I like
honestly.
it.
Don't have a ward.
Nice bot.
Let go.
He's got
He's right,
mobies.
he's right there.
I can make this guy diveable next wave. Yes,
So,
3 potions. So I'm gonna hit 6 on this wave.
Jin should be top right now. No job.
I'm about to be sick.
I can 1v2 right now.
Find him.
You can invade him. I can come. Yeah.
Yeah, I push too.
If he doesn't show, we can dive.
Helicopter's probably mid. This guy's got mobies. I can
Yep,
come
this guy's
through.
gone. This guy's gone.
Yeah, I think someone's here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm coming.
he's 6 now. Diving's not that easy. I can come mid.
Oh, they're fighting me hard.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Oh,
Just kidding.
Walking.
Oh,
he's
you're
here,
just sitting in
he's
there.
here.
I'm gonna fight Kane.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Fighting
I'm
Kane.
coming to you too.
He's dead.
Okay, he's dead.
Okay.
Wait, I'm
Solo
going
bolo?
back.
No flash can.
I got him.
Ignite.
Or move
Let's go.
speed.
Wait.
Damn.
Nah. I told you. I know I said you're gonna carry, but I lied, bro. I'm gonna carry this shit. Nah,
the
bro.
dark seal, bro. What the fuck? I'll respect it. I won't mind. Getting
Wait.
dark seal stacks. I don't know where Shyvana went.
Wait. How clean is your Riven now? Because I know you've been off Riven for a while.
I don't even know, honestly. I played it a couple times in solo queue recently, and it seems alright.
Oh, seems okay.
Did you ever get a player in pro?
No, I
Like
mean,
recently?
okay.
Like recently, I guess.
No, not recently, no. Like, we were going to, though. I was practicing it in scrims.
Yeah, I
Actually, I
feel-
was practicing it on IMT in scrims, too.
I feel like that's every Riven player's like, bro, like, I swear I'm gonna bring it out next time, though.
Bro, no, like, we were waiting for the moment. Just no one was giving me the angle.
Right.
To
You
get
sound
the
the same.
angle. It was like when people banned out a bunch of top laners, and then we just like had, I think it was like when we had Sejuani or something, and then we were just gonna fake Riven Sejuani.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a good
But we
combo.
pick Sejuani every time.
But we're no, but like people have to ban the other tops because the other tops are better, you know.
Oh, nice. Maybe we can get this guy. I'm chasing still. I have 6.
Kane's still mid. I'm coming.
I'm not walking him. I'm not walking him. I'm not.
Oh shit.
He's gone.
Oh, he helicoptered me this time.
Maybe we can stall.
Shit.
Shut down.
Goodbye.
Lol.
Oh no. Wait.
He's too good.
He's too good.
He's actually too good. He slashed it up so fast. Felt like maybe he's got cosmic or something.
Oh shit, this guy ignited me. Gains top.
Wait,
He's
I,
up.
I was
He has
6
flash.
so in like one creep, man.
Oh,
Fine.
nice
I have
try.
two. I have 2 pots too. We can
We
kill this guy now.
Just try to solo.
I like others in the top.
I can watch it. I can watch him here.
Oh, see me. I'm gonna go rub or.
I have Sentinel too. I'm watching.
Shyvana's, yeah. If you find her, I can come to you. Come.
Also should be top side.
Nice. I can just. I'll just take the next wave in base. I have my item.
At least top.
Oh, you stop? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start this.
I got so many solos.
Okay. I'm basing.
Oh, this guy.
Coming.
You win this?
Yeah. Ali's here too. We can win.
Auto.
Wait,
Oh,
oh,
Talia's
the
here.
bot lane's here. What the?
Walk onto
I'm,
it.
I'm just chasing to
Yeah.
I have a. She has flash. She has flash. Oh, not anymore.
That's all.
Nice.
Oh
Talia
my
flash.
god,
And also flash.
the Talia left. What the fuck? Wait, they're definitely missing a
Ali's
lot.
coming bot with Talia. Talia's like half though.
Yeah, I'm coming. You can bait.
I'm gonna come too.
Ali no flash. Has ult though.
I'm walking up, I'm walking up.
Oh,
Shit.
fucking dead.
Can we still fight? We can still fight.
Yeah, we can still kind of fight.
I mean, we can get Ali with Cho'Gath ult if he chases.
Oh, I'm ult in
Alright,
12.
kill this guy, Keen.
Oh, okay.
He has ulti. He has ulti.
He's rated.
Careful, careful. Can you walk back a little bit?
Oh, nice hook.
We go cover mid.
Ooh,
Another
another?
one? Another
Oh, we
one?
can eat
Flash,
this
flash,
guy
flash,
maybe.
flash.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh. Okay.
Cho'Gath
Yeah, I might
with
get-
Valley.
I'm coming for this guy with you.
All right, we're back.
The rookies.
It's dead.
She has no flash.
I have nothing. I have nothing.
Yeah, I don't want to get flipped.
He's
Oh,
wall.
thank
God, I
I
want to
got
kill her
this.
so bad.
Yeah. She's almost in my ult range.
Oh, wait
you
a
doing?
minute.
Guys, screwed.
Yeah, that's wild.
I can hit a Q on her and then ult she dies.
I think he's splashed there too.
I hit her. Okay, nice.
Oh, just kills.
yeah.
I don't. I mean, maybe we can kill this guy. Yeah,
Oh,
he
he
should die now.
We're okay.
Oh, he got hit by.
He has no ulti.
4 seconds.
Okay,
He has no ult. We're fine. Nice.
you got him. Stun him now.
I'll stay in case they try
Nice.
fighting you. I don't think they will.
Yeah, do rift. We can take his camps too.
I think Kane's
Probably
taking your
Rift's
bot
better.
side. Oh,
Probably
just kidding.
be able to just
He's
sell
on
On
it.
Drake.
He's on Drake, yeah.
3,
take her.
2, 1.
I think she has TP though.
Okay, back forever, Frost. Do I need CC reduction? Dude, does the CC reduction even matter against?
Not
These
against their
guys?
champs.
Yeah, not against these guys, right?
Yeah, no.
This
That's
is
might be walking over.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they're probably crossing. I'm coming.
Finishing Grom.
okay.
Okay, after base.
Damn.
Actually, I'll take one more wave top and then base.
What? I'm coming.
TK.
Yeah.
I don't have E, but
I think he's still dead though. He might go this way. Yeah. I'll just take some of the wave and then come to
Oh,
you.
I'm
guy's just
coming.
fighting me,
This
what the
guy, yeah,
heck?
I'm coming. This guy is fighting like crazy.
I can catch him.
Oh, I am thing.
Oh, nice. I was gonna yoink that shit. Nice though. You wanna just rift top here? We can just
Trevor,
break.
Kane, and Yasuo here.
Yeah.
You can just drop it to me and then do your thing.
I might look mid.
Okay, that's
Is
fine.
there
I could just
ulti
I could
here?
Yeah, I'm going right now.
Yeah,
got
he
no
could
ulti.
be
Turret.
here. I have to walk around. He could be here. Oh, Kane's mid. Ali's mid too. I'm coming.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm getting 6.
I'm gonna stay bot.
Yeah, we play for bot.
Your team has destroyed
True.
Oh, nice. I think we can kill this guy.
I was just coming behind you guys.
Nice. Oh, he went for me.
the slain.
You're dead.
Dude, this Alex is the fucking goat.
This guy's so good.
This guy is.
Uh,
Wait, holy shit! It is helicopter, bro. This guy sniped us on his ult.
Yeah.
Wait, that for people that know, helicopter is like
Let's go.
Herald
the
mid.
Alistar main in A.
I'm mid. I can take that trade.
Plating will
Oh
fall
yeah, you
soon.
do. You really want it.
Okay, is your 2 items already?
I mean. Oh
I'm coming.
shit.
What the fuck? It didn't kill
What
it.
the fuck's going on here? Oh fuck.
Oh my
Uh-oh.
god.
Dude! I
Herald
forgot,
He's
Like,
gonna go on breezy, I think.
Herald-
Herald
does like-
doesn't take-
Yeah, it does like
Oh, hell, we kill
1500
it.
now. It does like
Yeah.
1500 or 1600.
Whoops.
Wait, this
Oh,
guy has.
damn.
What are these items?
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Maybe I can headshot him. My ult.
We have all.
We probably need help this guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, fam.
The
I got this
best
guy.
ribbon NA?
Double kill.
I have heal if you need it.
Okay.
I think you're chilling.
Wait, we're playing off top side.
An enemy has
Okay.
Nice.
triple kill.
Wait, you lived and killed him. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's him.
Riven.
Yeah, balanced character.
Yeah, I remember the one time I played her in Twitch Rivals, the very first Twitch Rivals, she was like mega OP in that Twitch Rivals. Like the items.
Wait, didn't you lane against me?
I
You went mid. You went mid against
think
me,
at
didn't you?
one point, I think at one point I did, yeah. Oh shit, sorry. But they had like, I don't know if you remember, Essence Reaver used to be like some super OP item. I don't know if you remember.
Dude, don't worry. Everything's OP at one point. Now it's fucking Shojin, man. How did we get here?
Yeah, okay, Essence Reaver was like Shojin basically. It was really weird, but like the Shojin passive was on Essence Reaver, but even more OP. It was really fucked up.
Oh. Wait, I'm not
That
walking
was
in with
crap.
you. Shane.
Yeah, let's
Oh
game.
my gosh. Wait, that guy was gonna flip
Let's
me the
get
wrong
it.
way.
I'm going, baby.
Coming.
Come on.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
I'm walking.
I'm Bing chilling.
King chillin'. Got you. Nice. We gotta kill this guy. He's too good.
And Jimbo.
Oh, got to.
Jimbo.
Wow, revenge. wow.
That Yasuo died in like 2 autos.
Uh-oh.
GG, all the goats. Bro, we defeated I Am Jimbo always though. That guy's
That
look at
guy's
his
crazy.
That
Look
guy's
at his
good.
KDA. He's actually held back.
Support is weak.
That's what I'm saying.
4, 2, and 4.
What rank do those guys? Let me see.
Pretty true. What rank do we
Dude,
get?
if it was just the Alistair's rank 1, I don't know about the rest of the guys. But like, we.
Oh damn, I got Emerald.
Nice.
Congrats.
That's like below plat, right? Or is it
Below-
That's
above
above
plat?
above plat.
Oh, it's above plat. Oh
Right
shit.
below diamond?
I got
Or is that
plat
above
1.
diamond? I forgot. I don't know.
Wait, you got plat 1? What
Below
Julio
done.
Yeah.
placemats.
the fuck?
We're not
Yeah,
playing.
Jake played 1 and he's gone.
Oh, what the fuck? Invite me. What the fuck's happened?
Jake only had time in his schedule for 1.
Yeah.
Busy man.
We should be pretty lucky that
Yep.
he
yep.
gave us the time.
Have to speak to your manager about scheduling.
I don't have a manager anymore. I'm a nobody.
Are you on vacation right now, Jake?
I've been on vacation
Shit.
for a long time. Oh, that was fast.
Okay. Let me roll the dice on my bot lane pick real quick. Alright, let me look for. I'm about to ban Alistar, man.
Wait, that guy's actually kind of cracked. He's 98 Alistar games with a 70% win rate.
Really?
Damn.
Wait, it really
Yeah.
is
Isn't that
Alistar.
Alistar kind of OP right now though, Breezy? I swear that champ's
up?
kind
Alistar?
Alistar? It's kind of
Yeah,
OP
that
right
champ.
now, right?
That champ's broken.
He's
Just
like
ban
1v9ing
five-
all my solo queue games.
Ban
like-
5 ADs, guys. Ban 5 ADs. You gotta get used to
ADs, wow, it really is like that.
He's like almost Rel Recon tier.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rel's good.
Yeah, Rel's pretty broken.
Oh heck yeah,
Oh, they banned it. What are you cooking this game, Scarra?
dude. I don't. I'm probably playing Karthus or Ziggs or Heimer. I'm just trying to figure out which one.
Alright, I'll pick this. You can pick any of those.
Oh, we can flex it.
Oh, we flexed the Nautilus. We flexed
Wait,
the
our
Nautilus.
trap is actually unbeatable. Wait,
Wait, these are the strats we can't leak.
wait, even if they know, they can't do anything about it. No one else is a middle Nautilus player.
True. What do I play?
Jeez.
Why is Ziggs in the AD section? Be real with me.
Ziggs is OP.
Yo, we can flex Ziggs too.
Oh,
Oh my god.
shit!
Flex everything.
Oh
I can flex. I
shit!
can flex. Yeah.
Wait,
Wait, and we're flexing not shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We
wait, and
literally.
we're flexing Yone?
I
Holy
can't flex Yone.
bro.
I never learned him. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I never learned him.
Oh.
Danny retired a few years too early.
Yeah.
Big faker, man.
I wonder if that's Jace mid or top.
Well, you picked without swapping. Wait.
Kindred.
Oh,
Yo, Revenge, let me blind pick, bro. Don't blind pick.
Well, I thought it was. I mean, I'm guessing it's probably Jace top because he banned Tryndamere. So I'm like, okay, like if they flex, like they flex.
it's
you know,
fucking
I'm like,
Vayne top,
Is
dude.
Ivern still good?
Yeah, I think
yes,
so.
yes.
He can flex literally all our champs this game.
What
Yep.
should I play?
Anything. You like Zed? Zed's good now.
And Zed is good now.
Yeah, they reworked the icons.
That's too zoomer for me.
Wait, you say that, but you pick Azir. Wait, I feel like Azir's harder
Wait,
than
you're so
Zed.
old. Actually, yeah, Zed's really old too. Fuck.
wait, I think that champ's so good right now.
Oh shit. Okay, it's Jace mid, but this is
Uh-oh.
fine for me.
Wait, yeah,
Where'd
isn't
it go?
Yone broken?
Yon has
Yeah,
to be OP.
Yone is like he's giga fucking OP right now.
Like
don't
when I watch highlight montages, I'm like, that character does not look fine.
I mean, they buffed him. Him and Yasuo are both really OP right now. I think
Yeah.
Oh,
they've
Have you
kept
played
buffing them.
Have you played versus rank 1 guy yet, Revenge?
Yeah, he's fucking good.
Yo,
He's
is that guy
pretty-
like bug abusing or like what's going on with that guy?
No,
he's
he's
like 2K
actually-
rating.
No, he's
no,
actually
he's
just
just-
cracked. Yeah.
He's just some dude. He's just some guy from like the China server, super server or something, playing in NA, and he's just like a really good Fiora Yone player.
yeah.
I've
no,
only
yeah.
played against him once playing Yone though,
no.
and I wasn't laning against him, but like I was just watching him play, and he had really good mechanics.
Danny,
So-
a Chinese
you
player
guys
came
seen
from China to own us, man.
The Chinese player came from China. Damn.
Yeah, he actually came from the China super server, man. He just spawned in here.
You didn't get to sub. Oh, I just see it.
I mean, I wasn't playing solo queue when he was climbing this much. I just came back and sees like 2k LP, and I'm like, what?
He was up like 500 on people. Like what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
crazy.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is now that you're here, though, it's done for.
Bro, now that I'm here, I'm
Well
taking. I'm putting a break to his fucking LP, man.
Okay,
I'm putting a break to
okay.
it.
Wait, have you guys
I
seen? No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No. My shit was useless.
I was gonna say he made his Smurf, and I played versus Smurf earlier, so he's coming for rank 2.
Oh
You gotta stop
shit.
it. Yeah.
Okay, mine was. Have you
Shit.
guys seen the Chinese Nasus on TikTok?
Wait, what?
Chinese
The
Nasus?
Chinese
What is
Nasus?
that?
Yeah,
Wait,
he
that
has
was the
like
point.
he goes like QSS and shit, like trolls people.
Oh, no.
Like I saw a clip where he has QSS and a set's ulti and he QSS and the set goes into his tower. It's so cool, bro.
What the fuck?
Wait, Flower Cat 9. Wait, why does this guy looks familiar? I think he's like a high elo player.
Good. He's gonna get shit on by Danny, the Danimal.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't know,
This
it
skin's
just
kind of
rings a
sick.
bell.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's a new one.
wait, this skin
Why
is
is
his
it-
best skin. What?
Riot's been doing pretty good with their skins recently, I won't lie.
Dude, we could not defend your bot side if you got
Jungle, what's your plan?
Oh,
What's your
good.
pathing?
Oh,
What's
good.
going on?
What? No plan, bro. Just wing it, you know? That's our team.
That is true. That's
That's our
true.
team.
The 3-minute full clear and the gank bot.
Yeah. It's
You
always
like
gonna
that?
be top.
Solo Skittle?
Okay.
And Hampwned,
Top
nice.
only, never mid.
She's busy.
Yeah.
Oh, another one? Oh, she tumbled. She's in her head.
Wait, she's actually like terrified. Oh, what? I didn't kill her with that.
Okay, when we get level 2, I go.
Looks
gosh.
like a leash, so.
I fucked up. Whoop.
Your
Yeah,
cards has gotten better over the past one game.
Maybe these guys are just not dodging bad.
The Skittles are hitting. And they're not even getting XP. They're so scared.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, that guy's brave as hell.
Yeah, I don't know where the Kindred is.
Right.
Most likely going top.
If he uses his tumble, I'm champ.
Yeah, I don't think they're
I
strong
hit him.
enough to kill me.
Nice.
Alright. Looks like I'm ending.
Rush missed his
bot
way.
side.
Wait, he fucked up something though.
Wait, we're strong side? Hell yeah!
Oh, yeah.
Wait, this is weird.
Oh,
Where are we?
Jungle. Jungle got him.
I'm fine.
I got his bot side, don't worry, bro.
Oh fuck. I'm
I
fighting
missed
him.
all my CS. I'm
Oh,
so sorry.
fuck, I'm fighting him. Oh, good, bro.
Oh no.
Jungle strong.
Where is our bot lane?
Oh, okay, I would have won that. He actually shit on me though.
I think
he dodged two of
they're
my
defending
Qs.
the blue.
No, they're like really low. I don't think they are.
They are not
Yeah.
here. Oh,
Oh, he based and bought refill.
well, I should have shoved. My bad.
No, it's all good.
I did not
It's
know.
like one.
I didn't think 3CS Vayne would base, but
Yeah.
Dude, this is like,
Wanna-
I'm like the worst
you wanna-
champion to counter jungle.
you want to dive logic? We can just,
Yeah.
let's just send it. Let's just send it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
They're warding now.
I'll tank. I'll tank. I'll
Yeah.
tank. I'm on Vayne. I don't care if I die. Just take him.
No.
Okay, it's.
Oh,
Oh shit.
thanks.
All good.
Oh.
You have been slain.
It was a flip. Wait, this is.
I'm
good.
surprised.
go.
Oh, I should have potted. I would have actually. Oh wait, I would have actually owned there. Shit. It was not worth
Gonna
it.
be dead.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, I should not have.
Oh, that
shot.
Jason's gonna be there really fast. That Jason's gonna be there.
Yo, I countered
Yo, keep him busy. Keep him busy so I can push him.
An ally has been
Yeah.
slain.
He's busy.
Is
Not
he?
busy anymore.
All good. I'll win jungle for us.
You're up like 6 camps. Not bad.
Oh, 5-3 all.
Do your mid laners do this, Jake? Yeah, yeah.
No, hell no.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yeah.
Whoa, this guy's
Damn.
crazy. They're just. Oh. Goodbye, Scarra. Hey, maybe we can kill this Kindred. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Just need to give him some
We gotta
advantage,
challenge
you know?
this game, bro. We gotta challenge. That's what I
Wait,
say.
no, we won. What?
Oh, he has TP. It's
Yeah,
good.
say TP. It's over.
That's a good death.
I did not want you to look at what just happened there. I missed all my CS this game.
What is that? Mordekaiser's shield.
Oh, I know, right?
So I'm trying to conserve my
fucking
mana by
six.
auto attacking. I need.
Oh, that's the problem.
You good, you good.
I'm dead.
No.
Oh, you just got
Oh,
six.
close. Alright,
Well,
Scarra, get two
damn.
levels. Fast.
Bro, this guy actually hit
I'm
6.
shoving. I'm shoving.
You're almost 6.
Dude, I don't think I can even 1v1 him.
I'm coming mid, Danny.
Probably
He's not
not.
flash.
I'm so close. to
Maybe you
six, though.
can. If he hits, nah. Eat up the wave though.
Not gonna show.
I should low keys. I should be able to kill him right when he gets back to lane.
Does
If he
Kazi
fights
give
me, 'cause he has
mana
no
killing?
ult.
Yep.
Oh wait, I can
Okay.
I can walk to you
Yeah,
here
yeah,
too.
yeah,
Just coming
yeah,
to.
yeah, yeah.
Smash
Can
this
you touch?
bot. It's good. No flash, no flash.
Yo, I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh, wait, you're 6.
You're
Holy
6.
fuck.
Jungle gap.
Wait, what the fuck?
Wait, you're
She has
2
no
levels
flash.
on him? What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
damn.
dude, that was a
nice.
huge bounty. Lord.
Oh, this guy TP'd.
Your Daisy is on the flank.
Wait. We can kill Mord. We can kill Mord. He has no R, by the way.
Daisy's on the flank.
Wait, what the fuck's going on?
What? Wait, killing him.
Wait, you're
Yeah,
actually smurfing. You're actually smurfing.
Wait, I
thought you were
fucked
gonna
up. I fucked up.
WER.
Dude, where the fuck did it go? I'm so lost. That's
fuck.
on me.
Oh fuck.
Oh shit,
No,
shit,
fine,
top
I'm fine,
cap.
I'm fine, I'm
He has
fine.
no ult. He has no ult. You're chill.
Can you get the crab? I can
Yeah,
come
yeah,
to you.
yeah.
Wait, I'm
We win
I'm
this if I
actually griefing, man.
Are you almost 6 guy?
Let's
I'm
take
coming. I'm coming here.
Uh,
Yo, watch
I
me here.
mean-
Watch me here.
one more wave, one more wave.
Okay, okay.
I'm ulting him.
Oh, nice. I'm like, I just got 5, so.
I'm veg.
Oh, we need,
Freedom?
we need to hit 6. We need to hit 6. We need to hit 6. We need to hit 6.
Okay,
Oh, never
okay,
mind.
okay.
No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we
Oh,
don't.
they win. They win.
I was so scared, man.
This guy's-
Alright.
Like, ulting.
I thought Danny would help me there.
Bro, he doesn't want to
Ah,
save
you should let me back. You should let me back for sure.
Yeah, you can base. I'm
I
just,
What's up?
I
What
need
you
my
want, Jake?
chapter.
yeah,
I
sure,
thought you
sure.
were just gonna ult him so I could live.
I'm just gonna save it.
Oh no.
All good. My bad.
Wait, so this is exactly how it's gonna play out. Okay, we'll just need our jungle to gap the other jungler, and our top lane to feed two deaths, and we're good.
Yeah, we have to, we have to give some hope.
Oh, yeah, it can't be like last game.
I feel like, yeah, it cannot be like last game. It's too boring.
I should. Oh,
Yeah,
nice. I'm 6 off this wave here.
yeah. Chovy never ran out. Yes. Wow.
Dash can go mid right now if he's feeling it.
I'm coming back up.
Guys,
Yeah,
Go
flash
on this
second?
Vig when she walks up here.
Does this
Yeah,
guy have
yeah, yeah.
flash, Danny?
Fuck around.
Yeah, he has flash.
Maybe make him waste it. Come in.
They're just chilling. I'm just gonna base for wards.
Wow, they are really at their fucking power.
Yeah.
Oh, he flashes.
Oh,
there's
she
a
ulted.
Kindred here.
Oh, yeah, I'm fighting.
Yep,
Wasted
yep,
it
yep.
all.
oh, what the? Oh, wait, why does it work like that?
I have shield again.
Has been slain.
What? You're insane, Jake.
It's my Daisy. Oh,
Okay.
Oh, I had some really weird interaction with Mord ult. Like, if I E before Mord ults me, I stay in my E forever until I'm out of the Mord ult. It's really
Wait,
weird.
what? Wait, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
And then
that's-
I snapped back, and I was trying to press R, and then my ult just like went off like 3 seconds later. It was like so bugged. I had no idea what the fuck's going on.
That's pretty
I
cool
don't,
interaction.
I don't think either of us had any idea what the fuck's going on.
I have to retrim this. I'm down to fight. After this cannon.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are playing like
I'm chilling.
Yo, I can TP bot. I mean, if you guys run back a bit,
I'm going
Oh,
to.
maybe we. Okay, they no flash.
I'm
you
TPing.
can turn
I'm
it.
TPing.
Okay, I'm
I'm TPing.
TPing now.
Kenshin
No.
has no ult.
No ulti can do it, no ulti can do it.
Yeah.
The fucking boys.
Dude, the fucking
my
sweat.
God.
Come on,
Fucking
eat up.
Oh,
boys.
the double TP.
Eat up.
wait.
Holy shit.
Wait.
Good death, Scarra. Good
Yeah,
death.
hell yeah. You already know.
Scarra's never a KDA player.
Dude, I'm here to press my R and see my teammates get triple kills. I'll run it mid. I'll run mid for this. You can shove it. You can shove this or another wave if you want.
I'm gonna
Back
go top.
into this.
Nice.
Bro, why are you so much faster than me?
Wait, you're faster than me.
Oh, what?
I'm just looking around town. We're pulling up. Does he have ult?
Wait. He doesn't for a bit.
You can dive him.
You get me any dope here, Daddy?
Actually, it's up. It's
Uh-oh.
up. It's all up, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm leaving. Fuck this. I'm not gonna get dope here. Oh, wait, I'm good.
You're chilling.
Alright, well.
Alright, Tire Scar, I'm coming back.
We're taking their family right now. Everything. Oh, shit.
Weak side king. We need those
Oh,
double
there's
GPs
four.
again.
cannon. I'm gonna go beyond them.
I'll just walk up.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
all the way
Ford
over
has
here.
TP.
Maybe I should have
You
done
can't
that.
get back to mid.
Kendra's coming in 3 seconds.
Alright, she has ulti again. Oh, I'm fighting.
we're
Oh, that was
fighting.
awkward. I have ulti in too. Oh, very good.
Another one.
Okay, this chase.
Hmm.
Just missed out on like 3 waves. Oh, he's gonna base.
That more TP?
Oh no, he TP top already. Where is this guy?
Oh, I'm here.
Just gonna hit him.
Yeah,
he's-
walking mid here.
On me?
Oh, I'm coming. Yeah, Kendra's here too. We can get Kendra a lot.
I'm coming.
Might be a goner.
Nah, you're good.
Okay, nice.
Oh,
I won't be able to.
you
Oh
got him.
shit!
Oh, Vaden's going in.
Oh, this little shit.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay.
Scarra! Oh shit!
Okay, we're a little too nice right now.
Wait a second. This was all me. My cleanup. Wait, who the heck killed the Kindred?
I think it's Leandry's.
Oh, did I get one?
Leandry's
Oh,
Oh
killed
shit,
my
her.
right on.
god.
I left it for you too.
The Leandry's killed her. I saw it. I was like, damn,
Your team has destroyed a turret.
unlucky.
Wait, how do I have a spree now? What? Dude, this game makes no fucking sense, man. I only went bot to try to shove this in faster, and it didn't even do anything. Like, I didn't accomplish
Those
anything.
guys.
Go bottom.
hard.
Oh, there's a thrush. This guy might be on Drake. Oh no. Kill this guy if it's turret. Where is he? Might be in lane.
Oh,
Why is
my
right
God,
here?
it was there. I'm not there anymore.
All
I'm
good.
here?
We'll just push.
Oh.
That guy kind of just hit me and ran.
I'm running down mid.
Wait,
Getting Nick-
while you're
get
running
it.
down mid, come over to dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're killing this guy, right?
If he touches that wave, highly legal. Yeah, he's chilling.
I'm trailing you. I'm trailing you. You can just be cocky.
Okay.
Fuck it. I'm here.
We can just dive bot too.
Classic team doing three things at once.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, like, we dove bot before, it did not go very well. I remember that one.
I
They're
done a few
scared of
those
you. They're
things.
scared.
I'm not doing anything anymore.
I'm gonna block his cannon. Nice. Actually, he probably got the same amount of gold from first strike.
Nah, he's tilted for sure.
He's tough. Actually,
Don't worry me. I got. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I appreciate that though. I appreciate the map awareness, sir.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's what I was there for. Just moral support.
Like that was like, like you know, I didn't expect anyone to be watching that. Like he was dying so fucking fast.
Wait, what do you think I do bot lane, man? I got nothing else to do.
Okay, Vayne has no ult.
Has destroyed a turret.
Oh, it's TP behind.
Oh shit. Flashing.
You're so fast.
Does he have ult, Mord?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, has.
Yeah.
He has it.
So long, didn't say anything, man.
Oh, fuck.
hey,
Save me, save me, save me, save me.
Oh.
Oh shit.
What?
gosh.
That
Wow,
was through?
Daisy.
This guy's too good.
Get him, get him, get him.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Alright, we got
Hey.
game. We got a game.
You had to think
Got a
about it
game.
if he had ult, huh? Took a while.
I have to think about it. Dude, I don't know. I can't. Like he's he's been dying too many times. I actually don't know. Okay, wait. I'm gonna TP on these guys if they stay. I'm going to. This ward's been here since like the beginning of the fucking game.
Your turret has been
Oh, made
destroyed.
the flash.
Oh, yeah, that's so value.
I'm going for it.
It's like 90% ward up time.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
What if he's greeting our Gromp? What if he's
Yeah,
psychotic?
for sure, for sure. Or else our top laner would have just wasted our most important cooldown.
I know, right? I surely. Oh, okay. And then it's a tempo TP, bro. It's a tempo TP.
Yeah, to do gromp.
Faster Grom.
Bro, why did mid kill Hex Drinker, okay? Hello?
I don't know. Must be like some AP somewhere.
I feel like, isn't this our threat? Oh, never mind. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't
me,
know.
bro.
Yeah,
What?
Days 8 kills. Days 8 kills. Never mind, never mind.
Bro, have you seen our terror in the mid lane this game?
Oh, scary.
Yo!
I have
Oh
ult.
shit, I whiffed.
Okay, let me get knock up here.
Ow.
Oh!
Oh, he got the base
yeah,
off.
rotate.
man.
Oh, shit, man.
Rotator.
Tato?
I got bot wave.
I'm gonna kill this guy.
We are here.
What's this guy think he's doing?
Oh my god.
Yo, good bait. Oh,
Oh, shit, run. I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm top. I'm top.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no TP Mark Kaiser, so it's fine. I'm gonna push this.
He just felt bad for revenge, so he had to do it himself.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, bro.
Oh
wait.
shit.
Did you
Wait,
do
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Twice now. What the fuck?
Wait.
You can make time. I'm coming.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Dude, we have to kill
fast.
Vayne though. This guy's
I'm
kind of
so
Thanos.
Wait, you're
Wait, you wanna
moving.
just run at these guys? Wait, do they know I'm
Yeah.
here or some shit? Oh, they know I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, they might run from me. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Can I take it?
Hey, you're smurfing.
Oh, how'd he do it?
Fuck, I actually died though.
Need to be down here.
Oh, we can win.
Shit, did I like get out
Wait,
of the
this
heal? I
kid,
might
this
have.
kid just one life. This kid just one life.
Oh shit.
I'm chilling.
I'm
Yeah,
going
you
for
can
him.
fuck this. Okay.
Wait,
Flash.
away.
Oh
They
shit.
might need your help.
Oh. Oh.
Flash dive and shit at him.
Oh, good guys.
Alright, I think we have our ultis up now. Our important cooldowns. We can we got this. Actually, I'm gonna buy a QSS for Mordekaiser too.
I'm skipping my build and going fucking void death cap because I looked at their items. I'm like, wow, these guys are
Getting
building.
dead. What the?
These guys are kind of strong.
I ran into
Yeah,
him a
he's-
lot, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. He got a little juiced up.
Kind of wish our top
Yeah.
laner was ribbon, you know?
Not on this train.
True. I'll
I'll run. I'm the ward mid.
Oh, they're on it, guys.
No way.
They do it really
Oh,
fast.
that's heat.
Coming.
Alright, Danny, this is your time.
Oh, I couldn't. Yeah, I hit 2 away. I hit 2 away.
I'm on Vid.
Dude.
Coming. I have ulti now.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
inting.
you're a beast.
Get the bounty.
Okay, okay,
nice.
car here. I inted.
Go
Oh,
in?
man.
Oh.
Is he a vault?
Has ult.
I'm gonna get a headshot. Okay, I'm good.
Wait, Danny, what did you just say?
What?
That's heat?
Yeah, that's he.
Okay. I have ulti now.
Oh, I have
Oh my
TP.
Oh, he.
You guys are feeling
Oh!
it. I hit him.
Does he have ulti?
Oh,
yeah.
he does. I have W. Oh shit.
Okay,
nice.
okay.
Not even close.
For the fucking Nautilus Ivern.
Wait, how come you guys are doing so much fucking damage? Like what?
Shit.
Dude, it's
fine.
Ivern. Bro, Ivern is
Okay,
Ivern's too
okay.
good, man. Okay, I'll stop running it. I think I've died like 3 times in a row without
Damn.
doing anything.
Wait, somehow my bot lane now has 5 items or something.
Yup.
Yeah,
I
he's.
could have sworn
dude, he's
she was
fucking it.
3 CS at 4 minutes, but
Sometimes it's be like that.
They have Bahrain, so.
Yeah, we just gotta take all their camps. That's all we can do. I don't really think we could siege.
That is so fast.
Oh, I'm coming. They're
Focus.
fighting.
Oh, they're trying to fight.
yeah,
Yeah,
man,
I'm
man.
coming.
Oh, we can
I'll
help
be
more.
okay.
We got you. We're waiting.
I hit him over. Oh no, he didn't make it over. Oh man.
You gonna flash?
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, how much? Oh my god.
Oh, big kill.
Wow.
Probably you still need to play 4-1.
Take that red.
Oh, Kindred spot. We just dive.
Dive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll get red and come.
Currently have a
Wait.
wave.
Okay.
She's basing now.
He's
We can
late.
do it
He's
fa-
slow. He's
we can
slow.
do it
He's really
fast.
slow.
Yeah, we
He's
can-
really
yeah, we-
slow.
Yeah, we can do it fast.
Alright, they can't walk up. We do have a top wave coming. Not a lot though. I can.
It's a bit hard to siege, I think.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Maybe when
I'm missing.
they might come out, but yeah, we can trap them.
Oh, he's poking.
This looks like a I back and go buy items angle.
Yeah, I'm basing too.
Take their camps. Take one more wave top. Someone can push bot. I think
I
he's
got it.
here.
Is this item broken too?
This item's pretty good, yeah.
Hmm.
I think they're jacking off right here.
Oh yeah, this guy has it as well.
I don't
I
think
think
they
that-
could
I
have
think
made
that-
it there yet.
I think
They
they're looking
couldn't
for
have made
me.
it there yet.
Dinner was just here.
I have
so-
TP. Don't worry. Just push. I have TP.
Oh,
yeah,
more
yeah.
just, more just
They
chilling.
can't be there yet. If anything, they're right here.
Oh, there's a
They're
Kindred here?
Yeah, it's just. Okay, I can TP.
Okay,
I don't even need to
Alright,
TP.
this
yet.
guy's in thing, I think.
God is running at me.
Oh, I have to flash.
Okay, I'll just TP.
Mordekaiser, no flash. I'm dead, but
I got him.
all good. Nice.
It's fine.
He flashed.
Didn't expect Kindred to not die. She's.
She's a bit tanky.
Yeah.
He's a little bit fed. It's okay.
She has MR, so.
Yeah.
They're here right now. They're here.
Yep.
This line.
This is your hybrid stuff looks kind of good.
They maybe. I think they base. No. Okay. Wait, yo, come after the turret. Come here.
We're
Actually, you guys
you
will
know,
keep
yeah,
sieging?
this-
Oh, never mind. Okay. Kindred's just griefing, I guess. That's fine. Where's Jace this entire time?
He was pushing top.
I don't
he's
know
basing.
if we can walk up here.
No. We drag.
Yeah, we walk back.
There's probably somewhere here.
Oh my gosh,
I'll
Sven's a
face
bit
check-
strong.
I'll face check her. She cannot. Cannot do anything. I'll go bot after. Actually, you have TP. You can.
Yeah, I can go wherever.
Yeah, you can push one more bot wave. I'll base and just go top. We can strong side me.
We can strong side. I like how he says that like it's the technical thing to do, and I'm like, wait a second.
It is. It is.
He's like freezing.
Wait a second.
He's freezing.
He's just.
They could be in here.
I'm backing your mid.
Yeah, they could be here.
This
We can
fucking
face check
top
them
laner
though.
said we
Yeah.
can strong side me. That's literally
I'll
every
watch
top
one
laner says
timer.
the same fucking shit.
Okay, I'm gonna walk
man.
up to the turret. Get ready.
Yeah, Kinder's here.
But he's right. We
Eh.
should strong side it.
They should fuck off now. You should come
They're
through
all
lane.
coming to
You wanna
your,
come through?
Actually, no.
Vayne's.
Yo, if they come bot, we just do Baron. Okay,
They
I'll
see-
walk.
I'm just gonna keep going bot.
They saw me on the ward here.
That's fine. That's fine. I wanna
Yeah,
just
okay.
take the wave with E. Then we can
Alright,
go
Kinder's
back.
here.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
taking top.
I'm looking Kindred. I'm looking Kindred.
Jace.
Okay.
Oh, I got the kill.
Why did he not ult his homie?
An ally
Oh,
has
what?
Oh,
I
Wow,
can't believe you died. I guess I should have scooped him. My bad.
Dude, what?
I can't believe you died.
Okay, we're gonna the evade it. Oh.
No, you guys can do it. There's no shot that can.
They don't have smite. They have no
I
smite.
mean, just don't get Mordekaiser's
Focusing.
Ivern,
Oh, true.
and then it's fine.
No more no.
Finish
You
this
guys got it.
shit. If Karthus dies, it's fine. Yeah, you guys can win now.
I don't have ulti here. Oh, one too many skills.
Fine.
Dash is no.
Oh,
Vayne.
Vayne's trying to go.
Actually-
I got her.
Nice.
She has stopwatch. Careful.
Oh!
Hey, okay.
Yeah, damn.
shut down.
Okay.
There's
I'm
actually
fucking
online.
crazy.
An ally has been slain.
I don't have
Bottom
TP.
Yeah, starting to think we got like 4 LCS players.
It's kind of
Me.
spooky.
We could just base. Top. Oh fuck, you're dead.
Oh, fuck, fam.
If they keep chasing.
Oh, he flashed.
Oh, he's horny. Wait, he's so
What
horny
the
for this.
fuck?
What the hell?
Oh, that already-
I'm just curious.
Wait, he has no R. I can.
He's got a-
Wait,
oh,
I
he-
think he just died.
Wait, I think he's. Oh,
Wait.
he healed so much.
Oh,
You kill him. I need my gold.
Down.
oh
Okay.
my
Couldn't
god.
shoot enough
Okay,
fire.
He just
okay.
full death kill.
The Doran's no. I want to keep it.
Like their camps.
Your turret has been
Technically,
destroyed.
my count.
Wait, Dan's a full item on me right now. Holy fuck.
25 Veggie.
Come here, 2 levels below me. What happened?
That's what I'm saying. Wait, I'm not gonna lie. I blame a lot of things.
I'm gonna wear pink.
Especially just
Wait,
in Africa.
Also, I'm pretty sure this character's broken. Okay, I don't want to hear you. I don't hear anything, man. I'm watching your stuff. I'm like, wow.
I'm lucky. Oh, nothing.
They're coming. I mean, there's still someone was still top.
I need to shut up mid.
They're all coming though. We don't have a zero TP. Just get out after this.
Your team
We can go mid now.
an inhibitor.
Oh, whoops.
I might look here.
Yeah, backslash in 3. I'm gonna look.
Looks like nothing. Oh, close. Dude, I've not used this QSS a single time I bought. Hey, oh, look at this guy.
I think I might have to buy one actually. He keeps ulting me.
Fuck, I just TP top, Jimmy.
You guys want me to TP? Okay, I'm going. I'm going.
Yeah.
All right, I hear a pure map control.
It's plugged for me. And they're just 2 bot.
I'm knock up. I might look here.
I'm here too.
Look on Thresh. Hey, good chunk.
Wait,
No,
wait,
not
wait.
me.
Oh shit.
I'm okay.
Oh nice. I'm ulting Kindred.
I'm watching.
He ulted.
Staying stuck.
Oh nice.
He has GA.
We can crash.
Nice. Okay, they're all dead.
Oh, the ulti.
Don't
Ah.
worry, I got it.
I'm tanking. Oh, he's too good.
Damn, we're winning, bro. We're winning this. We're winning.
Barbara, I think there's someone gonna stream. oh shit.
Bro, when Danny comes online, they stand up, bro. Like, I don't know. They don't know what's coming.
You know about the 3 AP comps? Doesn't matter, bro.
That's true.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We'll play some bots.
I'm Emerald now, huge.
Oh,
Wait, I'm D4.
wait, you guys are
Ooh, I'm
kind of high
Emerald
rated.
4. I ranked
Okay.
up.
Emerald 4, Emerald
Doc
4.
Pack, welcome back for 2 months. Grand Solus, welcome back for 14 months. Thanks for your subbing.
Added some spice to that game, you know. Got to work on the macro. We got some we got Baron going. We had fucking I don't know, dragon stacking. So I like to see.
So did we ever figure out where the large skill gap is?
Gonna say it's support. This is the
I
I
see
just
rank
feel,
Danny.
it's like
We're safe,
gap
we're
down here
safe.
every time. Caesar, welcome back for 3 months.
Yeah, these Threshers and Alistars are too good.
Wait,
The
that
top-
bot
the
lane
top
dive.
six
I was like,
teams-
man, this tower shot's like gonna kill me, right? And I looked, and it did like 400 damage.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky.
Bro, I'm just
Alright.
saying, Scarra. If you ever want to play top, let me know, bro. I'll pull out my Samira 80 carry.
Wait, how good is it?
I play a mean Samira, like
wait.
actually, like
Is
really
she
high
still
level.
broken?
I don't think I think she could be like pretty cheese, like against
Yeah, she's not bad.
against certain bot matchups. Like she can just roll them. I feel like it would be a good champion in this kind of tournament because I feel like everyone's just gonna perma fight and like not give a shit, you know. But I actually think I could actually play her like one game if we wanted to try something cheese. Like I don't know, someone like picked like a tank or something top, and you just played like Cho'Gath top into it or something, and their bot lane's playing something like I don't know, like they're not expecting us to play Samira. I feel like it could be pretty good.
I've seen your Samira a few times, not bad.
Dude, it was good. It was actually
Yeah,
good.
and you're just playing it a lot. I think last off season, like last split.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when
Yeah.
I was in Korea last off season, I played it off roll and I was really high win rate on it.
Oh yeah, you were playing it top. I remember when it first came out too.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I actually that champion I was a solo laner when it first came out, but then they
Yeah.
nerfed it. They fucking
Yeah.
nerfed her to the ground.
Mm.
They nerfed her to the ground and then they brought mythics in the game and it just
Yeah.
ruined her, like actually.
Mm.
But I don't know. I was thinking about it. It could be a good cheese
Dude.
if people like think we're only gonna play like
Yeah,
Weird
look,
shit
I'm
behind.
down. Look at our flexible picks. We got Nautilus, we got Ziggs,
Nautilus.
we got Samira. I could play Samira. Fuck it. They don't even know.
Dude, they won't even know who's playing. Like, yeah, can you imagine in the game when all of a sudden they're like, wait, what the fuck? Bench is going 80 carry, Scar's going top. Dude, they don't even know what hit him. I
Sure we
don't
got sure we got Karthus flex too.
know. Dude, I
Who's
don't know.
flexing it?
You.
Jake, does Jake
I'm
play
sure,
Karthus?
I'm sure
Jake?
Jake's got a mean Karthus.
Oh, fuck it. I'll just jungle. Jake can just tell me what camps to farm. I'll be like, yo, what about this one? He's like, this was a little too fast.
Yeah, we're actually climbing the flex ranks. That Thresh was GM flex.
Really? Oh hell yeah!
Damn. We're
Alright,
just
but
being tested right now.
I feel
Our
like
MMR.
whatever happens, this character needs to go.
Yeah, I'm down.
Zeri? Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wait.
And this one.
Okay, maybe that one too. Maybe that one. Too.
Oh wait, there was a comp that
Maybe this one too.
yeah. Me and Breezy, we just played Nasa Senna. Then she can't play the game.
It's actually good into Zeri.
Dude,
actually.
Nasus
Wait,
is
I
so
gotta show
good
you the
into
Chinese
Zeri.
TikTok guy, bro.
You want us to do that
Hold
in a
it up,
tournament?
I gotta show you the Chinese TikTok guy. It's gonna be sick.
All right,
What
link
is
it
it?
to us. Link it to us.
QSS Nasus?
You told me this character's broken. Okay, I'm here. We're flexing this.
It is broken.
Ziggs?
my-
Dude, Ziggs is actually OP.
Shit,
It's
they're
actually
onto
OP.
us. Look, they banned Nautilus and Ivern.
Oh shit!
Wait,
It's
is
the
it the
same
same
team.
people? What if it's the same? No, it has to be the same people. Who the fuck that's not an Ifrit? What?
Wait.
That can't be. No shot.
Kindred again.
It has to be them. It has to be them.
Nah, it's them. It's them. If it's not them, then I don't know.
I'll play this broken champ.
Dude, I'll play Aurelia. Man, this champ sucks. But they're buffing her.
Wait, it's the same team. These guys pick Kindred again.
Yeah. Graves or Jarvan, guys? I mean, what am I even asking? You do
Just
you, bro.
talking Jarvan.
Wait, you can play Graves if you want. I'm down to support you.
No, oh, yeah, wait, actually, yeah. Danny can do that.
Did I try this shit? Dude, I swear. I don't know. I
You
feel
think
like
it's good?
sucks.
Lock it in.
I don't know. Dude, I really don't
champ-
know. Like,
That champ sucks. That
I
champ
think
seems-
that shit blows, but it's
It
all
seems
you.
so fucking bad, man.
I think it was OP, and then they nerfed it like 3 patches in a row.
The nerf they did for it was crazy. Like they nerfed 3 things about him, like in the same
Jesus
patch.
Christ. I mean,
Yeah.
The
I
DJ4,
was
but yeah, he's
perma-banning the
OP.
champ for like a good month because it was disabled in playoffs and it was disabled in like the last week of LCS. So
Oh.
there was literally, yeah, and on top of that, it was gonna be disabled in Worlds. So like even if we made it to Worlds, it was like there's no point to ever practice.
Wait.
or play
This
the
that
champ.
character's good now, Danny. They buffed her.
Is
Zoe?
she?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
buffed Zoe last patch.
Yeah, like the rank,
I mean,
like
Zoe's always good, man. I
The rank-
swear to God.
the rank 3 guy or something is like a Zoe 1 trick.
Yo, no, Zoe's actually good now.
Dude, I've been getting fucking mogged by Zoe in my solo queue games. I don't know what's happening, but oh, it is from that
Did
guy.
they go electrocute or what?
Yeah.
I
he
can
go?
link
He goes-
you.
He goes airy.
Here, let me link you. Let me link you it, Danny.
You
It's
got
this
30
guy.
seconds.
He also goes like Ingenious Hunter and like Crown
Oh,
and like
Renekton.
and Lichbane, so his like actives are super short and just he's in the lab.
Wow, he goes crown. Holy, he's labbing actually.
Yeah, then he goes Ingenious Hunter, so his like crown's like I don't even know, like a 20-second cooldown.
Wait, no,
Yo, level
that's
2 gank top
interesting.
is looking fucking good this game.
Level
I'll just
2?
tell you that. Potentially.
Holy fuck!
Renekton
four-
versus Aurelia.
Bro,
This guy's
I don't know how the fuck
cooking.
I ended up in this match. Yeah, it's the same people.
It's the same
Wait,
team.
wait. Would you say that top matchup is bad for you?
It's pretty fucking bad. Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. Dude, Aurelia loses to a lot of champs right now. That's why she's pretty bad. But
Wait, that's why I said
She's
just
just-
play Riven, man.
dude, okay, but like
They're gonna
Riven.
ban it.
Okay,
They're gonna ban it.
I feel like people are gonna ban it, and it's also not a good blind pick champ too. Like if I'm like a good blind pick champ would be like Renekton or Jax.
You know,
like,
oh no,
just, like,
I'm thinking.
yeah.
What about
You're
Ornn?
never blind picking, baby.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. You're
Ornn?
never blind picking.
I mean, no. If we're blue side, like I'm gonna be blind picking. Like
We'll
there's
just
no
lose
way
all our
they're
blue
not
side
gonna.
games. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
No, I mean, okay, on blue side, if I'm playing like Renekton or Jax, like there's nothing that really like hard counters these
To
champs.
Summoner's Rift.
Dude,
Like, they
dude,
can
why does
do almost
Renekton now
everything.
feel like he scales? Like I don't feel like Renekton falls off at all anymore.
He
Yeah,
does.
he does.
Like
Well, he kind of doesn't.
I watch this character. I'm like, what the fuck? Just getting pentakills when they're ahead.
When they're ahead, they can feel like they scale, yeah.
That's fine. I got the skin with the hat.
Hmm.
This is the sickest sick skin. What the heck?
I'm starting bot side, guys. Top side only.
Do you play any Tristana, Danny?
Minions have spawned.
Yep.
Is he?
Sorry, I'm eating. I'm eating. I can
okay.
play her, sure.
It's pretty OP with Ziggs. Ziggs Trist is like strong
yeah,
combo.
it's like a meta combo. I see people
Yeah.
at ACL play this shit. Hey, I swear to God, they're 5-manning this. I'll be pissed.
Dude, they might cook up some shit.
He started red last game, so
He's probably gonna do a level 2 gank top this time again.
Gosh, look at our attack speed.
Oh my God. Wait, I just have runes. Is that okay? Are they gonna cheese me here?
They definitely could. I think they just leashed.
Can you move map? It's covered by Discord stuff.
Yeah.
Why would you want me to move the map? Hmm?
He switched up his pathing this game.
Oh well, I'm playing top.
We are chilling Scarra.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
No, but the reason why it's blocked by that for a fucking reason, man.
Yeah, I'm stacking my wave. He'll come again.
I love when people make comments about that. I'm like,
Summer.
why would you want to see that a little bit different, huh? Makes it a more immersive viewing experience? Yeah, I don't like being ghosted.
Yeah, you see
Oh,
it?
you stop already top.
Oh, he already used one pot.
You can go
Okay.
right.
Like, I don't
Yeah.
care as
Yeah.
the AD,
Hold
but I
on.
feel bad
I'm
for my
gonna,
jungler.
we can play on the wave too.
Is really
Okay,
what
here.
what
You might
is
flash on
the
me?
difference.
Yep.
Flashing this way. Got him.
Blood.
Nice.
Oh, no hook.
Fuck, I
He
thought
has
it
no
was
W,
straight.
by the way.
Yeah.
When's your Q?
3
E?
seconds. 3.
Alright, I got an auto on him. I have to wait red buff, okay?
I'll block W.
Okay.
Sunset.
Alright, we can go now.
I'm a W hit. No hook.
Auto once. Nice. Good job.
Oh no, triumph.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Wait,
Oh, of course.
You
we
didn't count
both
for
missed
triumph,
cannon though.
bro.
Because I thought you were gonna auto it.
Wait, I did auto. Wait, I gave it to you.
Oh, you got it? Wait, oh, that
Yeah,
was
I
so
got it.
close. Okay, never mind.
I got it.
never
I
mind.
got it. Yeah.
He's still here.
Oh, he's coming
You
for
can
me,
go top.
maybe.
Dude, these
I'm
guys
running,
can
I'm
see
running.
so. Oh wait, hold up.
Oh, we need one creep here. We're fine. Even if you get hooked, it's just chill.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Yo.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
No flash.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Sorry, wrong way
he
for
has,
W.
He has lantern, but
That's okay. Kai'Sa flashed. Thresh ignite.
oh, dash flash.
Thresh has flash.
But Kindred's
Bait-
still
maybe
top,
you can
right?
bait him.
Oh, I can bait. Yeah, I can bait for sure. Hold up.
It's
Wait.
far.
You can get his flash maybe.
No, I can't.
Oh, we gotta help the boy. Kai'Sa no flash. Maybe the Kai'Sa.
Oh, I missed.
Dude,
Budget.
the mid's
I'm not trying to
one.
1v2 them here.
Oh,
dash
yes,
flash.
cleanse still. Or heal.
Oh, I trolled.
Oh,
Wait, maybe you're okay.
oh.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good. Hey, they have both no flash. I'm coming.
I FTP.
Enemy has been slain.
Sorry, I
Oh
trolled
my
myself.
god.
You're smurfing. I'm
No way.
Jake is so good, bro.
Give me an assist. Let me eat you. Nice.
Double kill.
Who's top?
Dude, I tried to 1v2 them, but I fucked up.
Again?
No, I mean, it's worth to try. It's too boring. Bro, imagine you're just triple killing them bot side. Like, what am I gonna do up here?
That's true. Good play.
I gotta let him breathe.
Oh, it doesn't one shot. Oh, there we go. You hit that.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Dude, the Aurelia E? Yeah, fuck.
No
it
flash,
says-
Jake. No flash.
Yeah.
He just eat too.
Dude, you're gapping this guy mid.
Oh, nar.
I got him.
Fuck it, I'm not even a word.
Zoink.
Oh, he's top again.
Yeah, he's top.
They know their strat, bro.
I think I'm out, by the
Fine.
way.
Yeah, you're fine.
Fuck this guy, man. What the hell?
Maybe I will paint this.
Oh, let me auto it once for my zombie.
Yeah, I'll need
Says
some help
playing
now.
safe
My wave
now.
is fucked.
CS playing safe. I'm gonna reset.
You want help, bro?
Hopefully he
I'll help
reset. Hopefully he reset. Okay, he reset. But I think I still need help.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Nah, man, just beat the Redactor
Coming.
by yourself.
I'm in. Alright, bro.
I'm gonna poke this guy a bit.
I think I'm out.
Nice, good trade.
Jesus.
You might have to reset.
Yeah, I think I should just reset. It's
This guy has
fine.
no pots on Kai'Sa. He's kinda doomed.
Oh yeah, okay. I think we should dive and give her a triple kill then. Yo, Jake.
He's mid.
Oh, and it suck.
Oh,
I think he's chasing me.
Wait,
Yes,
I blocked it, but I don't know.
yeah.
You're okay, you're okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Oh, I have to back up.
You're good.
Nice. Got hooked at me, won the trade.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Let me get the mark.
Oh, nice. They're actually Dialbot, like actually.
Tinder's right here. Around here. Yep.
Oh, need help? Are you
Yeah,
in?
yeah. If he EQ's here. Oh,
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
I'm leaving.
Hey, you look okay. Yeah, you're chilling. I have shield,
Run,
you're okay.
Jake,
You're okay.
run. Sausage bar coming.
We should leave.
We're gonna go for my red.
Mm,
You stop it, can we?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. Thresh is coming.
Wait, yeah, that's coming.
Oh, he has Recon ult.
We can win.
Oh, no E. He got it already. Oh, headshot.
I got somebody, but
I'll W. Okay.
Probably dead.
No, we can fight this.
we can fight. We fight. We fight.
We can fight. I feel free.
Oh, these guys are fun.
Nice. No flash Thresh. Nice.
Rampage.
Oh,
You still got
man.
it.
Bro, fuck me.
Top player.
Bro, I'm struggling up here.
I come out. I'll come help you. I come help you.
I can come too. I got a Ziggs.
Yeah, I just survived the fucking
I'm coming. I'm coming.
roided up Renekton. Okay.
Does he have ult?
No, he has no ult.
Okay.
Wait, you're chilling. He's griefing.
I got him. I got
Yeah,
him.
you
I got him.
That's worth.
It's
That's
worth.
worth.
It's worth. Holy
It's
shit.
worth,
Oh
That's right.
fuck.
I could have played it
Actually-
better though. Fuck.
I should have backed, man.
Crashing
I
my
fucking
foot.
crashed it the wrong way, man.
He's right here.
I fucked
Right,
up,
here.
but it's okay.
Yeah. Close to this item.
I fucked
Oh,
up
you
my
really going
bot
me?
wave.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
oh.
Oh, I
He
whipped.
char-
I
he
whipped.
charmed
hard.
me. It's all good.
All right. He has no alt top. We can kill his ass.
Oh,
trying to
wait.
say?
They fucked up. Okay, cool. Awesome.
You have a gore drinker at 8.
Well,
Dude,
5 though.
We
thank
can
you.
do
No, you
Herald.
never
We can
bet
just.
you
I
on
mean,
this
Yeah, I'm
I'm
trying to
pretty
get
bad
6.
at fighting off the wave though. That's the only thing. He's gonna be a lot better than me. Away from a wave. I can just run into river right now. Kindred's here. I could just Q on her.
Next wave, next wave, next wave.
Why do you seem so tanky? What? You just don't
I
lose
gotta help
life?
mid.
Yeah.
I won't have
Recon-
push. I
There's
won't
like
have
a
push
new-
on this wave.
There's a new tank recon build too.
Yeah,
It's
I
so
wanna-
broken.
I wanna push him away. I don't know where Kindred is. Oh, there's here.
Oh.
Oh my god, if he took that next to me, that would have been.
Yeah, that would have been a
spooky.
bit. That would have been a little bit sad.
Yo, Renekton can move
We
right
fight
now.
right now. We win. Sauce is low.
Renekton's here. Renekton's here.
Oh, he headshot you.
Kara, he could be coming this way too.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
I
coming,
see-
coming top.
Oh, I have shield.
Okay, I'm
That's all I
gonna
got.
hit my wave first.
Oh, I'm dumb. I should not have walked.
all
up
good, it's
there.
You might run into him right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I fucked up.
I'm
I think we can win this.
Oh, no.
It's okay. I have ult. Okay, it's good. We got his ult.
Heal
It's
too, bro.
really good.
Ace heal, ignite.
We can just hit this now. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, fuck. You get him?
They're both slow.
Oh,
Jay!
Oh my fucking god.
Fuck!
Holy.
That's heat.
Does he?
I learned from Danny himself.
Classic.
Oh shit. Alright, this guy should have based.
Oh, we should chase these guys out. They have no mana. I guess you're cannon for you. Keep going, keep going. Never stop. They're Where are they? Oh nice, we cancel Thresh.
Oh, I mean, I'm about to just.
Harold
game
top?
play
Yeah.
too.
Nah, Harold bot.
Yeah, honestly.
Sauce
honestly,
can
it's-
looping as bot.
Yeah, he's coming.
Oh, yeah.
He has J4 ult. He has J4
You
ult.
can just herald mid and then we'll come 6W it.
Okay.
Oh, he's looping. He's looping behind. He's looping behind. What the heck?
Is this real?
Oh.
Oh, it's real.
Okay.
He's got driver and all. Oh my gosh, you can hit a flash. Wait, you're fine actually.
Oh.
All right.
Wait, this is some
Wait,
OP
wait, wait,
macro.
Hey, what?
Can you do it? Can you do it? Can you do it?
Hey, I'm
Wait,
coming.
this is some OP macro.
Wait, that's a Renekton.
That's
oh,
a
fuck.
Renekton, boys. No.
He's a pretty strong Renekton.
W kills it, I think.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
can't.
Yo, I'm getting
Oh,
plates for
I'm
this
done,
top
done,
though.
I have Ian2.
Are you
Nice.
dead though?
Never mind.
He flashed.
Yeah,
It's
this
good.
top
It's
lane
Oh
is
worth.
good.
shit.
It's worth. It's worth.
That's big money.
That's worth.
Yeah, I'm getting played.
I didn't flash. Has ulti.
He has ulti? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we know where Kindred is? You want to hover me
He's
top
bottom,
after that
she's
crowd?
Spot,
She's
what
Oh,
spot?
she's
bot.
bot? Okay.
Yeah, well, I just literally. I out macroed that
Yeah, a lot of
so
people are
hard.
gonna
Yeah. I'm shitting on him.
I'll go back mid. I don't want this
Oh,
shit.
okay.
I'm coming. We can just 5 them.
Except wait for me. I'm
I'm
behind.
behind.
2 seconds.
I'm behind. No flash.
An enemy has
Nice.
been slain.
Oh. Wait.
Mid's chilling.
But
Don't drag.
I think we just try to kill top again when he comes back.
he's in the bush.
Yeah,
way,
there's nothing
right?
to do. We can.
Yeah.
There-
If you
Oh
want,
my
I'll-
God, he's
I'll have
actually
4
here.
stacks.
Bye bye.
Yeah, he has no flash, no ult. Be free. We can just do
I'm gonna
this
hit
too.
mid.
We can just do this too.
Hey, these guys are 3 bot. Fuck off. My bad. I should have walked up.
Your team has destroyed a
Turret. I don't know if he'll walk up.
Yeah, if he walks
See.
up here, he'll die. I'm waiting. Yeah. He worded here.
Okay.
I'm hiding still. He doesn't see me.
I'm walking
I'm-
up
I'm-
now.
he's
I'll
in
ward
this
this
bush.
bush.
He has one more E.
I'll get him. I got him.
Nice.
has been slain.
I'm basing.
That's, wait, he literally that Renekton is literally me. It's funny. I just got dope. I should just ran mid, man.
Dude, I'm like,
Gotta destroy the.
I gotta run.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Shit, this guy's strong.
Wait, did you say this guy's strong?
Silas?
That guy's fucking 1 in 3. wait.
Wait, but no, like I think he got a lot of plates. So, like he has his mythic. He's actually not that weak. But I mean, I haven't spent my gold, dude. Look at my.
Oh, I was gonna say we've had our mythics for like
he's
4
strong.
minutes.
I meant like he's strong for like
Oh.
before I spent my gold.
Okay.
Yeah. I should
Me
buy
and the boys.
anti-heal
Me and the
actually.
boys are waiting.
Oh, you're getting
Use your
ganked.
bot,
We're
use your
coming.
bot.
We're coming. We're coming.
Let me go here.
Okay. Never mind. We're leaving you. The call has been made. I worded it. You can't click it. He got it the words 3 times.
Oh,
Okay.
I can get a bubble.
That's worth as
Bubble,
fuck.
bubble, bubble.
What?
Oh, nice try.
Dude,
Yeah.
there's so many people. I just can't push up at all. Okay,
gonna
my
click
bad.
this.
Here, yoink your EXP.
Yeah.
I get Recon ulti soon, so might look for that.
Yeah, 8 seconds.
No, I'm just gonna get turret.
The trade was lucky though. He definitely
Kindred marked
ulti.
me. I don't know if he's top here or
Nice. I'm
he's
Wing.
like.
I'm ulting this
Wait,
guy.
that guy.
I think Kindred's behind me top or some shit.
Running.
I'm out of juice.
I'm running to Kindred.
There's someone was actually in Ziggs. Yeah.
Oh, I missed.
Oh,
Oh.
Kindred ult.
Aw.
Oh, goodbye, Jake.
You good?
Oh, wait, you're chilling. Kaisa has ulti. She's gonna send
No,
it.
he has no ulti. He has no ulti.
Oh, okay, nice.
I'm marking Renekton here.
I'm greedy.
Oh.
Oh no, I can't.
I'm marking
Bubble
Renekton for you.
too.
I kinda wanna base on Moon.
I'll thrush it with this guy.
I think the Kindred's back bot. No way, right?
No, she's top side.
Stop.
Yeah, I got Renekton's ult. Wait for next wave.
Oh, they're TPing on you.
No way.
Who's that?
You're a hot
Silas.
commodity, Jimmy.
What the fuck is going on, man? Okay, I believe in this bomb. I'm not coming back. I'm just going mid. What the fuck? Wait, whoa,
Okay, there's
whoa,
a
whoa,
grab.
whoa.
Oh, she smited it.
Scared?
I don't want to miss the start of the party.
Nah, but I kind of should be bot. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I should take it that wave.
All good. So that's just the bot.
I'll come bot and hover you. I'm coming.
I have DP.
This Kindred's right
Yeah,
here.
they can have people down here.
I'm not
Connect
cutting with
top.
you.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fine.
gonna take one more wave top. And then...
They saw me on this vision.
I'm here. I'm here.
I think
Okay,
Kindred's probably
someone's
invade.
definitely
Yeah, look for
Yeah.
TP. Just look for TP on this. This is gonna be interesting.
I'm not there, guys. Wait, can you wait for one?
I think we should wait. But
Yeah,
One way, one way,
Kindred's
one
here.
way.
Yeah, I can. I'll
I'm
TP.
okay. I'm okay.
Bubble.
Looks good. Nice.
Oh, they're
Are they
TPing
TPing
as well.
I
have a nerf frost.
No stun or nothing.
Bubble.
Oh, let's
Kindred
do it.
has ult, doesn't he?
Oh,
Yeah.
David right here?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, Kindred does have ult.
Yeah,
Kindred-
yeah.
Kindred has ult. Or Dharma has ult.
Alright, she doesn't just
Or he's
doesn't want to
not
use
gonna
it.
use it. Fuck it.
Oh, he flashed in.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, she has ulti.
Oh.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
We can get one more.
I'm going
One
to
more
drag.
crash?
I'm gonna go drag. Good luck.
You got it. Nice.
Alright, we got the crash.
I have a hit for you.
On base.
Oh shit, she might go on me.
I got you if she does.
Okay.
Sauce is looking at me.
I can
okay.
help you here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you.
Oh, they are fighting.
I think I'm
Oh,
okay.
Frank, that's
Oh,
up.
not okay.
I can help you.
Nice. Oh, he flashed.
Oh.
Double kill.
Oh.
wait, Jake. Don't worry, I got the dragon. I still got it.
Yep.
Right.
Wait, you're backing? Wait, am I the fucking juggler?
I'll give you a text feed.
Here.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They had enough. They had enough.
Victory.
Dude, these guys aren't queuing again, man. They're not.
No,
queuing
no, no,
again.
they're going to. Queue them. Or I'll queue them. Not new bits, what about for $5? 6 or 7. I'm gonna go play some ads. These guys
Holy
for
shit.
sure. You know what? I'm gonna give that to Jake. Dude, I should just not walk up there though. Watching this live against Plus is pure evil. What do you mean? Do you feel like we're making the player base die right now? You think those guys quit the game? Basically,
Yeah.
anyone will come back for 9 months.
I think we've ruined the flex queue afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure people are queuing up more just to play against us.
Wait, that's what you know,
True.
we're reinvigorating the NAC.
know.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Reinvigorating the NAC. Yeah. Pretty true. I'm gonna watch an Fury Champions spotlight. Maybe I bust her out next game. Is it a her or
I have
think
no
it's a her.
idea.
Fury? Hounds of Iron. Dude, I didn't know, like, I versed it yesterday and like I didn't know I could like kill the other dogs like spawns in. I was so confused. I was like, wait, what? I could kill these things? They just get one shot. Wait, actually, there's like a new champ coming out too, right? She like flies across the map or some shit. Let me see that.
Oh wait, Brian, you don't have to press buttons. Like once you taunt yourself, so you can't control your character.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
No, I'm not kidding. Like you actually taunt yourself.
I mean, I'm just watching people just flying across the fucking map right now. And she's just one-shotting. I mean, they're like super fed, but like.
Mm.
Wow.
Mm-mm.
I wonder what lane this champ will be played in. It's probably gonna be like a
Jungle top laner. Skits like that.
probably
Welcome
a
back for
top
26
laner,
months. I
right?
missed you. Well, I'm here. I'm back. I never left. Basically, Millennium, welcome back for 9 months. Yeah, maybe a top player too.
mid or top, right?
All
Mid, top
that, all I
jungle.
know is her E ratio is the highest in the game for AP.
Oh shit.
It's a 340 or 370% E ratio.
What?
Wait, what kind of mid is
Wait.
she or
She's
fucking
Wait,
champion?
she's like Aurelia. She's like,
Oh,
Wait, but
what?
everyone's building fucking AD on her.
yeah, but for some reason she has the highest AP ratio of any character in the game. Like I don't understand, but yep. How's 0999?
Dude, but it's so crazy though. You could just fly across the whole map with your ult. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's such a big tempo cheat. If you like land it, dude, you just. I can imagine you're just trying to get back to lane and you just ult someone and they're just in lane.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Well,
Mm-mm-mm.
Are any of you guys gonna go to Worlds in Korea?
Dude, my house has been talking about it on and off for months. Like not like I still don't know. Like we have to eventually bite the bullet, but like everyone's kind of like not sure.
Sure. And last year was so fun. I went to so many of the games when I was out here.
Wait, are you going this year?
Nah.
It is oh, I kind of want
I mean, I might boot camp
oh
there. I don't know when I'm gonna do it though. Like, I don't know if I'm
Korea?
gonna do it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna do it when it's like, because I feel like it's most effective to do it in like mid-November, early December, because that's like when the season's picking up and like you can like actually like it actually matters to boot camp around that time for your skill. But I feel like,
there's a new season. There's
yeah,
like, yeah.
but I feel like in terms of like
fun.
the solo queue pressure,
You want to go now.
quality and fun, yeah, you'd want to go around like this next month, but I don't know. So I'm like conflicted. Like if I go to watch Worlds, I feel like it's not as effective for me for like the next season. You know what I mean?
You
For like a
Don't-
boot camp.
Just don't get banned, bro.
Dude, I don't know how.
Lol.
I don't know how people are. I don't know, man. You remember when we were in Korea for our boot camp?
Yeah.
In dude, you know Balulu was typing some mess.
Oh, you can't say that, man.
No, what? No, he didn't.
Dang.
Okay, well,
I
okay,
think he
well.
did get a warning though.
Oh, he did? I didn't even know.
Yeah, he did get a warning.
I thought he just was fine. Like I thought it was just all good. Like I thought they just recently got much more
Wait.
crazy about everything.
Wait, we killed Flex. We
It's
killed
much more
Flex
now.
Q. What? The
I'm pretty
average time is 10 minutes now.
Oh,
We're just
no.
that high elo.
Wait, the
Yeah,
one
we-
team we played against stopped queuing.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Dude, we have such a big edge right now on all the other teams. Like they're gonna come into this event, they're gonna be like, ah, it's easy
Do we?
peasy, man.
Go
Of
for once.
course,
I kinda
dude.
want to.
I saw
We
Afro's
are-
team scrimming.
Oh wait, were they? I didn't
Yeah.
even know.
Were you worried or like when you watched me like, oh, we got this?
I didn't watch. I just got the notification.
Oh.
We need someone to scout.
Danny's the fucking scout.
I'm not scouting. I'm playing Street Fighter 6.
While
I'm in-
scouting. While
I'm in
scouting.
Mexico, so I cannot. There's no internet. Where I'm
Wait, are you actually in Mexico right now? Or
No, I'm going tomorrow.
oh, I was like, what the fuck? What are you doing in Mexico? Just actually vacationing, or is he just
Yeah, it's just friend's birthday party.
nice?
Ow. Wait, Afro streaming right now? Okay, hold on. I gotta look at my competition. Wait,
actually
Afro
doing the
streaming? What teams did they get?
I mean, it could have just been flex and they just said it was.
Well, I
Oh,
hope it
it's
is.
right now. Scrims with the boys.
Wait,
Oh, it
wait.
looks like they're just playing flex queue. Yeah, I don't think
Hey,
they're
we gotta
actually.
wait. We gotta snipe them.
Well, I mean,
Wait, they're actually-
we're going to.
Wait, they took our. Wait, they probably took the fucking few remaining flex queue.
Yeah,
kids.
that's a team we would have played.
Fuck, man.
Wait, they're playing right now?
Who's
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
literally playing right now.
Can you imagine if we actually just we had no idea and we just randomly sniped them? That would be such a
Wait,
banger.
wait, no, they're actually playing a custom game. Like they got some like semi-high elo people.
Wait,
Oh, what the
really?
fuck?
Yeah.
Bro, they got high people. I asked Mo and he's just like, nah, man, nah.
Oh, they kind of look like they're. It doesn't look like a free game. There's a bit of struggle in this game.
What's going
They actually got-
Casio?
They actually got
man.
scrims lined up.
That's too much work. I don't want to deal with that.
And then he's playing AD for that team. You can take him out, Scarra.
Yeah. Also, if he's going Hydra Draven, bro, this guy's just cooking.
Yeah, he's actually cooking. That's just David though, man. He just fucking cooks.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you said more people would queue up because we're queuing, and now I
Yeah.
don't know. That
That was a theory.
was a cope right there. Hydra Draven's BIS, really?
Okay, wait, but real talk. How did you guys get so good at TFT, man? Like, I need to understand. Like,
What? If you play
Oh, shit,
you
you
play
found-
any game for a year, you'll be good at it. I promise. It's,
yeah, I'll
It's
try to play it more. I mean,
whoa, no, you can't. You guys are the future of NA, man. Don't play other games. Don't
That
fucking
can
go
fuck
out.
your mechanics. Don't
Yeah,
play.
don't go out. Like, don't go outside. Don't do anything. You're
dude, I degened it for like a few weeks right now, and I'm like, damn, I feel like this game's fun, but I feel like I don't know, I feel like
you
it'll
popped.
take me so long to get good.
Oh heck yeah. Wait.
Yeah,
Actually,
we're
I
in it.
kind of want to leave Zeri up for a sec.
Trying to play Nasus?
Oh yeah, you
Nastus?
already know.
Okay.
Okay. Callista.
I just say Hydra's BIS. I mean, dude,
Getting all the hyper carries.
do you, yeah. Do you know my thoughts about Draven players is they just try to convince you that any item build is good, because they just want to build whatever the fuck they want. I don't know what the best
Scar, what
item
rank did you get in Street Fighter?
Oh, I only got to like gold.
Oh,
Wait, are you own now?
I'm not kind of hooked. I'm plat now.
Oh hell yeah! Wait, you own?
Dude, I used to play the Naruto fighting games.
Wait, those were really fun. Like Ultimate
Dude,
Ninja
those-
Storm or whatever.
Yeah, dude, I played like literally almost every single one of them. It was
Oh,
pretty fun.
wait,
I played
swap-
them on console.
Swap with Breezy. Swap with Breezy. We'll confuse these guys. They'll be like, wow, where's
Yeah,
this
yeah,
guy
yeah.
going?
Dude, the first ever Naruto fighting game I played was on GameCube, man. That one went crazy.
Ooh. Wait, is Armor Titan better than... Oh, I actually kind of like Armor Titan. I like the pink chromas and teal chromas for stuff.
Scar, I linked you the TikTok. I watched it this morning.
Okay, hold on. Let me go and get my runes done real quick. wait. Hold on.
Oh shit, this guy's like, I'm playing fucking Renekton into Nasus. Fuck this guy. Oh wait, you found the TikTok.
What else is good?
What do I play here? Jake, what do you want?
I don't know.
Wait, what the fuck is that first clip? Splashes into a wall.
What do I...
Oh, it's not locking me in.
Oh
no!
my god.
Oh,
What
that
is
was
this?
a
It says
very long
error.
queue.
Bro, we waited 10
Yo,
minutes. Get on
says
your other
error.
account.
When I
Get on your
logged
other
in,
account.
It says error.
You.
It says error.
Oh God. Oh God. I started this week. I get you the influence list.
If
Oh, I
was
appreciate it.
recording
Thank
holy
you.
moly.
Hell's
It just
0999. Thanks for
says
someone
error.
this stream. The league client crashed, bro.
Dude, what if we just verse Afro's team?
Dude, I want to. Can we
We
ask?
just make them after they end their game. We're just like, yo, we just hijack their scrim partner.
What's your screen partner?
Oh.
I don't know. It's literally just a bunch of random high elo players. I don't even know if they're high elo. Like I honestly I don't recognize a single name.
It's like Masters and Gem people.
I see.
I'm Catwood JD. Jimmy, you have
Wait, what's your name? Bro, I have you. Yeah.
I mean, dude, their game looks like it's gonna be
And with
like a
JD?
longer one. Like
Yeah,
it's not a joke, dude. They're fucking gaming.
Oh, we'll see how this queue goes. And then maybe after 10 minutes and like we dodge again, they'll be ready.
Yeah. We can message one of them right now and see the vibes. I'll message Insanity.
Okay, you got it then. Dude, I can't believe we fucking dodged. I wanna fucking die, man.
That'll actually be a banger.
But I can
Dude, they're throwing. Wait, they got fucking 5 for 0 ace and Baron spawning. What are they doing?
Whoa. I gotta go watch now. Hold up.
Wait,
This is
what
the
the
wrong
fuck
thing.
happened,
It's a
man?
monitor.
What? How does this happen?
No, what do you mean 5 for 1? Darshan's still up.
Okay, no, Darshan's alive, but like not really. He's like 1 HP, and they're losing Baron.
Okay, he's got TP. Top is weak.
Wait, Cassio's got TP, but it's too late.
They're kind of
It's too-
outscaled, honestly.
Dude, they they fucking lost. Oh wait. This
What do you
fucking
mean? Grayson's literally about to get a penta right here.
Grayson,
Snake.
Golden Glue, Gilmer is on the Smurf.
Wait, they all
Are they
got
winning? Are they
they
winning?
all recalled. No, dude, they threw. They
Okay,
fucking
hold on.
got
We gotta
ace
see
and
the
lost
TikTok. Hold on, I
match.
gotta see the TikTok.
Yeah, they kind of get outscaled too.
Hold on,
Wait, so they lost?
Well, no, the game is like even right now.
Oh.
But it's like, yeah, it's not an easy game by any means. Wait, what's the enemy team playing? Is that Karma mid? Fucking Karma mid, Gwen top, Zaya 80. Dude, yeah, they're actually outscaled. They're actually fucking outscaled.
Didn't Jazz so OP this match too?
Going on?
Wait, really? I feel like
Yeah.
I haven't seen anyone playing this shit in my solo queue game, so.
Like, working for Shojin or whatever?
I mean, I believe you. I just, no one plays it for some
Yeah,
reason.
a lot of people don't play it.
Wait, does Darshan stream? He's streaming right now?
That's
Sure.
fucking funny.
Cause like he was in the streamer list in the toast pick. I was like, wait, what? I feel like I haven't seen him stream in so long. I don't know if I just don't. I'm pretty sure I follow him. Where is he? Is he streaming right now?
Like Smithy stream?
True. Actually, true.
Says when our scripted? Nah.
When's the last time Xnity streamed? That's the real question.
It says on his thing last stream 3 years ago.
Fuck. Oh my! Wait, they're getting. Wait.
Oh, there you go.
Oh
They're getting-
my god.
I think Darshan might have trolled them a bit there, but it's okay.
Dude, I feel. Wait. They're playing against Karma mid. Is this actually meta? I hate Karma mid.
No, it's not. Oh shit! Do they win this? I don't
It's
even.
okay. It's okay.
don't-
They buffed like Karma AP ratio like a couple patches ago, but
Oh shit! They did not win this. Dude, they just took a fucking 3v5. They didn't give a fuck.
What? Yeah, they're owning. He's not, oh, yeah, I put the
Pop.
and he wasn't watching. Oh no.
Yeah, we got a fast pop.
Alright, these guys are for sure good.
The enemy team?
Yeah. I'm thinking like 5 challenger players.
No,
some,
no,
maybe
they're
some
not.
rank ones.
They're not challenger. I'll tell you that. I mean, maybe one of them or something is, but I don't recognize a single name like
Wait,
of
you
any
can
of
see
these
the
players.
the enemy team?
Oh, you're talking about our draft. I thought you were talking about the
Oh
team.
no,
we're
I'm talking about the
scrimming.
team we're playing against right now.
Oh yeah, we're fucked. I
Yeah,
don't know
they're
who they are. I don't know. I'm gonna have to bring up the big guns this game. I'm gonna ban Caitlyn for you.
Wait, don't ban Zeri. Don't ban Zeri. Leave her up. Okay. If we dodge again, I'm gonna go berserk. Also, guys, at 6 p.m. I'm playing Baldur's Gate with my VTuber friends. So just a heads up. It'll be about 2 hours and some change, 13 minutes ish.
Yeah,
So
I want to see the
that's
Nasus
the next
into
thing
Zeri.
today.
That shit's so. I was playing with Turtle in solo queue yesterday, and he was playing Zeri, and we were against the Nasus, and dude, he wanted to just. He just hated his life.
It's actually unplayable.
He actually hated his life, bro.
I mean,
Like,
where there's like a 3 or 4 second cooldown or something too.
Yeah, no,
yeah,
it's brutal.
it's really
think-
low cooldown.
I think it has perma uptime.
You know, it's really fucked up. Oh, I think that's a yawn top. Danny here? Oh, he is here.
What are like the runes for bot? I'm like thinking about it.
Like fleet with like second wind, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's this one Nasus mid player that does those runes.
Oh shit. Alright, Silas mid. I'm gonna go Jace top this game.
What do I?
You can also just go full AP Nasus if you want. It's up to you.
Yeah. I was thinking about it, but
Yeah.
Worlds, what about for 15 months? 6 subbing. Is Lethal better than Fleet? I mean, am I making out a laning
Where did
phase?
tank
Is the
come?
better question.
You can pick whatever. Holy fuck, the Lee Sin.
Don't let you go AP this game.
Oh shit, I should have picked Senna earlier. Oops.
Wait, do I need to go AP this game? What do you think?
Mm.
I kind of like it.
Yeah,
can-
sure. It's definitely stronger in lane. Like, we'll probably be able to smurf on them if you're AP.
Oh fuck.
Wait, is it
they
common?
pick-
Is it common or airy?
Probably comment.
Ooh.
Let me use the bathroom really quick. Be right back.
We'll pause.
Dude, Zukill's lower. Isn't that the European Yone player?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, then when we're in flex, bro, we don't lose. We don't lose. Let's go.
Calling you Jimmy.
Who is that?
You know him like that?
Who is that? Wait a second. Oh, the other people who call me Jimmy are from like COG and before. Yeah, it's like everyone from old COG calls me Jimmy. Like Jake, Tony, Double F, Link, and then from
You
before.
guys helped me get a word.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bro.
Maybe Nasus just drop it?
Yeah.
Damn, alright, I'm here. My bad.
Okay.
I'll
Jimmy,
drop.
quick one.
Here?
You. Yeah.
That's just
Alright,
bot, huh?
alright. Top is
This
kind
guy-
of.
This guy has smite TP, by the way.
Yeah, that's when I'm trying to invade him.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, I can't back. Fuck, I'm slow. Whatever.
Doran's fine.
No, I wanted to switch to sweeper
Oh.
because I feel like my ward does nothing in my lane. Like we're probably gonna be shoving too though. Do I E for you? Yeah. I probably
Yeah.
should. I have to
Lowers the armor.
Yeah, the armor is so good. Oh, it's not flat anymore. What?
Yeah, early game it's like 30 or 40% or something insane.
It used to be just flat armor, and so like the level 1 used to be nuts.
Oh yeah.
I think we're guy with hands. Hands help though.
Oh my gosh, this guy tumbled in. Psychopath.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm pretty sure.
All you hear. I'm just hitting things.
Yeah. I'm messing him up. I don't think these guys can lane versus us in this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna invade his blue side after red.
I fuck with him a bit.
How's that?
Oh, he smited too nice.
He's one.
Coming
Bro,
for
I
you.
got
They're
fucking
coming.
hit with
I'm
a-
chilling. I'm chilling.
No way.
Oh.
What's going on?
No.
Wait, holy shit.
Damn.
Mid is weak.
I
Oh, no.
want to FF. I want to FF. Can we go next game? Can we go next game?
Ready for yourself.
I'm so fucking
If you fight
tilted.
him.
Holy shit.
Try to beat something.
It's okay. This vein is definitely more tilted.
I have missed 3 stacks so far.
I think mid base. We can push.
Probably.
Oh, you think I push?
Actually, you probably want to stack.
No, yeah. That's
She's
not
gonna,
bad.
she's gonna miss this whole wave.
Yeah,
I'll take it back.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm base too. Just got some gold.
Oh my god, he's finished.
He's pulling it.
Alright.
I'm switching to sweeper already.
Oh, okay, I'll keep my word.
I feel, I feel like we're gonna be pushing them under tower the whole game. So,
Yeah, we will be for sure.
okay.
Oh my gosh, I was getting a bit.
You can
gapped
kill
up
this
there.
Yone. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching. You're kind of owning him.
An enemy has been
Jungle
slain.
gap.
Jungle gap.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh
Oh
no!
shit.
Oh no!
We have to go FF. Oh. This guy is very aggressive.
Did he use sun stop?
No. Just got fucking.
Oh, you can go.
Mid
straight to
stoppable. Mid stoppable.
your- Yeah.
My gosh, you eat us so much damage.
Oh, I'll hit the wave with the next one because it's getting a little.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh shit. Oh my gosh, she flashed. It's okay, you can TV back.
Yeah, I'm not even worried.
She flashed.
An ally
Flashed.
has been
They
slain.
double flashed.
Acceptable.
Worth.
I
Someone
say
is right
right
here.
for this. I'm not even worried. Did the
I'm
80
gonna
back?
cancel
Can you run? Can you
Yeah,
run
I'm gonna cancel him. Yeah. Alright, he's over
They're
here.
going to where Shiv is.
Okay. Their ball lane's really bad condition. Is she just soloing Drake or what? I feel like she's on Drake the way these guys are playing. Yeah, she was.
I can run. I can
Oh,
run.
shit.
I can run.
Really?
They have no flashes bot.
Oh wow, but it would key.
She's on the
Sauce
Drake.
is gonna be there before me.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go.
She has no
inside.
flash. Can we just kill her? Kill her first? Nice.
This is good practice.
We might end this game before Afro and them end their game.
No way. They're still in their game.
There's a chance that we can maybe.
Who is TP? What the
Shyvana.
fuck is going on? Wait. What?
Catching the
Does this-
wave.
Does this account like have super low MMR or what?
Oh, Vince. Fuck this one.
Yeah, this is all Jake's.
I'm backing for my
What?
thing.
Yeah, basically. Oh, it's warded. I'm coming.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Alright, this
too.
guy
I'm
has
running
no
down
sum-
river.
He has no sums.
Wow.
We win this? I think we win this. I'm
Oh,
I'm
Yone's doing good.
I'm
You have
so
the squad here.
I'm so I'm dead. You guys can clean up there.
Oh, Yone's mid.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's doing.
Both no flash.
I can't.
He can't really lane top.
Nice.
You know where Silas is?
Uh,
I don't know. Probably recalled.
It's hide. They could be trying to two-man me top. I think
I
Yone's
can
like
come.
here.
I have no job.
Oh, he's mid. He's mid.
Okay, okay. It's just Yone then. I mean, this guy cannot play.
I don't think Shiv can do anything to you either. Chilling. I'm looking mid.
Yep. Has no flash.
Probably nothing. Sees my little soul here.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Give you a heal.
I might just walk in.
Yeah, there's no flash. Oh
Fuck
my
it.
gosh.
no flash junglers are. Oh,
What's he doing?
He's dead as fuck. He's so sad, bro.
I'm alright. This makes
I'm
the top.
climbing back, Scarra.
I would say we win this.
Wait, they're not even queued together?
What the hell? No, they have to now.
I think they have to be.
Unless it's not like
Dude.
Valorant.
There's some turmoil going on right now. Dude, we're fucking ruining friendships right now, man. It's fucked up. Oh,
I'm shutting
wait.
this back. Hold up.
Yeah, sure.
The whole way this turn. I have ulti. He does not. I'm kind of down.
Yeah, I'm down.
I'll
Okay,
be
stacking
gone.
up.
This
Sasuke
way.
be right. Never mind. You're good.
I'll redive now.
Oh, I'm trolling.
Wah, wah,
I got him, I got him.
wah.
I'm 6 now as well. Oh no, I'm so boosted. It was a bait.
If you got hit with that one, I was like, okay, we're fucked.
Yeah. Oh, I'm still fucked actually.
Oh!
Oh,
Hit him, Jimmy!
stack him! He wants to stack so bad.
I
Hey,
do.
you got
I
it,
wanted
man.
to stack
You have a
so
slow. You
bad.
have a slow.
No, I have that.
He's staying.
You like plus
Oh,
12 now or
hello.
something, right? It's kind of lit.
Killing spree.
He's just the saddest Siobhan of all time, bro.
Wait,
Let's get him.
Oh, did you get it? You got the stacks. Oh why do you go back in? I think we had to might report that guy for griefing.
Damn, it sucks. Darshan has to go right now, so they can't play more.
they're scared.
They're pretty scared.
Bro, that's all you had to say.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
We're pulling up.
Yeah.
Oh, what the?
Oh.
Hitting Vayne. Okay.
Oh no!
Oh.
Damn.
We're gonna got it.
You.
Double kill.
Wait, stack this. I'm gonna stack. Keep it stacked. Hold on.
Yeah. I'll base.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, revenge.
Where's he going?
What a bully.
Where's he going?
Oh, what? Oh.
Oh.
Wait, top lane does not look enjoyable.
It's actually pretty fucked up.
This is like the games you live for though as a top laner. The ones that make the opponent uninstall.
Yeah, it's pretty true.
Whoa.
I'm gonna just.
This guy just flashed black shielded him.
Dude, what's happening?
Oh,
Baldur?
you
Give
Oh,
it.
they're so good.
Oh, they're so good.
I have 2,300
Shit,
gold.
They're so
Dazzy.
good.
They're so good. Morgana
I'll
got
Oh,
Bounty
yeah,
and got the
TP,
item.
okay.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I want to TP
Wait,
on
Wait,
this.
he
Morgana's
has a
fed as
full
fuck.
Zanya's?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't dodge.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this Silas.
Oh, he dodged.
Oh, he didn't dodge.
Oh, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Oh, he dodged.
Oh man.
No way,
One
you guys
plus
are
100. Plus
you guys are
100 gold.
bullying that guy. Wait, hold on. I'm TPing top.
Get
Yeah,
eat
you
up.
can-
I think you
put
can
that
actually
in.
beat that guy.
What do you mean actually? I'm a full fucking item.
I hope you can beat him, bro.
Dude, it's just, he's a solo laner, like fucking
Wait.
Yone.
I'm just gonna go in, bros.
Your team has destroyed.
Oh shit. Oh wait, you're tanking? The fuck?
Oh, maybe? Oh, you're out of
Oh.
there. I'll play it.
Oh, not me.
I was trying to take
I'm
aggro.
ulting for you down here. Nice.
Double
Oh my god.
This is fucked up.
Big ult.
Not even 15 yet. We're 5 plating them, bro.
Oh, Siobhan
Oh
is there.
no,
No.
not him again.
Oh!
Oh,
it's
wait,
getting
lose?
close!
No.
It's getting close.
yeah, he's about to spit on you. Oh shit.
Wait, I got hit with the tower.
Oh!
Wait, okay,
I can't
I reset
care.
top.
I can't watch him, I don't
Johnny,
care.
you're
Oh,
welcome.
good, good.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
you're
actually
welcome.
worth gold. I'm coming for him. Look at him, he doesn't care.
legendary.
What's happening, Midge? But shit. I left you guys.
Fuck.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, the minion blocked it, dude. Oh, he ran this way.
Dude, I'm surprised I got hit with a turret shot there.
Yeah, he's gonna TP out or some shit.
The army is coming.
Silas is worth gold again too, don't worry.
Wait a
What?
minute.
Wait, he's coming back.
He's gonna suicide.
No, he's just
Oh,
smart.
that is smart. That is
I
smart.
hate his
He was
XP.
thinking about that.
So
Oh, that's the
smart.
squad.
Oh, look. The synergy.
Wait, don't wait to creep.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, Duskblade?
Duskblade?
Hold up.
Got
Oh,
it.
you're smart.
Oh,
The
oh,
creep.
Oh.
Why are they doing? They're actually just protecting
Oh.
them. What the fuck?
I'm gonna take that if I were you.
Nah. Up TP.
I'm just gonna hit Drake. Nothing else to do.
Yeah, what do I do, man?
Yeah.
Get in there.
Oh shit.
Yo, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck! I could have maybe saved you. Wait. This guy tried to steal it. You got the stack?
Yeah, hold on.
And
No,
Oh,
my
you Leon
Liandry's bird killed it. I give up this game. This game is too fucking hard.
You're too bad. This guy's Leandre. Oh, I'm coming. I have a heal for you. I missed. I'm boosted.
oh nar.
Oh, I healed.
Oh nar.
Oh wait, this guy's kind
oh,
of OP.
nar. It's his spot. Oh, it's his montage.
It's his
Oh,
montage.
Oh,
Oh shit.
Lamer V5
Right,
Woma for
we
the
can fucking win now, guys. We're not surrendering. Look, the FFO is not coming out.
True.
Who sent that out?
Ours is coming out though. Fine, we're cooking this game. Yo, is this allowed? Like,
Oh, okay. Oh, what the fuck is that stinking out?
yo, I'm coming.
I can go back in anytime.
Oh,
Nice.
2 seconds.
oh, what?
Oh.
Yo, where's your auto going, man?
I didn't auto him.
Oh, you're tanking.
How do I?
I am going in, boys.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
Oh, I want him. Get him, bro.
Oh,
shit,
wait,
I'm
Scar's insane on Nasus.
The way he pressed E.
Yeah. Oh, you already know.
You have 168. That's AP. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like you could just get.
Bro, Vane's gonna come here and try to kill you. I'm hiding, okay? You guys can bait them. Oh shit. Okay, they don't.
they're
Oh
not
my
just
God, what?
God.
That's just 3/4 of a route.
I'll kill it. Oh wait, hold on. One more, and she's fucking gone. Ready? Watch this shit.
Watching.
Oh.
Nice try. Man.
Nice try.
Wait, where the fuck did they go? It's base or some shit? Are they still here? Yeah, they actually base.
Your team has destroyed.
Come on, man.
We don't have a recall. We only recall when we die.
Dude, I didn't push bot for so long. Shyvana's eating good.
Ooh,
Oh
one
my
tap.
gosh.
Oh, I missed. Oh, I think I'm awful.
Oh, I think I'm awful.
I like the comms.
Oh, I think I'm really bad. Just
Oh,
leave
no.
me. Wait, yo, ulted, okay.
Yoni's gotta eat, bro.
Your team has destroyed.
Ooh.
Bro, I'm eating good.
Ow.
Oh.
Oh my.
Hey, aim me up. Oh.
Yeah, I'm 1 HP, but I can give you a QE.
Oh my.
Oh, I got her with the QE. Oh shit, you killed her.
Close, close, close.
Close, close, close.
Base
Dude, I
here.
feel like.
Yeah.
Okay, don't
All
like
right.
this item,
this.
but it's like gotta be okay. Oh, I'm. They're here for sure, right?
For sure. Oh, he just started it. The undead.
Looking the horizon, but like.
Yeah, I'm here with a snipe.
Oh, you got it?
Oh,
Wow.
He knew it was coming, I guess. Okay, he died.
Oh, the kick.
Dude, they all have flash. What's going on right now? They just all flashed out of my shit.
I just don't like AP.
Yo, what's up, Scarra?
Wait. Leave one to stack. Leave one. Oh wait. What about this guy?
Hit him.
Should we realize? Yeah. No, I'm good.
Ooh.
That's
You are
lasagna,
fucking
by the way.
dead.
Oh, my shield.
You are
God.
so squishy, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't.
Oh my,
Oh my
God.
I fucking dies.
Oh my
Oh
god.
shit.
But my ulti cooldown is so long.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, he's
Holy
too
shit,
good.
he's in.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just out there at their nexus.
Farm minions as they spawn. Oh, whoops.
Two has movements, too good.
7?
Wait, we have a herald.
Oh. Okay, clean movement.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Oh,
what?
wait, that reached me.
Slammed it.
Oh shit.
Wait, the herald kind of does a lot of damage. Wait, he's done it
Oh,
twice.
The herald.
What?
Why is it like that? Why is it like that?
The herald ended
Wait,
the fucking game.
wait, we found a bug.
What do you guys think our chances are after all
Oh,
these
we
games?
won.
We won?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know. It's too free. Like
Wait, did
Jake
they
is in form.
win? On my immortal swarm.
Immortal form.
You broke turret slam. Second one was an intended slam. Wait, but the first time did damage to the
Wait,
Nexus.
no, I'm on my different account. Never mind.
I'm gonna go play some ads. Wait, I'm plat 1 now, guys.
Huge.
Also,
We're doing. I'm like one placement again. I think. Wait, how many games have we done? 3 games. 4 games. Okay. One placement game away.
I'd rather just go AD Nasus. Because, like, I only need 3 points of the E, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I
auto
feel
charges.
like
That's
played focused
interesting.
only.
Like
Hey,
we
you can still do a 3.0 on 80 Nasus, right?
yeah, and then you switch
Yeah.
over, and then
Yeah.
because like we could have owned lane anyway.
I actually think Zeri can't lane versus Nasus setup.
Yeah.
We gotta bait the enemies to pick it.
And before she goes cleanse plus QSS, has a Morgana.
Yeah, I'm paying Danny for TFT coaching after this session.
Me?
Yeah, you.
I'm not good. I just do like one comp.
Wait, what comp are you abusing on this set?
I haven't played like the last 2 patches. I went for like a little bit.
What were you abusing?
I would rotate between 3 comps. It would be depending on the opener, challengers,
That's like my best comp, I think.
Noxus, or Sorks. I'll just rotate the.
Dude, I got 2. I was doing Noxus and Sorks, and I got so triggered. I don't know. Like I couldn't focus playing those comps anymore. Like
What do you mean focus?
They fall off. Dude, they fall off so hard. Like I don't know. Man.
Bro,
Like,
he's talking about scaling a TFT, man.
dude, like, they do. Bro. Like, I can't focus. I lose all focus.
Bro,
Like, I don't know.
wait, we should have done a TFT
uh,
tourney, is what you're saying. Toast made the wrong game.
I'd have been down. Wait, does Toast play TFT? He does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was the grandfathers, one of the grandfathers of TFT.
Yep.
Yeah.
Same with Jimmy.
Yep.
Fuck.
I think it's like a Philios meta right now.
Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's him.
Nice.
Toast
Philios might have died in league, so they had to bring it to TFT.
Oh.
No, literally, that champ has to always be meta somehow.
Yeah.
But Zeri died
know.
in TFT. Now she's owning in league.
Yes. It all makes sense.
It's perfect balance.
Is there any other character you can play with like random tanks and stuff bot lane that's not Senna?
No, not really. I think.
Let me go look at the characters real quick. Hold on.
I don't mind playing Sun, honestly.
No, but I think she's
What if
gonna
it
get
gets
banned.
nerfed?
No, she's
Or
gonna get
banned, not nerf banned.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's like
Nothing's looking good.
did it. Oh, okay. I'm still looking. Oh, this is like through masteries. Like, can I do like I used to do rolls. I don't want rolls. I want just all champs. I never played League, but I wanted to start. Where should I start? I guess you just play
they
co-op
made
versus
it,
AI games for a little bit.
Oh, you can go.
Oh wait, no, I was wondering if Jake switched accounts, but he didn't, and our queues are still on. So Jake wasn't the problem.
Oh.
We just rolled noobs. Wait, they were masters?
One too. No, I'm masters on this one.
Oh my gosh,
Oh.
multi-account masters
Yeah.
and flex.
I didn't play solo queue on coaching, but I only played flex.
Oh.
Respect.
Yeah.
You're practicing
play,
your
team
team
play.
communication. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I saw that Garen build where you build 2 Zeals. Does that build legit?
Yeah, it's cringe.
Alright, it looks so funny when I watch a Garen run around at like 10,000 move speed, and he's just like I don't know if he's doing anything.
Yeah, there's a few.
Maybe I should bring it out. Maybe I should bring out the Karen.
They just perma side lane with their 2 Zeals and phase rush, and you can't ever kill them.
Phase rush, 2 Zeals, Hullbreaker. And I'm like, okay, well.
Yeah.
Brizzy, you got a pocket AD. You got. How's your AD?
Me?
Yeah.
I can play like Kaisa
Oh.
if you want to play something support. That's like. I mean,
okay.
I could play. I mean, Kaisa's kind of like my only champ where I could probably compete, but I could play Zeri too. And just
Maybe we should try the Samira next game, where you go top and I play Samira.
I'm down. Wait, I'm saying because
down
I
for
can
that.
play Heimer support.
Heimer.
Yeah.
Wait, you can also play Heimer top, dude. That shit, dude. I swear that shit's bullshit. You just don't. You just fucking. You just can't lose.
I
Every
mean,
late-
I could play. I
Okay.
can play Ashe with Heimer. My Ashe is fine.
Okay.
Oh, Ashheimer is pretty,
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
cancer.
Yeah, it's pretty
Wait,
strong.
is double mage
More
bot bad or whatever?
no. Double.
Like Vagar and shit.
I
Uh,
don't.
Cause like people are just gonna play all assassins, no?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna play assassins. I think it's
Really?
gonna be
Isn't like a Kali buff? Top laner's gonna try to swag out.
Oh yeah, I think top lane will, but like I feel like mid lane's gonna be. Well, there's gonna be one Yasuo player.
Is there
we're banning
bans for
that.
this tournament?
There
or-
are, but like, are we
Okay.
are we cringe? Like, do we ban?
We're here to win.
Yasuo's kind of cringe though.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll play
Well,
against
of
anything
course
but Yas.
we're banning out fucking Yasuo. He's gonna have to practice some other shit.
Yeah, cause like I'm
One-
not playing that much. He's not playing that much, but I don't want to play against Yasuo.
Yeah, ball lane you play like Senna lanes, or like you play a mage and I play any support. Or,
Yeah, because like
Revenge Samira. I could play AD if you want to play Heimer.
Revenge Samira, dude, he's talking this shit up like it's the next coming of Jesus, man. He's gonna go bot lane and he's gonna go like 0-1 in lane. Be like, oh fuck guys, sorry, I don't scale. But
Wait, hold up. Let me pull up the receipts. Hold up.
And the ball lanes is
Bro.
are pretty decent.
this
I have
guy,
some receipts. I gotta
This
look
guy-
up really quick.
dude, we're gonna play a full comp around Samira. Like, I'm gonna play some dumbass tank, and like Danny's gonna play like Nautilus. And then,
Fuck, I can't find which account I was playing it on.
Can we bring out Karthus? I already played it. Bot. I know I can play Karthus bot. My Karthus is. I play Karthus Ziggs, but I kind of like Heimer. Like, no joke, I think Heimer is hilarious. When I play Heimer, I feel like it's funny. I don't know how to explain Heimer near, but like he's just funny. Mordekaiser, but I suck at Mord, and 2, he's not that good. He needs levels. Is the problem.
You play Cassio Scarra?
I suck at Cassia. Like, I can play her, but I suck at her. Do not make me
Cassio
play her.
bot? You.
I'd rather play
No,
Casa
That
than
shit bad. Is that good?
It's like it's cheese. If they pick like a short range AD, it's not bad.
Oh, Seraphine is so good. Yo, wait, Dan, have you played the new Cassidon? Like,
Yeah.
okay.
He's okay.
Okay, I was just not the grief Jake, but like it's an interesting pick.
Huh?
I think Cass is always like a jungle. Like, the jungle has to help you so much.
I got you.
I don't really want to
Just-
play it. I
Okay.
could. I don't really want to though.
Yeah, the only AP I don't like playing is Seraphine. And I heard she's actually pretty good.
I mean,
I don't like.
I don't think it's like that good right now.
Yeah, and I don't like playing Vagar, even though I can play him because he's. It feels like you can see too much of lane to play Vagar. I don't know. It feels weird.
Yeah, Vagar is kind of
Oh,
not that good right now.
what about Swain?
I wanted
Well,
to
Swain's not
try
bad.
AD Swain
AD Swain, huh?
because like
Well, like,
Bot lane Swain. Yeah.
I saw
Oh.
not
bot,
like actually 80
I saw bot Swain's doing like decently well.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Or Brand?
Oh,
Oh,
Brand
Brand's
is-
actually a good one. Brand's a good one.
Yeah, I got all the ideas.
Oh,
Dude, Brand is so sleeper OP.
Yeah,
dude.
he got buffed like last patch or something too. He's
okay,
pretty good.
okay, wait. So I'm going top, and you're gonna show us your Samira, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm busting it out.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I'm gonna leave up all the ADs then. And top lane, I just want to ban Tryndamere because I think this champ is.
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one.
How do you deal? How did Trynd get range buffs? Who
Yeah, that was
I
stupid.
don't know.
on the
who
balance
was-
team
dude,
was like this
What do you
champion?
like attack range buff?
He got 50
Yeah.
attack
Dude.
range.
That's
It's
so
really
random.
it's really random.
Yeah,
it's
I was
really
like,
random.
what?
I swear it has to be like super OP right now, but I don't think like a lot of people are playing it, despite how OP I think it is. Like
Yeah, it's like
I don't know.
like
I mean I don't know.
I've always hated Tryndamere playing top lane because it's like a stat check. If they're just better than me, like I get owned. It's
Yeah, it's a stat check champ, and then on top of that, it's like even if you negate the champ or beat it, it's like
you're still forced to silent the whole game.
yeah.
Oh, pop! Wait, I might play tank.
Oh. Oh god, I can't.
No, it's fine. It's
Oh,
whatever.
God.
Poppy's owns.
Poppy's good. Poppy's
Wait,
good.
have you tried the new Sinzao or Vi with the items?
There's-
They're kind of crazy.
There's a new item?
Well, the Shojin Gore Drinker, like Sinzao just doesn't
Oh.
die. Like I played that build. I was like, wow, I am unkillable.
I don't know anything about the new items.
Well, the
Yeah,
Shojin Gore Drinker
Shojin's
is
OP.
broken. Like just
Let's
Yeah.
see.
any characters that could use that are just stupid. Oh, you're against a real bot lane.
It's okay. This matchup's chill.
Shen? No, I suck at Shen. Like you don't want me playing Shen.
We're doing it.
Okay.
Bringing it out.
Wow. I don't even know what to play.
She's good too. Like she got buffed too. All of your characters, like a lot of your characters got buffed this patch, Danny. Really weirdly. Like
That may just suck.
yeah, a lot of them because like what you call it, Triss was owning the meta, and people are like, all right, this is kind of I hate Triss.
I actually think Ori's pretty strong now. After they buffed
Oh
her.
yeah, they buffed her too.
What did you do, Ori?
They made her. I mean, they've been giving her like small buffs across the year, but like the most recent one was like her W does more damage.
Oh, nice. They should nerf the level 1 W mana cost. That shit is way too expensive.
Sure. I think they've buffed her ult damage like twice over the past few months as well.
Oh, I love Mundo. Am I weird? Is it weird that I really like Mundo? Like
Oh,
I'm
that looks like a good matchup top.
yeah, like well,
Oh, that's a fun one.
this is
yeah.
like the matchup where like I don't know.
That
Wait,
that's a giga AFK. Well, I don't know. You can make it AFK or you can make it really spicy. I feel like it's up to you.
Oh no, what is that team comp? I'm scared.
Dude, yeah, it's
What the?
looking
wait,
pretty
you're
hard for me.
scared? Wait, this
No, don't want to get
Yeah,
one
not
tap.
looking too good for Samira.
wait. Is it weird that I love Mundo playing Mundo? Like I don't even like playing tanks. I just like playing Mundo. He's just such a stupid tank.
He's doing so much damage. Not really
Yeah,
a tank if you're just
yeah.
SQ.
My top laner this split was Mundo Enthusiast.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Wait.
his name is Concept. I don't know if you know him.
Wait,
He knows Mundo.
He tells you Mundo's OP, right? Mundo just you play every matchup.
It's the Wukong
Yeah.
guy, right?
Yeah, the Wukong guy.
Dude, Mundo's so fun. He does so much damage. He scales. Oh, someone's here.
Yeah, I've seen him get like 2 items and just one-shot the enemy AD. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy has some weird runes.
I was gonna go Singe top, but I thought that might be a greed.
I wish I didn't change my scene.
I don't need my word. You want me to just word?
Oh,
top?
you're top lane window. I thought we have top lane Samira.
Bro, we're
No,
cooking. No, we're
what?
cooking.
What? We're that good now? We're just flexing?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're
we're Team Flex.
Sheesh.
We're actually Team Water Boys.
Wait. I need a
That's a
team.
good name, isn't it?
You want me to say that's our name?
Fuck it.
All right,
know, I
fuck
kinda
it,
like
Team
it.
Water Boys. Well, let me take a hit. Let me take a hit.
You sure?
But I'm Mundo. What else do I have to do with my life, man?
Oh, you got 2.
You're good, right?
Yeah, thank you.
They're leeching bot.
Wait, why did he go cloth armor?
Probably thought Samir top.
Oh.
Maybe we get level 2 ganked. I'm not even sure.
Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna go in level 2 as well. He's on his blue. He stood red to blue.
Yeah.
What year are we in?
Wait, I don't think that's that bad, right? For some matchups, it's gotta be okay.
It's pretty fucking bad, I think.
Yeah. I don't even think you get level 3 anymore if you red blue.
I'm Grumpy can, yeah.
With Gromp, okay.
Surely he's not
just
doing red blue top,
just-
right?
Crash this and then I come back.
Could be.
Oh, I fucking
I'm
missed.
try to find him at his holes. Try to fight him.
What the fuck?
Alright, down to fight on the bounce.
Yeah.
It might be top. He's not
I'll
really
just ward
close right
try.
now.
Because he's
Yeah.
this weird
He's a
path
weird-
thing.
Yeah.
He'll fucking end up
Wait.
down here somehow.
Oh, he's mid.
He's on
Mid.
Muji.
Oh, shit.
Great smooth. I think I'm out.
First
Coming.
blood.
I'm good.
Mundo love deadlines. Always say hello when they fly by.
Oh, I didn't win the lottery.
Oh, you missed the 50-50?
I'm gonna try this a better than the cook.
Mundo downsize what he pleases.
Could be
I'm
top.
looking.
Backspace.
80 knows some.
Nice. Oh,
Nice
we can bait
spot.
this. Yeah, we can bait.
Yeah, we'll fuck him up.
Slow push. Looks like
yeah.
Kaisa's still here then, maybe? Or.
Yeah, I think she based.
Oh,
No,
that's,
no.
we,
Yeah.
we could just slow push then. Oh,
Yeah, we'll base on the next
okay,
one.
we're coming.
Is he a
Oh,
flash
no,
on
he's
Graves?
running, he's
Is
running.
Graves on flash?
No flash, no flash.
Okay. Oh shit, he's still. Oh, we're con
I think we
flash.
can keep going.
Yeah. Nice, pass
Nice
it.
shield.
Top flash?
I'm coming down. I'm coming down for
Kaisa's
this.
gonna be here. Kaisa
We're
knows
fine,
some.
we're fine.
Kaisa knows some, yeah. I'll block auto.
Oh shit.
Oh, we can kill this guy. No some.
Okay, I'll base.
Looks good.
Oh, they're having fun.
Oh, I just got all the kills. No problem.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Oh, I had to flash too. Whoops.
How come we can't bot rid of Scarra leaves?
You can take that one wave mid.
Okay,
Wait,
I'll go
that's
mid.
true. Wait,
There's a
wait,
pattern.
I force flash
Wait, what
top
the
lane
hell?
too.
That's kind of
Alright,
fucked, bro.
then.
Kind of fucked up, huh?
Scarra's just our designated weak sider for what?
Bro, I'm used to it. It's fine. Whatever, man.
Wait, you're performing though. Look at the CS guy.
Wait,
What?
his flash is down too. Yeah, I own this guy.
Wow.
I think I just go bot after I kill these mini. I'll just go bot now.
Yeah, they need to crash this.
Dude, my knot is fucking Tavi's right now.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna walk in.
I'm pretty OP. I can just face
What
tank
the hell?
Yeah.
If you get the hook on Kaisa here,
them. Yeah, I'm looking.
close.
Oh, that was close. Okay, we can just hold the wave. They have no sums.
Vex is missing.
I'm looking.
Vex is
Watching
mid.
you. Oh,
Coming, Jimmy.
Just trade. Small trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows.
I should
Yeah,
block.
Oh,
That's
he's
okay.
6. Fuck that.
Yeah, get out. That's fine. I mean, it's top
I'll
lane's
pressure
already
here.
fine.
Hook in 3.
Oh,
Looking
You good,
Kaisa
Jay?
here.
Yeah.
she's
running
so
from
scared.
Malphite.
I wanna get ward. Oh,
No, nothing.
I wanna ward try really quick.
Yeah. Nice. Gonna hex flash out of this. When the wave settles. Alright, I'm looking.
Like, top lane's already done.
Oh,
I didn't
she's dead.
want-
I got her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna fight it
Nice.
as red.
Nice job.
Yep.
I don't think we can kill him. Stingy.
Not here.
We can just fast wave and base.
Yeah.
There's gonna be bot. I don't know what he's doing.
We're fine, we're fine. We're just taking the wave and basing right now. Yeah, we got full
Nice
plate
with the
gold.
plate. Yeah, it's lit. I mean, maybe we can stay here even.
We can do one timer.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
she
they
don't
don't.
need. Yeah. Can still look if she walks up here. I'm basing though.
Oh, she's already getting zoned so much.
Yeah.
Drop my ward here. Yeah,
This
they can't
minion
really
is-
breathe anymore.
The minion is stuck, so the wave is.
Oh fuck, that's so annoying.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Dude, look at top lane.
I expected a
Fucking-
bigger gap, by the way. What? How,
Dude, like they're actually. What are you saying?
no,
That's
I
why
mean I
can't
think for
play.
bot lane.
Samir's scaling. Samir's scaling.
Oh, Graves top, Graves top.
I'm dead.
Run.
There's a word here.
He's only level 5. I can come up and all.
Graves a splash.
He missile. He missile.
Time, make time.
Hey, they can't even play.
He flash flash.
That minion is still stuck. So troll.
Stop his back
Yeah.
too.
I'm
He has no
just
flash. No, or he has no flash. No.
small damage here. Nice.
Oh,
dive
Vex
bot?
top.
You're 6? Are you 6?
Vex is top. You guys are good.
Is,
Two
is
seconds.
Nautilus 6 in?
I'm looking. Yeah, off this wave, yeah. Yeah, we can dive them. We'll just push.
Any more chunk on them? Okay.
I think I have it off this. It's really close.
Oh,
Yeah, I
They're
have
just
it.
gonna play. Yeah, they're just. Outie. Oh, the minion. The minions.
Yo, what the fuck? Kill this guy.
I'm gonna go blur.
Okay.
This is just
gap-
not fair.
The happening is happening. Don't worry.
Yeah. Take one more plate and base.
Yeah, this must be.
Honestly, since I'm Samira, I can do the wave, I think, too.
Yeah, I think you want help or? Oh, I don't know there.
I have mana, I'm good.
Mm.
Ooh.
That skin is so sick. The smear skin.
Yeah, I
the
know, right?
ulti's
This
so
skin's
good.
so crazy.
Yeah. Oh, Graves top.
Not again.
Ah, you're chilling.
You're good, bro. I can TP in 5.
Oh, no.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
What? You're not even low.
Oh wait, this is free. You don't even need me. Is that,
Wait.
did he ult? This guy?
No, no,
I'm
he's
dead.
not. He's not.
I'm behind them.
He's so squishy.
If they hit turret, I'll go.
Wait, he's going this. What? You're not even hitting him.
I know.
Full armor against the Mundo, Talia?
Vex is in river.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that guy's trolling. That Malphite's fucking trolling.
I think he thought he was playing against Samira.
Wait, got
Maybe.
me.
I
Did
I
they
would
buff
hope.
that? Why is it so much faster?
Flash.
Is
The
it
Vexar or what? I'm coming here.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
can
don't
just
know if
send
he has-
it. You can go now.
I
You can go now.
Yeah.
Yo, Jay.
There's
you
creeps
kill
on the
for
way.
kill?
Okay, nice.
I got him.
Nice. This guy can't walk up. I have
Yeah,
ulti in
ulti.
4.
Yeah, he does have ulti. I'm dead. Oh.
You said that a lot. You just won't be
Oh,
taking,
never
like,
mind.
each
Never mind.
time.
Never mind. I thought. I don't know how
It's
much
all-
damage that
okay.
character does, man.
He has RE. He doesn't have anything else.
I think it's on me. Yeah, it did.
Oh, he has mana now.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm gonna try dive. I
Wow.
think we maybe can.
If you can go. Oh,
Destroyed a turret.
I'll just
okay.
poke a bit here. They don't have ults. Maybe we can just send it.
Mm,
I'm
We
around
can
bot.
try.
I'm around
Oh,
bot.
yeah,
Graves is
it's
not
a it's a
top,
it's a limit. It's a
Graves
limit
probably
test.
Fuck it. 1 sec. My E's an 8.
Graves is not
Okay.
taking.
I just want to do before they're 6.
My E's in 5, 4.
Sure. I'll lead with
Get
ult,
it,
okay, so.
get it,
Yeah.
fam.
Okay, go, go, go.
Multing. I'm tanking. You guys are good. Nice.
Rampage.
Easy.
I'll tank.
Oh, Vex
Got her.
is coming?
Nice.
Oh man.
Clean.
Okay.
Oh, Vex is here. Dead?
He's no ult, no ult. Oh, that guy's.
Nice.
He also has no ult.
Oh, I found Graves.
Oh gosh.
An enemy has been slain.
Bro, where did he go?
Mundo king of water cooler banter. Market surge.
Oh shit.
Can dive this guy.
I'm on 5.
Never started
I don't need it though.
be too smart.
Oh, Archon sees me.
Oh, the juggler's here.
Oh shit.
Uh oh.
Goodbye. We can win this if they chase.
Wait, the Malphite's coming. Malphite's
Yeah,
coming on the
we got
left.
this, we got this. We can win this, we can win this.
Yeah, baiting.
Wait, the
Bait
Malphite
Malphite.
is
I'll
right
flash
here.
the, I'll flash the ult,
Yeah.
I'll flash the ult.
Oh,
Wait,
okay,
I think we
okay.
can. I think we can still win. Yeah.
I'm gonna
I don't
for her to
have- I
hear
don't
me.
have ulti for
Oh,
you, I
I'm
don't
one
have ulti
shot.
for you.
Oh!
Wait,
Revenge
wait,
is insane, bro.
wait, what one shot me? What's the
I think.
I fucking flashed in.
Currency commotion.
This Malphite is 45 CS. What is happening top?
Dude, what the
Oh, I
fuck is going
figured
on?
Hold on, this. You got TP? Let's fuck him up.
I don't even know.
Mundo.
Oh yeah, but there's no
He's too
TV.
focused.
Oh
Oh!
no, we have any ulti, right?
Oh!
Oh my gosh, that damage.
He's dead.
Dude, Talia is broken, man. I don't care what anyone says.
That's crazy.
An
I've seen a lot of
enemy
Talia
has been
jungles.
slain.
Oh, he's on this.
Never argue with employees.
Yo, let's go again.
I'm
We
down.
gotta just like.
I'm ready. I don't think there's anyone here.
On
3 seconds. 1.
Dude, we're clearing them this game.
Wait, yeah. That was my first stack of Heartsteel because no one laid against me.
There we go here.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Oh, me also, chef. Mundo cooks with books.
Carrying my Heartsteel? Yeah, that's how I feel, man.
Oh shit! I thought that was like Vex are flying at me.
Ooh, yeah. That's cringe. That W is just so cringe.
Mundo smash sales record.
Up in bot lane.
They're going on bot. Maybe.
Yeah, look at our Mundo.
He's a bit of a raid boss.
Oh.
Maybe we can just kill this guy.
Oh yeah. Ooh, kill 2.
Nice.
I'm in there.
You're in there?
Are you in there? Okay, hold on.
Oh, I'm
in there.
coming. I'm coming.
Oh,
Double kill.
Nice. Oh no.
I'm dead.
No, he said flash?
I'm coming. I'm hunting him down right now.
Your
He cannot do that to
team
you.
has destroyed a turret.
Oh wait, he took a plant. Wait. Where did this guy go? Is he counter jungling? Dude, I swear he's counter
He's
jungling
gonna
right
be
now.
full life. You're gonna
Dude, look.
you're gonna walk through him and he's gonna get
Will they surrender?
no flash, no flash, no.
I don't know if I win this actually.
I'm
Let's
on
see.
Vex. Oh, this looks a bit doomed.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh, you're good.
Dude.
Oh,
Oh.
good.
Wow, you.
Oh, you lost that one too.
No, man. You had
Wow.
too many plans.
I'll get him. I'll get him. I'll get him.
Oh.
Wait, what do I build next? I guess I can go BT. Yeah.
Shibbo's pretty good
Okay.
too.
Actually, that's true.
Whatever you're feeling.
For breakfast.
Give me that shit. This guy's got Duskblade. Yeah, kill that full armor Malphite. Fuck him up. Fuck him up, bro.
Oh!
Oh!
Okay.
Yo, I want that red.
Currency commotion!
Forgot, I actually want to attack speed on this character.
To schedule more meetings.
I'm so fucking fed. What the hell?
You guys ever seen Boss Baby? What?
I'm curious where he's going with this. I have seen a little bit of Boss Baby.
Same.
That's me right
What
now.
does he read
I
by
don't get
that?
it.
Right on, bro.
I don't get it.
Okay, you're in there? We're
We're
watching
in.
you.
We're all in.
Well,
I'm not in.
I'm not
Me
in
and
yet.
Disney are not in.
I have no way to get in.
Team building.
Oh,
They're gonna go
shit,
though.
I'm going in
goodbye,
and
everybody.
oh,
please,
my
bro.
gosh.
Yeah, we
Alright,
can turn
took-
this now.
We have to turn. Yeah, we have to turn.
Oh!
Oh wait.
Oh!
Oh
Wait,
shit.
Penta.
No, Jimmy still.
yeah, I got you. I got
No,
you.
no, 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 no.
No, I
Speed
got
up,
you. I
baby.
got you. I'm not even slower. I'm not even slower.
I've seen this.
She's dead,
Penta
she's just
play
dead.
in
Auto-
CS
auto-
before.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I flashed for that. I actually didn't think you'd one-shot her. What?
My
Yeah, that was actually
God,
hella
that's
damage.
like 800 right
Dude.
now.
It just mogged her. It's like half her health. What?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Alright, I can take both of these.
Enjoy compensation.
Dude, I knew it was over when they just used every single
Yeah.
ulti and CC on all you guys. I'm like, okay.
We can turn this for sure. Oh, round 2.
I can't see.
Oh, days. Nice ult. Oh, you.
Oh!
Oh, you're good.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh!
Oh shit!
Another
Look
one.
at it, Jimmy.
Let me sell that shit. Hey,
Two Penta.
What's that?
yeah, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
What?
You just ain't finishing.
Nah. Alright, one more time.
Dude, that's all the chances you get, man. You got 2.
Yeah.
Alright, one more time.
This is Scar's punishment for weeks.
Bro, I have 5,000 gold, man. Fuck. Okay, they're done, I think. Oh, he's dead. Okay.
Okay, you got it?
Yo, they went for you.
Other guy, what the fuck?
Yo. They changed their
outie.
plan. They changed their plan real quick.
Nexus is 1 HP.
Wait,
Guys,
wait.
there's one more fight.
Back,
Wait,
back.
one more.
It's Jake's
Okay.
time for a Penta.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
That's too funny. I'm just saying Kindred at all. Kindred had all.
I was looking at it.
Damn.
We're getting a bit too comfortable with each other now. We're just inching each other.
Danny didn't ultimate for me earlier when he was a Zir.
Oh, dude, yeah, I remember.
Damn, Jake
It was
never
you.
forgets, huh?
Okay, actually, he's waiting for this moment. I have a feeling. I don't know. They're like here or some shit.
Yeah, I got nice foul.
Wait,
All right, we're going in. I want to have to like Zanya the Malphite ult
wait,
or
he's
something.
literally
Yeah.
right
Survive.
here.
Be not irresponsible or
Yeah, he's here. I knew it. He's fucking. Okay, fuck it. Let's go.
Alright, let's go. I'm gonna flash on Kaisa.
Okay.
Ooh.
Zanya.
Oh,
Okay.
Fuck.
I can't
Oh, not in rage. Not in rage.
Yo!
Okay, the real case here.
Okay.
Okay,
Show me what you stole. Show me why you stole the pentas. Wait, hold. Oh my. Wait.
AOP.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh.
Oh, nice.
Ken V. It's Ken V.
Oh,
I'm coming over, bro.
Wait, here is the penta. It's actually the penta.
Wait, Ken V would have cleared him there.
Dude, I'm so donkey.
Wait,
There's 2 more.
Okay.
two more.
Wait,
Wait, hold on, wait for me. I gotta come steal this shit.
No, wait.
Hold up.
Please?
Yo, I need to like buy HP or something. I can't survive against this shit, bro.
Please, man.
I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Oh shit, the minions are ending. GG.
Victory.
Damn, 2 in a row.
Hmm.
That's a first for me. Yoink, getting 2 pentas yoinks in a row. I didn't even see the second one coming. All of a sudden I just see my Mundo like just.
Dude, I'm just saying, my E does 600 damage.
Oh yeah, you didn't mean it. I know.
Yeah. Okay,
Wait,
You
I
were
put
clean
this in
that second fight
D2.
though. That
Yeah,
second
that
penta
was so
or
funny.
quadra?
The second one was crazy. The
That
second
shot
one
was kind of. First one was like
Plus
whatever.
nuts.
Second was nice.
Oh. Okay, I can play one more. I think.
Okay, I'm down to do one
Oh,
more.
cool.
I'm down to
Back to
play 80
Coblats.
carry one more time.
Okay.
And then, if you're down to
Yeah, I'm down.
show us some Mundo.
Yeah, no, I'm playing Riven.
Riven. Okay, we fucking.
Wait, this
Ooh.
guy
Wait,
thinks I'm
he wants
playing
everyone's
Mundo.
strong
Show 'em,
side.
show 'em.
Yeah, I'm.
Why do I
What's
think
Riven
I
and
remember
strong side?
you playing Riven mid like a really long time ago?
Yeah, I won, right?
No, I don't remember what happened. I just remember you locked it in. That's all I know.
That's the only part of the memory you got.
I think maybe some shit got repressed. Some shit got repressed.
Cerebral Cortez went back for 13 months, dude. Okay. What do I play?
Wait, Jake, are you gone tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys
Okay,
find
'cause-
out.
Insanity and Golden Glue were messaging me if we wanted to scrim them tomorrow.
Just tell him.
I already said you're gone
Yeah,
tomorrow.
tell him Jake's busy. He's got better
I'm
plans.
busy.
Yeah, I'll let him know. I'll lay down the law. Hold on.
Yeah, we can
Oh.
actually try next week.
Wait, who's the
I'll
fourth? Are
set
they
up.
scrimming? Or is Afro's team the only team scrimming?
Well,
I think Afro's the only.
well,
Afro's
Mo's
team's the only-
definitely not scrimming.
Sneaky's team is just chilling, right?
Every other team is just
Maybe
yeah.
he
It's just
meant we're
chilling.
not screaming you, but they're screaming everyone else.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh.
Bad, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the message seemed like that, but yeah, I think the only team I'm seeing doing anything is Afro's team.
I'll scout out for some PC bongs in Mexico,
Yeah.
as long as they don't get murdered.
non-AD
Jake just
AP.
chilling
I can
in a
play Ezreal
PC
Jin. I
bunk in
just can't play
Mexico.
anything else.
I don't know.
Just hit
Maybe
up
they'll
one
be
of the,
better than the Korea ones.
hit up
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
LLA teams.
Oh, shit, true.
Wait,
surely
wait,
they'll
wait.
give you, bro. Surely they
Oh,
let you in the
oh.
facility.
You should try Sin Zhao if you haven't already.
Oh,
That character is kind of
Oh, you made
interesting
it.
right now.
Hey, Jake, your Zen used to be so good.
I only played like 3 Zen games in my life.
Yeah, he remembers all 3.
Wait, let me see.
You remember? Dude, Jake
Iconic.
doesn't forget, man. He doesn't forget.
Oh wait. Actually, wait. Hold on. Swabby Breezy. I get the
Alright.
last pick now.
We're on blue side though, so
Hey, I just want to see a
you'll
little
get your
bit. Of,
last pick.
I played 2 Zen games in my whole career.
and you won
Really?
both, right?
50%.
I mean, the other
That's
one.
pretty good. Not
Yeah, that's
bad.
pretty good.
Pretty good.
Alright, so go like Conquer, like what do I do? I'm just gonna look it up.
You go Hail of Blades actually, but I think it's.
Oh,
I think Lethal's
Really?
probably better. I think Lethal's probably better now.
well, the purpose of Hillblade, or like you can never proc your lethal before.
Oh yeah, I guess
Until
it's
they,
true.
like they just run away.
Hail was kind of is crazy, kind of.
Okay.
Heimerdinger, oh no.
Wait, you guys lost. Wait, you.
Oh, I hate.
Taking your Samira. What are you gonna have to punish him with?
Wait, this is fucked.
Wait,
Alright, I'll play Zeri. If
Oh,
he
yeah.
does that.
You play.
Wait,
Oh,
do you
no,
want
you're
me to
good.
just play a Zeri game anyway? I could. Nah, fuck
You
it.
want-
I'll play Samira. Fuck it. Actually, Zeri's better versus Heimer though.
No, I think
Yeah,
that Heimer's top lane.
Oh, wait,
he was
maybe.
I mean, he was having set. Maybe it could be support set
Dude,
too. So I don't
what
know.
am I playing? I don't like a lot of these top lane. You know, I play in
I'll
this.
play Zeri one game just for
Oh,
fun. I mean, I play Zeri a bit as well.
You got the Zon buff. Let's go.
Wait, actually. Wait, holy shit. It's true. We actually can't lose. We have gunners on.
All I know is Urgot's never felt bad. I feel like this character's always OP.
Wait, what runes are people doing now on Zeri's? It's still
Lethal Tempo.
Lethal Tempo, Presence of Mind, Bloodline? Or do you go Alacrity now?
Actually,
That's
don't
always the one
know.
I didn't know. If people
Yeah.
went Bloodline versus Alacrity,
I think people like did it based on preference. Let me check.
I'll just do Alacrity probably.
Or you going Shiv build?
Yeah, I'll do Shiv build.
Shiva's
Well, people
good.
go. Yeah, people go Bloodline, but you can go Alacrity if you want.
You think it's what do you think is top lane
Um,
here?
I
Bro,
guess
it's-
Great
Wukong,
question.
Lux mid, Ezreal Heimer bot.
Oh, it is Ezreal Heimer.
Wait, what is this skin? Immortal Journey Zeri. What the fuck?
It just came out. It just came out. a few
Riot
days
brings
ago.
so much
Wait.
for the Wait, really?
Dude, Riot accounts are broken. I just have the skin unlocked. What the
First
hell?
strike Heimer. Don't get one tap, bro.
This lane. Oh, this guy is.
Bro, I'm going. Should I go call? I'm gonna go call. Fuck it.
Yeah, go call it.
Bro, Unforgiven, my AD carries, but he's just like, if you don't go call, you're just a pussy. I don't know.
Damn.
You just have to go call every matchup.
Really?
No, I mean, not, nah. I mean, he did most of the matchups, but
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, damn. Okay,
Volley meta was pretty AFK for
I'm
a
going
bit.
Colt too.
wait,
Wait a second.
bro, fuck it.
No.
You
Oh,
probably
I
should have.
actually should have went call.
Yeah. What?
Yeah,
What about
you
this?
actually should have. Dude, imagine we had three calls.
I'm pulling up. I'm pulling up, man.
Okay.
Wait, we're fucking scaling if we had three
Wait,
calls.
wait. You know,
Going
calling
around
Urgot's
town.
actually broken.
How much I get him
right?
to your side?
Yeah, he's
Going left.
he's up here.
Yo, wait, this guy's fucked, no? Get in.
Oh,
Oh, fuck,
big
yo.
fuck.
Big fuck.
Oh, he's gonna get a dodge? Oh, he didn't even send it out. What?
Yeah, you wanna like walk to lane right now and just scout to see? We can space them, right? We're just better, right?
You guys are gonna get Heimer.
I mean, Heimer might have turrets, yeah.
Yeah, we'll space them. We're just better, right?
Alright, we're better, yeah.
Wait, I'm on a word for driving, okay? Let's do one of these.
Wait, what are you guys doing for a fucking jungler, man?
All good, all good.
What? This is the only
Wait,
time
you
I
think
get.
we leash?
This is
We're
the
not
only
wishing
time
versus
I get.
Heimer Younger. Oh, there's a turret here?
I will play for Jimmy.
Oh yeah.
You gonna call Urgot? Fuck it.
No, it's OP. What? It does full life on
We're
every
scaling.
auto.
We're just. Wait, why is there a fucking turret in the?
Yeah, I don't know. This guy is not a Heimer main, I think.
Let him cook, bro.
He's cooking.
So what's the build now? It's Shiv into Navori or?
Yeah, something will go ET. I played with Turtle earlier and he went Stride Breaker and it was not it.
Oh, he
What?
did that in summer.
Oh, he did Stridebreaker Zeri?
Yeah, I remember scrimming against him. We went.
Yeah, he
Oh,
did
and
it.
Scream.
He just did it in my Sulky game and it was not the move.
We got dumpstered.
Oh,
by,
Ghost?
Oh, he-
that
Oh,
was
shit.
IMT.
Whoops.
So.
Okay.
Some fucked up shit happened. I could see it.
Okay, nice.
I was driving, guys. Careful.
They worded
I'm
here.
What's with the
wasting my
top
growth.
side and she's
What's
still
that?
missing?
Nah,
I
it's
like
not
her
good.
blue or some shit.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared up here.
I'm kind of spooked.
Heimer is kind of playing like a pussy.
She just went long way back.
Oh, shit.
Weird though.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Ah.
Getting the cook after this creep.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
he's not
I just
scared.
Faka's on
Try.
TD. I'm trolling.
Okay. Oh, they're BMing. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Bro, my Zeri's good. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
it's good.
Mm.
I thought the
I'm going hard
jungler
here. I
was
can
here
flash
when you
on
walked up
Heimer.
here.
He has no stun.
Garvin looked like he's bot, guys.
You bought? Okay, I'm walking up.
Oh, yeah.
A spot.
Oh, they use double flash.
An ally has been slain. An
Nice.
enemy has been slain.
Oh,
Alright.
I didn't take the turret shot.
First,
It's okay
yeah.
though.
They used Elder Sunspot. Hey, this timer
Do I
here,
still
it's
rush boots, or
uh-huh.
should I just go straight up the?
Most people
Shiv
just go
going.
Shiv. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just do this then.
Yeah.
I don't have E up. That's actually not that bad for us.
Yeah,
We
it's
burned
not bad.
both their Psalms. Did Heimer flash? He flashed too.
Yeah, he
Fuck, that
flashed.
shit
Yeah,
does
he both
literally
flashed.
Alright, well they're both
And
with
you
no
know pressure?
Psalms.
God damn, Jimmy.
This guy just went Doran shield, so he does literally no damage.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Just wait-
Wukong top just waits till he's 6. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
just wait
kind of
till they
the
get 6 and Thunder.
yeah. That's like the win.
There's
Like
just-
he'll start all inning you at 6. Just be ready for that. You should rush like tabbies, and it's really good against him.
Oh, Jarvan's back.
Oh my
Arvin's
god.
back. Fuck this
Yeah.
guy. Yeah, I'll ward. Okay, you warded.
Yeah. And he should be
Where's our
amazing.
jungler?
Bro, it's mid gap, you know?
Yeah, bro, chill.
Mid gap.
Nah, we don't need it. We don't need it. We're eating up the pressure right now.
Yeah, we
Okay,
are.
let's kill these turrets.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, no.
If this Jarvan's still here, he's psychotic.
Yeah.
He can't go anywhere else, man.
Just fucking hurts. Looking 5.
Oh.
Maybe just base again.
Yeah, maybe. I have pots coming, but
All good. You get back to lane fast. Gem's broken.
yeah.
Wait,
Close.
I took 2 tower shots there. Huh. Huh.
Goat behavior.
I lose this.
Wait, I thought. Did I take 2 or 1? Sorry. Oh, fuck, I didn't
Oh
even
my god, I
know.
never saw that angle before.
Yeah. That was a big one.
Yeah.
Dude, mid's getting a little fucked.
2. Oh, I did not think I would take 2 tower shots there. Wait, I was owning him so bad. Too. Fuck.
I think I'm gonna go around.
Dude, it's fine. You have calls. Like, this is why you go the call, dude.
True.
Hug right if you can.
Yeah, I'm
Oh, headshot. I'm gonna go hard. Kill these turrets. One has. Oh, this
Oh,
one shot
shit.
actually. Oh shit.
I'll do I die here?
first
Let's
strike,
see.
bro.
Let's find out. I
Oh,
can dodge
gosh.
it. I can outplay here.
Okay, smurfing. You have EC probably.
I don't know where his shit is now.
I got actually got one shot.
It could be anywhere.
Is he
It's
like
one.
DC'd? Or like
I don't
what?
know. No, he's not. He's not.
Oh!
Oh, so close.
Dude,
Was he
I should have
DC? I
gotten
don't
in range. I should have gotten in range of these towers.
Oh fuck my bad. Just
He-
got one shot. Holy
Dude,
shit.
actually, what is that damage? They fucking.
Yeah.
But I should have like.
Oh.
I actually could have played it slow there, and they're both dead. Fuck.
All good. It's been a minute since I played Resimer.
Yeah, that's
This
just
guy.
dude. The blasting one, Heimer.
Yeah, just one shot me.
Oh, what the fuck? Where did...
I think when we're both 6, we just fucking one shot.
Yeah,
them.
they can't play under 6.
No, good call on the
Alright.
boots, by the way. This guy did no damage to this fucking
That is-
ulti.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Dude, that's what. Dude, I'm telling you, the tabbies fuck him up.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, I thought I hit it first. Fuck.
Oh, you're out.
Oh, you're out of there.
Oh.
Nice. That guy's mad.
Let's start.
Shit.
I think we still win at like 6.
Yeah, we do for sure. This guy's got super strong hammer items actually. He hit a hook. Oh, I'm just half my health.
Jarvan's bot side.
Shit.
You're a bit OP right now.
Yeah, fuck. I have pots. You have pots?
I got a few biscuits.
What if I
I
can
might go
steal
get fruit
him, I
in river.
I think
This
Jarvan's
guy
good.
is really egoing. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm tuning tower.
I'll save
I
my
dodged
E.
it.
Oh, he's
dodged
level
it.
4. Wait,
Come here.
Slain.
No flash at 0.
I'll W him.
An enemy
Nice.
has
We'll
been
keep going.
He has EQ soon, I think.
Double kill.
Got him.
Oh, nice. No flash timer. Oh,
No
wait, what?
problem.
Joke,
Wait,
yes,
what am I
cosmic.
building
Joke.
here?
Sorry.
Ah, that's big though. I'm pretty strong now. I think I have my Shiv in base, yeah.
Nice.
Let's drop. Oh, actually, no, I need 100 gold.
What? Oh, I thought you were staying.
Ooh, top flat.
It's CP. Kind of a mid gap.
Oh!
Oh, hold up.
No way!
I got you. Okay, got
Oh,
one.
I
shit,
can't believe
okay.
you traded that.
Shut down.
Oh shit,
I
that's
can
a real
maybe help
got
you. I
it.
can
I'm
help you
coming.
maybe.
I'm coming
Double,
here.
double
I
buff,
fucking-
double buff, double
Fucking
buff.
3, 2.
Yeah, I want my double buffs, bro.
Double buff.
Dodging
You can-
everything.
Yeah, nice, nice. I see you.
Oh, he has E now.
I
He
have
has E
Ian
now.
five. I have Ian
There-
5.
He has
there's
E now. He has E now.
4, 3,
I'm gonna splash auto.
2, 1. Yeah, I can snap him here.
Nice.
Oh, I
Oh, nice try.
Moving 5, no chain.
Yes, flash. Yes, flash. Yes, flash.
Oh, Scarra's
wait,
here.
I got
Okay.
you.
Yeah, what the hell? Scarra's here, bro.
I was, you know, just chilling.
It's the fucking crab legs walking up to her. I'm like, wait, what the hell?
I got her flash. It's all good.
Nice.
Dude, where did this top laner go? This guy just.
Oh
he's here.
shit, that's where he went, dude. What? Oh, let's get pick my ward.
Just gonna fuck with a jungler.
But I need like.
Break his
oh,
first strike. Oh fuck. Okay.
I'm 6 on the next wave.
Ow.
Whoa. Blah. I have
6 on the
6.
next wave?
Yeah, this next coming wave here. I need like the whole thing though. Oh, he has Essence Reaver actually. He's spiked. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I should just base.
Yeah, you have shit. That's not good.
Yo, hi. You guys sound like you're struggling down there. I thought you. What happened to the free win?
Dude,
We're,
it's
we're
fucking.
scaling. We're scaling.
It's a scaling game. I'm playing Zeri, man.
The Jarvan's gonna go bot side.
Dude, they actually have OP early laning.
Yeah, they do.
Ezreal, Heimer.
Ezreal Heimer is really cringe.
Only those who survive this city deserve it.
Ah, okay, I should base now.
Yeah, yeah. I'll just.
Alright, I'm strong. I'm strong now, though.
Yeah, yeah. We can just send it when you get back.
Okay.
Can we own him? Kinda hard. It's not really back.
This
I mean, Shiv,
This guy ulti.
Shiv kind of shits on Heimer turrets too. So
Oh, that's yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that.
yeah.
How did I take a fucking tower shot again, man?
You could just be sitting in this bush or something.
Oh shit!
Oh, he's right there. Oh my god. You got the tag.
Is good.
I'm coming
Dude,
top.
He's
he
got one
killed me
shot
while
coming
walking
down.
back to lane. What the fuck? Wait,
Timer dingers.
He says W, right?
Yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah.
that's fuck.
No ulti?
I'm gonna R him.
I'm just gonna go home.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave.
Hey, what if I kill this guy here?
Wait.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
really
thanks for
low.
moral support. Dude, I don't
Okay.
want to say. I'm probably getting owns, man.
Dude, we're getting owned. We're getting owned. Dude, but it's kind of low key. It's jungle gap too, though. Oh wait.
Did you say it's jungle gap, bro?
Dude, like, this Jarvan is breathing down our necks. Like, you see this
That's
shit?
what
Like,
I play against every game. What?
Oh!
oh,
Oh!
shit.
Oh, nice try, nice try.
Oh, there's a
Lux
Lux
is
here
there.
too. It's a party. Oh, there's no flash.
Oh. Damn.
You
I
got
couldn't
some fans.
flash though.
You got some fans on here. It is what it is.
Fine. Dude, we have. Oh, you're call proc too. You're actually huge right now
Oh, I'm
too.
going this guy.
Well, yeah, no, top lane can't play. Wow, this guy's dead already.
Top
I'm just,
40
I'm just gonna go fuck myself.
Oh, shit, I have E.
I was not reborn in
All right.
If I'm reading it here, it might be sitting anywhere.
PE.
Man's here. Yeah, I'm just gonna let him.
Yeah, I'm gonna just go. He's
Oh. Whoa.
Oh, he's too good. I'm dropping.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, nice.
Ow.
I get a little left tap on the way out. I'm sorry, I need some of these.
You're good.
If they do not stop me, they will die. It is just that simple.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh, he's so fat.
Yeah. He's
Oh, he's
looking.
up
He's
here.
eyeing
That's
me
a
down.
support. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Ow.
Careful, that's
They're looking for me, dude. I'm baiting them over to me.
the silent
Dude,
2v2
the
in the top
ulti
lane.
initial hit killed him. What? Whatever, man.
Damn, what's going on?
Oh, you got cheated again.
I can't.
Yo,
I'm
why don't you pay attention to your lane, man? Pay attention to your lane.
Dude, you guys were doing some crazy shit up there.
We got a bad Heimerdinger.
Oh!
That's a champ.
This champ is so annoying.
Dude, Heimers, you have to play Heimers.
Look how much you
Scarra, when
made,
you're
bro.
done.
It's so
Well, I
rich.
do play Heimer, but
You have to play this shit.
dude, when I play Heimer, they don't just run into me like you, man. What?
Dude, what is this champ, man?
Oh?
He's like a ninja, man. He just like creeps up on me.
This guy's 405 with a rocket belt?
Yeah, he's
What?
fucking
Dude,
huge.
he's a fucking ninja, man.
The goat.
Oh,
Yo,
you
yo,
should
yo,
full
yo.
start stacking. Oh, you're right.
What is this guy doing?
Oh.
Take him out. Oh, he flashed.
An enemy
Nice.
Oh,
Oh, that's a lot of people.
goodbye. Goodbye, world.
Goodbye, bro.
is unstoppable.
This Heimer's very sped.
I'm baiting. I'm baiting. I'm baiting.
Whoa, it's psycho.
Is this it?
Down.
Oh,
Oh,
I
you were
didn't.
barely.
I was so close.
Yeah. Wait, what? You all
Baiting?
like didn't go off.
Baiting here?
You have a cannon minion. Oh my.
Darvin has no
Huh?
ults.
It's a shit party actually.
Actually true.
Jimmy's about to
Ava-
lose it.
They've only nerfed that item like 6 times and it's still broken.
Jimmy's about to lose it.
Oh my god.
Your team has destroyed.
They're coming, boys.
Maybe
they're
help
coming.
you here.
They're coming. They're coming.
Careful. If
They're coming.
King-
They're coming.
we got
Wait,
Wait,
King.
the
King.
Heimer
Oh,
did more
yeah.
damage than everyone else.
I'm kiting it here. Oh
On the
shit.
thing.
Okay.
Fuck it.
Explode him.
Alright, Wukong no W.
Okay, Wukong no R.
I
Oh,
fucked
no.
up. I fucked up. I got clone.
No, I
though.
got it.
Oh, headshot. I'm hooking.
Darvin, Darvin. Oh my god, this guy does so much damage.
Heimer? What, dude?
This
That
guy
guy's fucking...
is 1v9 right now. What?
I think it's barrels and a select key account.
Low-key scaling though. Like who kills me in these
Me
fights?
bot. Me bot. Me bot.
Okay, I base.
He knew you were looking at it.
You said-
Dude, he knew I was eyeing that down. He knew I was eyeing down that fucking wave. Dude, it's a juicy one. Look at that shit.
You took like 3 waves mid, bro. What?
I know. We're supposed to be swapping right now. You're keeping me in check. Wait, I'm gonna blurb this.
Okay, I'm just running this bit.
Dude, I already got 2 items.
Look
so
at my
surely
items
you're gonna
right
carry
now.
it.
Like,
Like,
but I don't know if I could beat this guy, you know?
I mean, you can.
I'm coming.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh, we got
fuck.
headshot.
Oh wait, it's not
Oh,
bad, not bad.
I'm hitting
Okay.
Darvin.
Oh, you got moved.
No monkey. No monkey.
Oh my.
I don't have ult, but I'm going over here.
Oh, I got Jesus. I got Jesus on my chain.
Nice.
Oh, you got this. You got this. You got
Oh,
this.
it's a juicer.
Hit him one more time. I got ult.
Nice TP top.
He dive you.
Oh.
He
clean.
wishes.
He wishes. He's gonna try.
Dude,
Oh, he's
they're
not.
mad. They're mad.
No, he's not gonna try, man. My items are crazy.
Scarra, you play all the same top laners as my top laner. He loves like Urgot, Mundo, Nasus, Singed.
There.
Wait, Lowy?
Yeah,
What's
that's
up to
probably.
go?
Wait,
Concept?
he does play a little bit of it, yeah.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
funny.
He plays literally all the champs.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
Spartan?
dead again.
Shut down.
No.
Okay, Wukong ulted. He didn't get it.
Bro.
So when's this scaling coming in? There, like, is it?
Dude, what was that damage? Lux E did like 500 damage to me. That's like a third of my HP. What?
Your
Wukong's going top, but he has no ult. The guy is useless.
But he's literally just a ward.
Dude, you're level 13 already.
Oh, it's a
Fucking
dragon here.
1v3 them, bro.
Oh, Scarra, you got ulti for me?
Yeah?
I don't
There's
think
a
that's
Lux here.
enough. Oh, you right?
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, I can TB in a sec to help you too.
Dude, this
You did Heimer's just so much
dude,
better.
Heimer does so much
Heimer's
damage.
better.
What?
Dude, the Heimer is just a bit better than you. It's
dude,
fine.
500 gold.
What am I supposed to buy on this character?
This LeBlanc build is so ass.
It's Radiant Virtue or Jack Show, right?
Oh, Heimer's hunting you.
Shut down.
No way, dude.
I can't believe that shit hit.
Kill him. Okay, the goat is.
Yo, I'm
No.
one shot. I'm dead.
Good.
Wait, I died to auto attacks from Ezreal.
It's Jack
You
Show.
didn't
You
kill
guys
me.
got a
Wait, I didn't even know
build.
Mo was there.
Dude, I was trying. I was trying.
Going
I don't have
down.
ult though. Okay, I'm
I
strong.
see.
I'm strong now. I'm strong now.
He's going
what
straight
do I build
death
next?
Cap, bro.
What's the build next? Is it like runes or
Hurricane, yeah.
okay? I need, maybe I just need red.
I don't even know if they can do damage to me, except for this guy.
Yeah, that guy, it's barrel.
Yeah, but Danny one shots that guy like low key.
Yeah,
Do
I feel
I?
like this
This
guy's
build?
low-key,
I don't think
like,
so.
I feel like Loki's on Baron right now.
Oh, actually,
Oh,
could be.
you're right.
No. Oh, they are.
Yeah,
they are.
Oh shit! Get in there, boys. We
It's gone,
wipe
it's
them. We wipe them,
gone.
though. We wipe them.
God.
Dude, it's
Wipe 'em,
fucking
wipe 'em,
gone.
wipe
Wait,
'em.
I'm here, Premier.
Oh, I got Wukong, no clone.
I'll W him.
No clone.
Someone stop this guy.
Oh, is he out?
Magnet.
Nice. Okay.
What's this guy doing? Nice.
It might be like
Wow.
here.
Yeah, I'm actually him.
Care for Heimer here. He could be doing some shit. Okay. Top wave.
This guy's going like Jock Show Israel.
No way.
Oh, he's like doing a tank build.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, give me that. Let me eat.
What?
Wait, let me eat.
What?
Okay, wait, we can take, I think we could take this together though.
You're
Got
going
this.
for.
We could take red after. Oh yeah, you fucking demolished her. It's
Enemy.
Oh my god!
yes,
Cyber's too good.
yeah. We can.
Sweepy up,
They're gonna enter here.
Also, the
They're-
Ezreal is kind of freaking tanky. What the hell?
I know.
Yeah, he's like full
The
tank.
fuck?
Oh, we can walk up more. Oh, it's,
Ezreal's
okay.
support for this Heimer here.
I'll go mid wave. Oh,
Oh shit.
Fine.
This guy's-
oh shit! Scarra is fucking in there, dude. Wait.
Oh no, the hybrids. Yeah. Fuck, man.
This guy's level 12.
Oh sh. Ah!
Oh my gosh, you're just dying from things off your screen.
Yo, get me out of here. Let me eat these.
Oh, Heimer's, we gotta kill him.
Yeah, okay. I have W.
Nice.
Got him.
Oh, nice. You can do stuff
Okay,
now.
I have Hurricane soon after mid wave.
Oh, Jack Show's better.
It's so hard to see. Yes, fucking Baron minions. I'm going. Okay,
Lux's bot.
if I can get Crab, I get Hurricane.
Careful, this Ezreal's really tanky.
It is Jock Show, bro. What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cooking.
Pretty sure I should have went Stoneplate. Yo, what am I supposed to build here on Urgot? Yeah. Because I was gonna go Radiant Virtue, but then like Jock Show, and then like I don't know.
Your mythic. God damn.
You can only build one, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know which one.
I think Jack Show's best.
Okay. I trust you.
Oh, you have fair king, actually. Really fun.
Yeah, 3 items now.
I read the river here.
Probably playing for your dragon here.
It's a little bit hard to answer versus Heimer, not gonna lie.
Ooh, Malkin
Him.
mid.
I think there's no one on his team.
Heimer's in
Yeah.
this bush. Okay, Lux no ult. Heimer no ult. Okay, Lux Heimer no ult. It's our time.
Hey, Urgot's fire.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I'm dead.
Arzeri's
Wait.
dead.
Wait, are we all dead? Oh,
Nah, not
fuck.
me.
Oh, they just double flashed.
You go back?
What the fuck?
Oh, moving.
Oh,
Oh, they got so much shit.
Wait,
oh.
Scarra's here.
Fuck me. Okay, I should play slower. I should play slower. I got one shot, dude. I don't know who's. I don't think Ezreal has that much damage, but I guess he does. Okay, no, I took 900 damage from a Heimer turret.
These guys have 9 kills each.
Dude, they're too good. I don't know what to say.
I just
Oh,
You need to carry, you need to carry a bit harder right now. I
That
think you
kill
need to
looked like
focus
that was a
up.
clone.
Let me. Okay, they're probably gonna try to start Baron again on spawn, so we should be ready for that.
And Jarvan, Lux Flash.
I don't think they're as OP if we have first setup. So,
You're my creeps, man.
oh, bro, this is the meta. This is the meta.
Meta. I don't think my AD carry is usually 5 and 8.
Yo, I fuck this guy now. Just don't let him get set up, and he's. It's not that
Might be
OP.
set up in here. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, Danny,
Alright.
can I stack with you and we just TP over after we kill someone?
I'm gonna push top.
Yeah.
I'm pushing top.
Okay, you can push top then. I'll push mid.
Well, I might just back up to one wave. You can stay bot.
Problem is I don't have TP.
Oh,
They're
all-
retaking right
they're all
now.
Here. Yeah.
You can. I think no
Well,
one's
needs
bot,
like-
by the way.
Yeah, I'm
Hard
walking
pushing.
Yeah, no one's bot.
Hot.
Oh, this is
I'm
getting.
not gonna
Oh
fall.
shit, they might run on Danny.
We're
Or-
all-
Oh, they're
Yeah.
going on me.
Yeah. We're coming to you. You can make time.
Oh, nice.
Yo,
Sure.
I'm gonna TP.
Yeah,
let's
I'm
head
watching.
up.
I'm watching Heimer. I'm watching Heimer.
He might be here. Okay. Yeah, just help him. Heimer can't connect.
Yeah, this is good. We're coming.
Okay.
We're coming.
Yoicks.
That's your Heimer coming too.
Yeah, they're coming soon.
I'm just gonna mark them. You guys do your thing.
Guys, I'm gonna push bot. Good luck.
Big knock up.
Oh, Ezreal?
Oh, I got stunned.
Oh, Heimer. Okay, you're smurfing. He does no damage. He's tanking.
Oh! Oh!
Oh
You guys
shit,
are
he
dead.
doesn't damage. I have hook in 3. Hey, I don't think we can win this.
You almost got bot turret?
Oh,
Yay.
it's
Oh.
Alex,
I mean, that's fine.
That's okay. Yeah, that's
All right,
a
it's not the
bounty.
worst. We're getting
Bro,
bot
he
turret
reacted
too.
so fast. Holy shit. On the stun
Honestly,
nade.
I almost have this item. Now I can do damage to Ezreal.
Yeah. 6 seconds to do damage.
Bro.
I think Heimer's gonna run Nash on spawn. This guy's got 3 items.
Alright, we need help. I need help.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay, what do I build, guys?
And take red. If I base after midwave, I'm huge. I have my LDR.
Okay.
I will do hella damage.
There's a boo buff here.
I'll just base now.
I'm gonna base with you real quick.
Same.
They
Hopefully
might
they
one-shot
don't-
Already looking
Nash.
to clear though.
Yeah.
No,
As long
they're
as they
getting
don't
midway
see
first.
us. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I'm online.
Wait, I thought you told me you were online like
I'm
2
getting-
items
I'm
ago.
getting J.
Now it's like,
I'm getting J real quick.
Oh,
good.
I gotta go. I gotta walk up. I gotta walk up.
I'm just trying to stall them. Alright, they're not hitting.
yo, wait a minute. See the angle?
He's very tanky though.
Oh shit.
Just gonna.
Oh,
I'm getting
oh,
chunk,
good.
chunk, just
Oh, yeah,
chunking.
that was a good chunk. Good chunk there.
Oh, bought
We
that.
should do it. We should start, right?
I think
We
it
should
was
probably
close,
start.
honestly.
Oh, they're queuing over.
I need
Oh,
some
Hammer's here.
mid
Hammer's
game.
here.
See this
Yeah.
Wukong? See this
Oh
Wukong?
god,
I
you got so
killed
much
top.
damage to
You
me.
guys install?
Yeah.
I'm
Wukong's
fine.
here.
Going driver.
We killed
Oh.
Heimer. Oh shit. Never mind.
Oh my gosh, this is a disaster.
It is a
Oh,
disaster.
no.
Heimer flashed out 1 HP.
Enemy double
Okay, wait. Oh,
Okay,
nice,
ready?
Sandy. Keep going, Scarra. They're basing for you though.
Oh,
He smurfed it.
Just keep going. They
I
can't
can't
do.
go,
I don't
okay.
think they can do Baron.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
okay,
good. That's good.
nice.
Alright.
They might.
Oh,
they
hi-
might.
Alright, they're gonna do it.
They are, yeah. Heimer's
Dude,
bot
what?
actually. You're fine. we're fine.
Fuck.
Oh, oh,
No flash Heimer?
oh, oh.
No way, I missed the Q.
Tears.
I mean, this is free.
I missed
Oh, they're
the
going dragon.
Q.
Oh, yeah, they're just
Oh.
gonna mash side.
Well, I blew his flash, so.
Yeah.
Raid ball
That's real
dodge
flash.
too.
That's real flash too on me.
Can I just build a hull breaker? Like, are we ever T fighting? Am I ever T fighting? What am I
You
doing?
can go hull. Fuck it.
Fucking
Go
hull
hull
breaker,
breaker.
bro.
Fuck it. Fuck
Or
it.
just GA2 is fine.
Gee, it's good too, but you can do go hull breaker. It's fun.
Stone.
Alright, we can keep
plates.
setup again.
Yeah, I'm clearing vision. I'm just gonna look Heimer. He has no flash, no stopwatch. I'll blow him up.
Okay, I'm gonna hit this.
Okay, just give me a little bit of time.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah,
you just
yeah.
got a full hull breaker. Okay.
Yeah, I had like 3K.
Yeah. Let him cook on the side lane.
Yeah.
They're coming.
Okay, they might just pull.
They
Well,
should
I think
just pull.
Yeah,
they
they're
should,
gonna start
but
it.
they might not. If they don't, they're trolling. But
Yeah, they should just pull. We'll see though.
all right,
Yeah, they're on it. They're on it.
Oh, no, yeah,
Oh,
they-
never mind.
no, they're not.
They're just
I
singing the
hit.
bit.
Okay. Danny has a good
Oh,
position.
they're on me.
Ooh, I found Hammer.
Nice. Are you good,
I'm
Jake?
dead.
They used
Yeah,
Wukong
yeah.
and driving all.
I'm probably dead.
Okay. They used Lux R and Ezreal R on me.
They used Wukong driving all as well. It's
Okay, wait.
I think Wukong's here. I'm gonna stop back. Here.
They're base. Yeah,
I'm
we can stop the
trying
base.
to kill.
Yeah. Oh,
Wukong's
Heimer's in
here.
this bush.
Power.
Okay. Heimer's in that bush here.
I'm hitting him.
Yeah.
No, what's
Let's
even
go,
above?
Wukong.
Oh, can we fight this?
I ulted Wukong.
an enemy
Oh, I'm trying to
Okay.
peel my best.
Okay.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
It's good. It's good.
Wait,
Oh no.
this
Just
guy.
life steals off me, bro.
He's so
What
tanky.
just
What is
happened?
this?
What the fuck was that?
It's Scar got that hit. Okay, not bad.
Okay, it's actually
fair.
okay.
Wait, you're telling me
I'll
this
try to-
this
I'm gonna
build
get
is
in there.
OP?
I've
Dude,
never
I
seen it.
don't even fucking know, but it's working, man. It's fucking working. What do I go last item? Surely some lifesteal item. Probably like I'll probably go like shield bow, I guess. Can you make? I think you can make it.
You ask him to die again?
Oh shit.
Dude. This guy's items. Oh my god.
Zone calls for enhancement.
Fawn better than play it? No, I think Fawn sucks now, right? Did they buff this thing? Oh, the move speed's kind of nice though.
Oh no, I felt the vibes just sink.
No. There's no
I
way
just
we
felt
lose
it.
this.
I felt
Oh,
it.
wait,
I
what?
felt it. I felt it. I
More
felt it.
focused. More focused. This is a good
Wait.
They know.
Just careful face checking Heimer right now. somewhere.
Oh, don't worry.
Oh shit. Okay, you found him. Wait, you guys? Okay, we can just split them.
Just rat the shit out. I think we have to rat it.
Yep, it's
Rat
a split push angle.
Heimer no.
I can hold for a bit. They're really late. Okay, if you guys kill Wukong, it's huge.
Yeah, Wukong's in thing. Oh, you might do that actually.
Yeah, there's 3 mid, okay? That means only one can beat top. Okay, only
for
Jarvan's
wave.
top.
That's all you.
Lux just based, okay?
I'm spawning in 12.
He cut my
God, it's gonna
wave,
hurt.
man.
The bot wave though.
They're taking mid, by the way, but we're
They
getting
can have
everything.
Okay, Jake.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Okay. Okay, they can't go more. I'll just try to. I'll chase them to stop their base
Nice.
as much as I can.
Destroyed an
Got it.
inhibitor.
Okay, I stopped their base a bit.
Has been slain.
Maybe Scarra can get the top inhib.
Alright, Ezreal and Heimer are in base soon. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Push
Actually
it.
got 3 inhib. Okay, not bad. We just have the back door.
Damn. Okay, we have Soul coming up though.
And we're out.
Dude, honestly, maybe you guys can like double TP
Double
end
TP?
the
Yeah.
Soul on the Soul.
I got this word.
We just need to get mid wave. Okay, I have
I'm gonna
I
drop
have
wards
shield
in
bow
base.
now. Okay.
Heimer's gonna rat somewhere.
What if it was this bush, man?
He was in base not too long ago, so I was like, hopefully not. Okay, he's on his way.
Oh, he's
He
on
sold
this
his
now.
he sold his
Nice.
boots. He sold his boots for Zanyas.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Man, there's a big top wave coming in for us.
Are we giving this?
I think we just stall them and then try to end with
Stall them?
TPs.
Yeah, stall them and you guys try to double TP end.
Alright.
Their Baron's running out soon, so like as long as they just don't one-shot the dragon, we're in a good spot.
Yeah.
Heimer's for
should-
sure like sitting somewhere in here.
Yeah. We should probably start something on Ezreal maybe.
I can't even. Whatever. Fuck it.
How about just TP top here?
Wait, they're
Uh,
not
we
on
can
the
wait, we
dragon
can
yet,
wait.
guys. We're chill, we're chill.
Wait, Lux is top, no TP. We can fight.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're on
I'm
it.
pushing mid right now. Yo, we should fight, we should fight.
Oh, we found
I'm
Heimer.
ghosting over. I'm ghosting over.
There's one turret
I'm
here.
going over here.
I'm on Heimer. I'm on
I'm
Heimer.
on right side with Danny.
Heimer's
Heimer's
one.
I have ult for him.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead.
dead.
Nice, nice
Oh.
pull.
Yo, they're on me.
Ezreal flashed.
This is coming from here, okay?
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh, I'm dead.
Okay.
Can you TP an end, Danny? TP on end maybe?
Yeah.
Whoa, you just did it? Ditch me?
Yeah.
TP, TP. It's,
Peace. Yo, stall, bro, stall.
What the
Got this, I got
fuck?
this, I got
you can get turrets. You
Wait,
can actually get turrets.
wait,
It's not
wait,
bad.
wait,
You can actually get turrets.
Wait, we could have won that. Wait, you guys convinced him
You
to
see my
TP.
damage? You see my
No,
damage?
no, no. He can't. He can't. Okay.
Q flash. Oh, he didn't flash.
Dude, I didn't have flash there.
Heimer flash. Ezreal flash.
I think you overestimate my damage. I do peanut.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I literally do jack shit.
Yeah, I still got Ocean Cell, so it's,
Yeah, it's never gonna be a fight, so.
Taking one turret's pretty nice.
yeah.
Is there not a better mythic item, man?
Dude, I was like stuck in the fucking Jarvan wall. I was trying to click out, but I could not click.
We almost reached our 30 to the spike bot
Oh,
lane.
they don't see that word.
Oh, that's all they saw.
We could probably
Too
face
loud,
tank.
man.
You guys could.
Fuck, bro.
He
Not
fucking saw it.
listening. We probably face tank the turret too.
Dude,
Yeah.
That's true.
If you're there, definitely kid.
Okay, we can try to also look for picks. If these guys take side waves greedy,
Yeah, I
like,
think ward here.
look. We can try. Care for Heimer though. Let me W.
We need
Where's-
I'll help you push mid.
Yeah, I'll go back mid. You should try to take CS if you can, cause I'm full build.
oh, I'm looking. This guy did flash, by the way.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Trying to fight mid. I'm gonna go top, honestly.
Heimer is missing. Long time.
You
He's
can.
just sitting
Oh!
somewhere. Oh, there he is.
What the fuck, man?
Bro, I swear, every time we're like, oh fuck, Heimer, and I, in the middle of our sentence, someone fucking died.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Look here, look here.
Yep.
He has no flash, Ezreal.
Yo, we can fuck with them here. So they don't just
You
face.
did see it. Honestly,
You got him though, right?
Oh no!
Why is he taking?
Why is he
I don't-
tanking?
Okay,
I don't know.
we
That's
can
what I
win.
say.
We can win. It's 4v4. That's the strongest player.
I need to heal off
I'll
something.
be one-
I
I'll
need
be
healing
one
off something.
Yeah.
Wait, how is he so taking?
Heimer's. Oh, he's okay. He's right there. That's all you. I can't help.
Oh, Jimmy's dead. Oh, never mind.
No
Maybe.
plans and shit.
Okay,
but
okay.
I'm gonna get a
We
little
can maybe walk
risky.
back up. We can walk back up.
Yeah, that's all you. Play the
Oh,
line.
E down.
Okay, big.
Alright.
Then hit.
Okay.
Ow.
We can't really do anything on our side, Scarra.
Alright.
Okay,
This
oh.
guy's fucking.
Oh, the shit.
Oh, is it
You want-
a Steric shield?
Ezreal's up soon. 18 seconds. We have some time.
Wukong ulti?
Okay, I'm on.
I
Looking
have-
Heimer. Looking. Oh, he's on us.
Oh, did
I'm
he?
killing
Sorry,
Lux.
sir, they have
I'm getting
double
one
line,
shot.
I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Goldheimer.
He's looking good.
Okay. Oh, finally,
Is-
full items there. Fogger.
Is GA.
Wait,
I'm
you
online.
skilled. It's been 40 minutes.
Okay. Heimer no stopwatch or
I'm
flash.
keeping my ulti up, by the way.
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, you're smurfing. Oh. Oh, there's a fucking. Oh my gosh.
Wait, nice play, nice play.
And you're still
Holy fuck, I'm
building?
online.
It's Unforgiven. Okay,
Oh.
nice.
Oh wait, is it play?
I'm not going back in. No, no, no. I can't. I actually can't go back in.
Yeah.
Yo, wait, look at my health. Fuck, I'm out of
You
here.
can fuck with them. I can pressure Nexus.
Oh? Ezreal's chasing him?
Should I get bot? I'll get bot.
No, I'm gonna take their comms.
Zone calls for
And Zen late game is still pretty useless. Looked like.
Okay, wait, I'm full HP now. Wait, I might. I don't have ult. I don't win, I think, without ult.
Dude,
I don't win without
This
ult.
guy's build makes him so tanky. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think if I have ult, I can kill him, though. I'll see here.
We can do Nash. Actually, no.
Heimer is getting set up, but.
I'm not
Yeah.
I mean,
Yo,
TP
we
ward.
can. Yo, I'm gonna blue a bit. here.
Heimer's somewhere in topside jungle.
I might just pop ghosts
might
and run
just
this guy
rush it,
down if they.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pink, yeah.
If you guys double TP here when
Fuck.
they're doing Baron too, it's over.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna die
Oh, yo,
some of that
yo,
ward.
what the fuck is this? Yo, they're doing it, they're doing it!
They're doing it.
What the fuck?
Oh, he's one-shotting it. Oh, you got this, Danny?
Oh yeah.
Oh!
Oh my
Dang,
god.
Wait, that
What?
guy was killing Nash with 2 mini turrets. I've never seen that.
He was
What?
soloing it over the wall.
That's unusual receive, bro.
Alright, we can do Elder in 40. And just end.
What the actual fuck?
Oh, he definitely popped big turret too.
Yeah, yeah.
Was
yeah,
it big
turret,
turrets?
yeah, turret.
He probably popped
No,
everything.
he
Big turret
100%
tanks it.
had a big turret there.
Okay.
Alright. We just pulled them into the dragon and then we just end.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna go top.
Oh, big
Nice.
poke.
Make him
Okay, not
scared, yeah.
Uh-oh.
They see me. They're gonna run at you guys.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
stalling. We're good, we're good, we're good.
Let me hit, hit this. Nice.
Yeah.
I'm just going straight up mid.
Yeah, I'm gonna force them top.
Okay, we can hit this. Yeah, we can hit this, we can hit this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We
Oh, and
I,
Ez is
I
good.
know we definitely can hit
They,
this.
they're
Okay.
giving Elder for free, Danny. They're gonna look
Okay,
at you.
okay.
Alright, they're already griefing. Nice.
Lux is gonna try to steal with ult, okay? I'll go
Yeah.
try to mark. I'll go mark her.
Wait, I'm just gonna kill it right here.
Oh, okay,
Oh
she is.
my god. Let me heal off this. Oh shit. Jarvan here.
Oh, Jarvan's here. Nice mate.
Dude, he thinks he can smite steal X Smithy?
Can't kill this fucking Ez.
You have TP in
I have TP. I have
I'm
TP.
just gonna keep this way.
Jarvan's
Baron.
spacing right now. He's in. Yo, this guy's.
Wait, what? He's
what
trolling?
the fuck? You can shit on him. Oh fuck? Okay. They're choking. They're choking. They're choking.
I'm gonna look here.
It's just two of us. Oh, actually, there's two.
Yeah, we is there, yeah. Oh, I can.
Oh.
Oh,
you-
close.
Okay.
Your team has destroyed
I'm ending! XVK!
Oh, that was big damage. Out to Ezreal.
Okay.
Go! Go! Go!
Wow, we did it.
I got it.
Ah.
Guys, we did it. We beat the Plats.
Dude.
You're never
Holy
playing Zerg,
shit.
man. You're banned from Zerg. Create
Dude,
one
I
of
think I
my
should play
3x6
Zerg versus
summon.
Wild Turtle Biofrost. I think it's a good idea.
Ain't bad.
I'm about to play Heimer every game, is what you're saying.
Yes. Yes, actually. Fuck that chance.
Oh.
Quick 6-0 session.
Oh, 6 games?
Yeah,
God
yes.
damn.
As he.
Damn, we're on the grind.
Oh. Okay.
God
Alright.
damn.
All right. I'm out, guys. GG's.
Alright.
GG's, y'all.
GG's,
Good sesh,
yeah.
good sesh.
GG's,
Peace out.
See you
GG's.
next
Peace,
week.
guys.
Guys, we won. I honestly, I don't think there's any chance we can lose. I just need to make sure the enemy bot lane doesn't have 34 kills in my game and we just win for free. Dude, look at this. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, Sneaky about to drop 50? Nah, hell no. Let me go play some mats. I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. Actually, real talk, guys, I haven't eaten today because I woke up late. I started my I showered, started my stream, brushed my teeth, and that's it. Like I didn't really get water. I'm gonna eat 2 slices of bread, man. Hello. Okay. So I don't know what the heck I'm doing until 6. Okay, so we're playing Baldur's Gate at 3 with. But what am I doing till then? I can just play some PoE. I'm feeling some exile-ish. I'm feeling a little exile-ish. These are AMQ. We gotta watch Worlds. Huh? Worlds is like League Worlds? But yeah, I've been playing PoE a little bit off stream. Like I say a little bit, but it's a lot of time. A decent amount of time off stream. Hold on, you guys cannot see this shit at all. I respectfully into a Ratchet's Fire Fulcrum build. People have never seen this build before. It's an auto bomber build. I guess is the best way to describe it. Like you run and then you blow stuff up, pretty much. Let me give you an example. It's great at mapping, and I don't think I can ever fucking die if I'm like paying attention to anything on my screen. But aside from that, it is not great. I think the single target damage is like the lowest I've ever played, but it's okay. Come on. Is everything up? Where is it? Sometimes you just don't get explosions, which kind of sucks. Hello? This is like the longest I've ever had without explosions. There we go. Did I not click? Where am I? Oh, there we go. I was wondering where my splinters were. Oh, this is like a terrible area to get this, I think. Oh, I have 10 minutes. Does anyone know how to get a fucking carry, a boss carry in PoE? I don't remember what channel it is, but I kind of needed. Oh, where? How am I dying? What? I kind of need to pay for a boss carry because my character does literally like 200k DPS. So like I can't actually kill bosses, but I need the Void Stones. It's 820. Yo, my chat's got PoE players, right? Anyone I can pay, like, for it?
I cannot do this yet.
I'm playing Beyond because you're, like, honestly, you just choose you just choose a thing that floods your screen and you will blow everything up, pretty much. Like, you will just actually evaporate everything. Right? And you have Vault Breach for bosses when you need to blow stuff up. One, two, I'm missing the third. What am I losing life to? Is there a... I think I took a mod that was not good. Usually I don't lose life at all. Explode Eater Exarch? No, I need shit. I need a Maven plus Elder. But like I just don't have like I can pay for it. I just can't do it because my build is not great for it. I think I average 3 minutes just because it takes so long to. You have to double back so many times with this build. The only problem about this build is that to pick up splinters it takes a long time. Oh yeah, they did this new MTX. You see at the bottom right that it times you. I think that was kind of cool. The MTX is not bad. They gave me some MTX chests and they gave me like 10, and I'm like, oh cool, thank you. So, yeah, I'm pretty much unkillable. I'll clear. The only reason I'm not clearing more than my full screen is because there's not enough enemies on the screen. Is realistically, and also my prolif range is only 12 and not 17 as I think the highest you can get. I'm playing Walking Simulator, yeah, pretty much honestly. Is it stuttering a lot? Oh, is this cause when it blows up, it freezes my PC. What do you guys see when that happens? Does it like explode your guys' screen as well? Like it like pauses and my screen shakes. What do you guys see? You jittering back and forth? Wait, really? Holy moly. Okay. No problem. I will not stream this build. I'm getting my PC set up probably later tonight. So I will not stream this build till later. I apologize. This is definitely one of those builds where like you go really fast and I lag my PC like straight up when I play it. Like it just like the stuff just oh I got boost, so nice. New PC, yes, I got a new PC. It is downstairs. I just need to set it up. Probably take me like 5 minutes tops, and then I need to set up everything, which will take me probably like 30. Yeah, I finally have a new PC. Try disabling sound for better performance. I don't know how to do that. You have to do some some editing shit, right? I've not personally done that. You did boss fragments? I cannot, unfortunately. Which is why it sucks. It's fine. It's already too late. Like I'm already about to start in like 5 minutes.
Stay in the light.
Is it something in the like? How do you disable the sound? Is it just like is it just like you turn it off or like what? Single target damage when I fucking don't have an ignite rolling. Not very good. Hold on. I need to explode something. Please? I exploded something. Okay. Sound effect volume? Is it just this? Is this even work the way? Also, I kind of like the sound. I'm not gonna lie. I think something like. Well, I feel like there's no way you actually lag your PC Oh, why did the void come out like that?
Godslayer.
I cannot do this yet.
How's the trail?
Oh, could be good ventures. 4%. It was not a good ventures. No, sir.
Stay vigilant.
But yeah, isn't this time thing kind of nice? It's definitely an MTX, one of the nicer MTXs. Does sound menu will help? Yeah, I didn't think so. Are you enjoying this league? I don't like the league mechanic. It's the second league where the league mechanic is not my preference. And so, which kind of sucks, because like I would like to like do the league mechanic, but I just can't. It's just not that enjoyable. I mean, I got 3 minutes, right? I did the mechanic up to like 400 or whatever, but I was just not feeling it. I can do one. I'll be like 1 minute late. Taking this back, I mean, my build can't do Sanctum, so like my build can't do anything but map. And I think Simulacrums, which is I wanted to try, but
Hello again, Logo.
chaos damage.
Give the order.
I found it. Oh wow, this is a really long toll breach. Whoops. I could have definitely juiced more out of it, that one. Did it explode? My whole build is explode. Like I have the chieftain thing. My entire build is built around chieftains explode mastery. This is probably the best mapper I've ever played. Sadly. I don't know if it's sad. I think it's better than the TS variant I ran before. Assuming I didn't have to backtrap for splinters, it's just like you do one explosion and you just run. Kind of like a jank auto bomber. But, you know, yeah, but getting the explode sometimes is a little slow. Like, I didn't get the explode there, right? There we go. I think I have the rolling. Yep. You try exploit tactic to make it more consistent. I mean, I think it's consistent enough to where as it is, where I'm not really worried. If you Chrono Cry, I don't need to. I don't think. The reason being, I don't know what those boots are. But I mean, I'm down to replace my things. I am not attached to my onslaught boots. They're just chaos onslaught. Like I have like a billion fucking things. This pretty much this build will never die. Like the content you need to do for this build to die is like I need to take every ultra on the map and then like take like a non-regen map or something to kill myself. It's pretty difficult. All right, I'm out. Let me go to the right. Discord. Is this the right one? Yes, I'm there. Faded Face, I already have it within the Abyss Jewel. It's my Abyss Jewel, or else I would have changed to the phasing flask, which I probably still can. All right. Vivid League in recent memory. Sanctum was pretty nice, but I didn't play that much. Like, it's because something came out at the same time as Sanctum. I think it was WoW Retail, and I got sucked into WoW Retail. Hold up one sec. You bought a little those ever finish a run. We're probably not gonna finish that run. Like, I'm just gonna call it. We're like, that run is dead. Toast has to go back to Taiwan soon. So you know what? Fuck it. Dead run. That run was never finished. Never gonna finish. Union soon, you can't do shit, man. Your own Hampwned now have a higher chance of finishing? Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. I like, similar to all my D&D campaigns, I just assume none of them will ever finish. Oh my god, hold up a sec. I accidentally dragged my thing away. I am being told I might be able to get TFT tickets to the convention, or to the thing in December, which would be really nice. And I definitely understand that is a privileged take. I feel bad for people who were not able to make it in. But we'll see. I'll find out probably later. You didn't get any this morning? One, I overslept, and two, they sold out in, I heard, 60 seconds or less. Can't believe you're silly to take it from a silver player? No, I'd be silly to take it from another GM Masters player.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Oh my god. I can't believe
I mean, no, I just want to let you know that I'm actually busy today.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I actually thought you were busy. I was gonna lose it. I was gonna cry.
Well, I mean, there's still some time.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hello. You wouldn't let Christian down, would you?
Well, wait, who's letting who down?
No one's letting anyone down. I'm
down. I'll let you down. I'll do it.
Oh.
I'll let you down.
I was here first, okay?
Easily. I'll easily let you down.
I mean, we know. we know.
Okay, fuck you.
Kidding. I love you.
You like me?
I do. I miss you.
Really? I saw you owning in Street Fighter 6. It was really sexy.
Oh my god, thank you. I'm getting ready for Project L with you.
Oh my god, you're a Street
Wow.
Fighter. Oh. You know that picture with like the girl sitting in the guy's lap playing fighting games. That's gonna be us.
Okay, let's do it. At Evo.
At Evo?
Yeah. Oh, you guys could both sign up together as a team.
Yeah, we're a unit.
Yeah,
We're
And
something of a
and then
parental unit.
when you play your opponent, like just bring one chair, and they're gonna be like, "What?" They'll-
Then we'll sit down on the one chair together and then we'll start making out.
and they're gonna be, your opponents
Okay.
will be stunned.
I'm down.
All right, who had the save file? It was
How do
Fumi.
I invite to game?
It was
In
definitely
Fumi's game.
yeah. It is her save file, so I'm not responsible.
Oh, thank God. How do I can't fucking find you. Oh, there you are. Invite to game. Will you just automatically be able to come in?
I'm pretty sure I can just join your right click and join you off you. Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. I invitared.
Why are you kind of low? I don't know, man. Let's wait a little bit until I figure it out.
Or I accidentally moved my camera with the arrow keys and I don't know how to fix this. This game's so hard.
Did you invite?
I did invite. Did you not get it?
I'm just a little lost.
Just join off her. Like right click her.
Don't tell me what to do.
Or what?
Oh, man.
I don't know.
Baldur's Gate. I care about our lives, our futures.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back.
Nomosexual reporting for duty.
Hmm.
Love that for you.
Something of a. I'm gonna take it down. Wait, no. I'm gonna take a goblin. Wait, am I gonna? I'm a goblin. I'm fucking naked. It's like just loaded in and my penis is out.
Oh?
Yeah.
I forgot. I just loaded in. I'm just naked. Guys, my little goblin green penis is out.
We don't even know
Wow.
these
You
people.
Oh, there she
didn't
is.
Put on your clothes.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
Hold on.
My fucking fuck. Can anyone give me a hand?
Not it. Goodbye. Orf will give you a
Orf
hand.
is racist.
Of course.
I don't like gnomes.
Yeah.
You're not the only one in
Good thing I'm a goblin.
Wait, is everybody here now? How can I tell?
I'm in the area, question mark.
Did you leave us? You left us.
He always leaves us.
No, I'm
There's nothing new.
I'm here.
Nothing new.
Ish.
I'm gonna go do something crazy. Like, I'm gonna get us into trouble.
Oh wow, okay.
I'm gonna
Oh, for
animal handle.
You can handle this animal.
I don't want to touch you.
would you guys like to do a recap
Savannah's
of what
been with
happened
you.
last time?
Honestly, yes. I remember that we killed 2 people not because of me, not my fault.
We killed
I remember
2 people, okay.
I remember Ham jumping into the sewer and we all getting killed.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Do you
I do
remember
not
that?
remember. I don't remember that. I don't
So
remember.
we were on the Nautiloid, we got out, and then we went underground, fought some guys, and then we just got out, right? We met the Withers dude.
Oh
And-
yeah.
and
this
now
is
we
the
are at
person
our
that dissects
first-
you.
Village, and the IRS stole 800 gold from me, which I will not forget.
What?
Oh, that's
Hey.
I don't remember.
I don't think the IRS will be forgetting that either.
Hope not. I'm gonna need that tax-free refund soon. With his
Hey,
highest
can you
health,
look at me? Can you
got
zoom in on me?
problems.
I see
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
like it? You like
nice
what you
cock.
see? Yeah. You should see it hard.
We really will get fan. Hey.
Just out of view.
But where's
Cautious.
Mead? Where art thou?
Need anything else?
I'm next to the wares, the
please,
short ass
remember.
wares guy,
You're not the only one in need.
which I.
Hell, are we not even
Huh?
on the same map?
Oh,
That's
I
you're
don't think so. We're in servants' quarters.
oh,
Yeah.
you're in the Emerald Grove, right?
Oh yeah, we gotta go exit
Yeah.
through this door, right?
Get out of there.
Okay. Or wait for me.
No,
It's tax season soon.
no, get away!
back.
You're not taking my gold. It's tax refund season too,
Oh,
actually.
right. And
It's
then
Ashley.
what happened last time was what was it? Was it the IRS fucking threw a fireball too soon and we broke our
Yeah,
paladin's
yeah, it was
oath?
the IRS. It was the
Oh.
IRS.
Orf is
It
now
was
an
the
oath
IRS.
breaker.
It was the
Exactly.
IRS's fault. It was the IRS.
Orf,
Yes,
please.
yes. It was
wasn't
the
me,
IRS.
right? Orf?
Oh my god, I
Hmm?
definitely remember that stupid B word just threw a fireball at the cage and we broke Orf's oath and now Orf has trust issues with the IRS. It was the IRS's fault.
Yes.
I feel like I'm getting gaslit on who actually did
I
it.
do remember the IRS.
It
doing
has been a
that.
while
I heard what
though.
happened.
It has been a while,
Thank
but
you
I distinctly
for
remember it
protecting
being the
child.
IRS's
If
fault.
the druids are this far gone, then it's not
I
just
just-
goblins.
I-
So we can
I
risk
don't recall
violence
that.
here.
We're gonna trust the IRS after all they take from you during tax season?
Quite the choice, isn't
Oh.
it?
True.
No, we can't trust
Oh,
you at
okay,
all.
I
okay.
am not a
True,
gnome.
too.
I'm a goblin.
Wait. Okay,
I can only
okay.
trust one person.
I gotta update you guys on the story. At the very end of last time, I talked to the druids. So the tieflings and the druids are living together, and the druids tell the tieflings get the fuck out. And so
Tiefling
so
racist.
now I have to tell the tieflings, which I'm talking to right now, that they gotta go. But like maybe we can do something about that.
I could technically do something about it, yeah.
Okay.
Technically,
join
I
the
could do
dialogue.
something.
I don't know what to click. Yo, which of these do you guys like?
Mm.
Let me see. Hey, how do I skip die? Oh, you have to resist. Hey.
Can you delay the ritual?
Yeah, I like that one.
What they were willing to do to
Okay.
a child just for trying. It's
Why even have a
cause
democracy?
without,
Honestly.
twisting
Wait, it was three
Honestly.
different
Druids
options.
might
Why
cease.
even have a democracy? Why even put a vote to it?
You don't care about
Oh.
what the women think. Yeah, I'm with you.
You want to kill the druid?
I
A
just
low
think
thought,
killing
but I'd be lying
is
if
much
I said I hadn't
easier.
considered it.
It's for
But the
good
druids
of
would
mankind.
slaughter us. We'd have to get close to Korg,
Oh.
within striking distance. I can't manage that. But they've already let you pass once.
Oh, are we gonna kill them?
Leave it to me.
Oh, okay.
Taking a risk.
Whoa!
We'll-
Leave it
I'm
to
still
me.
hoping Korg can be
the-
swayed from this madness. But if not, leaders need to make tough decisions. We do what we must.
Hey, we don't have to kill. Hey,
In a word,
Guys.
It's a democracy. You've been overruled.
hey, I thought this wasn't
Oh.
a democracy. Hey.
It's a democracy.
what is it?
Oh my god.
We
I
put
can't
it to
believe-
a vote. We're gonna kill them.
Okay, so are we going back to kill them?
Yeah, we should kill them.
Okay,
But
hold
should
on.
we level up first? I think we die. I don't know of our strategy.
Well, I
Well-
think the strategy of going and killing them seems pretty good.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Let's start the battle then. Why don't you?
Well, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
without it.
it's over there.
How do I ping?
Yeah. Why is the squirrel dead?
That.
I forgot what the ping button was.
How do I ping this squirrel? This dead squirrel? How do I ping it?
We all
Uh,
saw the dead squirrel.
It's alt right click. Oh.
Oh,
I see.
okay, okay.
Oh yeah. There's a sprint button. Oh, how am I
Wait, oh, there's a hole down here.
Orf, wait for me!
running away.
Wait for me. Okay. You deserve to break your oath, bro.
Oh, I can't go in unless I am a small person.
Oh, you need me? Just say you need me. You need me?
I think I need someone smaller.
You need me?
You
Don't
are.
worry,
you
my
better
penis is
goodbye.
plenty small.
Here's what I got.
Maybe a
Let
little
me at him, let me at
smaller.
him.
No, I think we are gonna need someone who's
Oh, so you think my cock is quite big, is what you're trying to imply.
more that we need someone who's a little, you know.
No, I heard the same thing about the cock.
Yeah, I heard the same thing about the cock. Where am I going?
Yeah,
Do you
I'm
not see the
lost.
hole?
What hole?
Butthole.
What hole?
Hey, do we need to buy?
What hole? What hole?
Well, what do you think?
Wait,
Good
hold
stuff.
on.
Goodbye.
It's right here.
I found the hole.
You realize you're back.
First time ever.
I'm inside the hole, guys. I am inside the hole. Worry
Wait,
not.
I was robbed.
I'm in the hole.
Wait, I was robbed.
Was it by the IRS?
Hey, you're back. Here to buy some stuff?
What are you talking about?
Me? No.
This kid robbed me.
You know who you should talk to?
Can't open.
Mol. She's my.
You get into this hole?
Her office is through the crack in the wall over there.
Not right
If you
now.
can fit.
Someone's already in the hole.
You bet.
Oh my.
Oh, can there only be one person in the hole at once?
Yep.
Oh, why?
Wait.
You want me to get out of the hole? I can get out of the hole. The hole's kind of big, though. Why can't you guys get in here?
Yeah, I feel like we should all be able to finish.
Yeah, the hole's really freaking large. I left the hole. You want to try going in?
Hey, it still won't let me go in.
It won't let me in. Maybe I'm too
Oh.
big for the hole.
Well,
Yeah, maybe we are too big.
how do I
Crazy.
break it? Maybe we can break it, you know?
Bad behavior.
Yeah,
caught
can we
this guard's
combat this
eye.
rock?
What do you have to say?
Oh,
Anyone
we're
have a
so weak.
pickaxe?
Zero.
Been unwise to reveal
Do
just.
I have a
Wait, now I'm in prison?
You're in prison?
What happened?
Wait, the kid robbed me, and then I tried to rob him back, and then I got the police saw me, and then I
think you deserve whatever
Yeah,
happened.
I think you deserve what happened to you. You just got your just desserts.
Wait, how come I can't use this ladder? Oh, there we go.
Okay, I'm gonna go back into the hole then.
Okay.
wait, who's inside there? There's someone in
Me.
there, right?
I am in the hole. Is that what you were asking?
Wait,
Hey, IRS is inspired by being a criminal. It just said criminal escape artist. IRS is inspired. Oh my god, me too!
You're also inspired.
God, we are criminals.
What you messing with my
dice
It's
roll.
too late to make. They're gonna burn this pretty place for the glory of the absolute.
I saved your life.
I ain't scared. Got a
What's
whole
a
lab
critical
set up.
failure?
Could probably
Uh-oh.
stick your
Pointing, look in the mirror.
Nice story.
Get me out of here. And I'll
Yikes.
tell you where to find her. Deal?
Oh, I can roll again. Okay, I'm gonna roll again. Oh, thank
I'm
God.
gonna buy the heads off your kids and your birdies and
Why do I
your
have
dog.
-1 charisma? What- I thought I was sociable.
Okay. Wait.
Okay, we're gonna find the person. That stole
I'm
from
just.
Scarra.
How do I lose money every time? Key, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys.
Did they give it back?
Running out
Was it
of
the
time,
IRS?
old mate.
I'm talking about you. And I'm talking about the kid.
Let me out.
Was it the IRS?
Might have been the IRS.
Might have
Look
been
how
the
much
IRS.
money she
Right.
has.
Let me see.
Your actions are pushing tempers to the limit.
What do you mean? You have 320. You got all your
Regression
stuff
has
back.
won you no friend.
That's crazy. Am I going to the hole now? I still can't. This is so tragic.
Try going into the hole. I found a rope. I'm pulling the
noticed
rope.
outside of your
Guys,
cell.
hatch
You
ladder.
need to deal with this the
Oh.
easy
What?
way or the
Concealed
very
hatch.
painful way.
I don't know. I don't know if you can go here.
Oh,
The hole.
guys, I'm back in prison.
What the fuck are you
Why do
doing?
you keep getting pressed? I'm coming to kill.
I'm coming to the prison. Oh, concealed hatch.
Yeah, can you go down here?
I can try.
Yeah, I think I need a rest, guys, or else I cannot get out of prison.
Okay, that sounds. I do not want to aid and abet a criminal for one. So
right,
good
right,
luck.
right.
Yeah.
Hi.
I
Alright,
thought
I'm
about.
here.
There is a chest here.
Oh my gosh.
There's 4 die.
Are we just gonna leave?
I don't know what else
Until
is
the
in
thing
here. Is there anything
disappears?
worth in here?
What about mead peace? We don't need.
We don't need peace, honestly. If I were to be honest
Mm.
with you, we don't need him. Her.
Mhm. But you need him.
I don't quite need peace. I feel like Mead Peace got what was coming for them. If I were to be honest.
Man, and what was that?
Prison.
Huh?
Arrested.
Yeah. Jail.
All right, we're coming to break you out.
No. I'm okay. I just need to wait. Like, I'm fine. I need to wait a little bit. And I'll be good.
How do we get arrested? Like,
There's a bunch of kids in here. I don't know what they do.
hey, stay away.
Are you still in the concealed hatch?
Yeah. A bunch of children tieflings. Is this the person that robbed Scarra?
Yes. There's like a person in charge. Can you talk to them and get my money back?
I'll try.
Come on. 1 second. Whew, perfect.
Guys, I feel really uncomfortable because I forgot that my pants have been off this entire time and I'm initiating a conversation with... I don't even want to say it! I don't want to say it!
The minor?
A minor.
I don't want to say it!
How are you?
Put my pants on! Help!
You've been a friend to us.
It's so
Come back
over.
anytime.
I don't know this person.
Where are my undergarments, guys? I don't feel so good. Guys, my clothes are not equipping. I do not know why they are not equipping. Okay.
Put them on.
Please, God, put on your pants.
Oh, there we go.
please.
There we go. I found a shirt. I can talk to the girl again. Where is she?
Oh, thank God. But nothing will erase the sins of what you did.
Where does she go? Where does the little girl go? Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god, this Ido of Sylvanas looks really interesting. Wait, what are these guys even protecting?
Hostess obeyant protege.
There you are,
Oh, they're like casting a spell. Okay.
I'm out of the hole.
All right, guys.
I'm not.
What's up for discussion?
Pardon me, I must prepare to travel.
Where are you
to the
heading?
goblins camped nearby, of course. Whoever this absolute they're worshipping might be, I'll be the first to write about it.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay.
Don't want to draw any attention. Moving ahead.
Yo, okay. I know where to go, guys. It's over. Wait, get back over here. Go back down. Why do we have a thing that a journal called "Steal the Sacred Relic"?
Strange. So weird.
Who is Mole? Wait. Loop back around. Loop back around. IRS and Orf, get over here. And
I mean, back.
Yeah, back to the little emerald thing.
Okay. Come back.
I don't have talk to animals. I only have what? I don't even know what I have.
Oh, people are mad at me because I tried looking in their mirror. What am I, so freaking hideous and ugly or something? Jeez.
Maybe a little bit.
What are you? What? What?
Maybe. That's not your fault. You were just born like
Yo, your clothes were off the whole time. Okay, I don't think you could say anything.
Hey, I put my undergarments back on.
Yeah, can you and your undergarments get out of here so we can talk to this girl? We
okay.
need to convince her that it's in her best interest. You know.
to die.
No, to listen to us. Wait, where is she?
On my way. I just need to find my way out of here. I'm gonna exit through the hatch ladder.
Clue TD, welcome back for 10 months. This has gotta be the Goat Squad. It's a something squad.
You know what rhymes with hatch? Snatch.
Wow, that was very clever of you.
You really?
No.
Okay. I vote we kill the IRS.
Hey.
Oh, could be convinced for that.
Yeah. Remember what the IRS took from you last session? Your money, your gold, your happiness. Yes.
No. I only take consensually.
No, I
I
remember
don't
you
remember
taking
that at
and then
all.
locking your inventory. Is your inventory still locked,
Yeah, it
by the way?
is.
Mine is
Wow.
locked.
Whoa, guys, what happened to the camaraderie?
Yeah, mine is unlocked because I
yeah,
trust.
mine's unlocked.
Yo, get over here.
Oh, sorry.
You two
I
get
don't know where
over
you are.
here.
Where are you?
Yeah, how do we
When you
get
press
there?
M, can you follow the steps?
No.
Okay, you go south and then to the east.
Which way is
What
east?
the
Can you see
hell?
to the right?
I can't ping for you. Okay, you're gonna need to become a navigator. Have you ever watched Meat
No.
Piece? You're gonna need to you're gonna need to watch it for a sec.
Coming.
I might need to
I'm
go
gonna
fetch
need you to
them.
leave me alone.
Hey, wait, don't you love me?
I
Oh,
was talking to Scarra. I was talking to
Oh,
Meat
okay.
Piece.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I
Alright, now we're good.
So, does the killing begin now or later?
Well, we're talking to someone that's labeled an Archdruid that's 2 levels above us. So I'm hoping nothing bad happens. But you know what?
Surely not. A time of peace.
Okay, so this is the why don't one of you guys talk to her? I'm gonna stand right here.
Which one? This lady?
This girl.
Hello?
Speak while there's
Okay.
time.
She's kind of a.
She looks angry.
Oh wait. Can we save here real quick? Cause
Yeah. Let me save.
not to save scum, but we might.
Yeah, can you save here?
Okay, I think it's saved. Do you want me to tell her that we're here to kill her?
I like this one.
They may
Okay.
die on the road. They
Some
will
freaking
die
democracy
if they
this
stay.
is.
A clear choice, I would say.
Okay.
The right of thorns. It is the Tree Father's gift that none come to harm. When we speak the final prayer, the great vine will
kill
the
us.
grove will be cloaked in bramble and thorn.
No, she's looking happier
No
now.
one enters, no one leaves.
Oh, never mind.
Sanctuary.
What does she mean by that?
None of this can happen while
Oh.
Outlanders infect us. Sylvanus demands that we choke them out.
We're not choking out. So down for that. Okay. Well.
The Outlander serves Zevlor. Circle to arms. Let no
Well,
counsel
I didn't
be
really
used.
want you to click that option, but
Oh, you didn't? Dang.
The time has come. Remove the outsiders.
Are we entering combat now?
No, I don't. Surely we're not. Good thing we saved. Am I right?
Hey, she has
Oh my
5 health. Hey, she kind of did 15. Hey, guys, I don't feel so good.
She
okay. There is one guy named Findle here, one guy named Loic here, and that's it. Okay, it's
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I'm with. Hey, why am I prone? Why
Oh,
did I
that was
just
my
fall
bad.
Down.
Guys, I don't feel so good.
I just slipped and fell. Am I fine? What the hell is happening?
Why are you lying down?
I don't know. What the fuck?
It's time to fight. Not time to sleep.
I don't know what happened. What the?
all right. Hold on. Maybe this is salvageable. Okay, hold up.
Yeah. She's dazed for 2 turns.
IRS. Help me up, please. Oh, don't look away when you don't pay next year. Please help me.
Okay, hold on. Let me think. Okay, maybe I can maybe I can do this.
Nice.
How do I throw? How do I throw? Guys, how the fuck do I throw? Oh, I can't throw. Huh. Well, this is awkward. I'm gonna end my turn. Well, that's not cool.
IRS, can you unlock your inventory so I can take a health pot?
How do I? Okay, wait. Yeah, okay. I unlocked. I have 683 gold.
I won't take it, but I need a health pot.
I dropped my weapon.
Oh my. Okay, well, what if you
One
heal
health.
yourself first?
Hey, I'm taking a lot of damage. How do I heal my? Hey, how come I only have 3 health pots?
I took it. You can take it back.
Oh no, you can have mine.
Oh, okay.
I have no health pots.
Okay, you can
That's
take
too
it out of my
bad.
inventory too.
What if I do?
Let's see.
Use the fire. Oh god.
So she is dazed for one more turn.
Okay, I have killed this idiot. And I've taken a
That was
health
very
pot.
rude. I'm going to try and debuff her more.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't want to be that close. Just kidding. I do not want to step into fire.
The fire's not so bad.
You think so? I think it's kind of bad.
Yeah, I think it's kind
Ah!
Okay.
This is doable, I think.
Oh wait. Please don't run the meat.
Uh-oh. Never mind.
Whoa.
Did you die?
I spoke too soon.
Hey,
Hey, I
you
dropped
kind
my
of comboed us.
Okay, I will res. And then I will.
I have 2 HP. I'm gonna drink. Yummy.
Wait, I did not mean to. Fuck it.
Well.
I'll run this way.
I will also run away.
I will also run away.
Guys, 19 health. We need to.
Should I just attack? I don't think I can leave this fire.
Yeah, you could just like heal and then hit her.
Yeah, I'll heal one more. Or can I already healed so over? Oh god, I left.
Oh, you can't walk out of her range without getting a hit with.
I missed.
We're entangled. Ooh.
I died again.
And we are on fire. Ooh, it's not looking too hot, guys. Okay, I could set Scarra more on fire,
I'm
but I
just
think it's
gonna-
a risk we must take.
How about I
Yeah,
just?
do it.
What the fuck
It
is?
is a risk we must take. I will also
Can you hit her?
use an illusion. No, I can't hit her, but maybe that will distract her enough for you to live. What is he gonna do? Walk into the fire?
Yep.
Oh, he did.
Oh, he's
running
leaving.
away.
What the? Hey,
Is he gonna hit me?
What?
the hell? Can I? I'm afraid that I might hit you with this.
Then don't. Just hit her.
Can you try?
Should I try?
Yeah, I think it's worth the risk.
You think it's worth the risk of possibly hitting Scarra with this?
Yeah.
I don't know if the range goes that far because there's just so much fire on the ground.
And even if you hit her, they deserve it.
What the fuck did I just spawn? Oh, I just put more fire on the ground. That was useless.
So
My bad. I'm gonna try an illusion over here. Oh no! Oh Jesus! This was a mistake.
What is going on?
Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Are you
Uh-oh.
guys? I don't feel very good.
You're doing so good for real.
Can you push him off?
I don't think I'm strong enough. I'm very weak. Oh wait, this one. Oh yeah, you can push him. Oh wait.
1 HP.
Oh.
1 HP.
Wow.
Wait, is this yours? Whose is this?
Yeah, it's mine.
Oh.
Why did it move like that?
I just moved it.
It's tanking.
What the hell? Why is
Wait.
it just a rock?
Hey, LFD, let's make it go! Let's go! The rock!
Alright.
Saving the rock!
All right, you're up.
Oh, thank you.
No traps, please.
Where's my sword?
Help.
It's just so freaking easy. I'm walking back down so he can't get range of me.
Oh my god, you're so sexy and cool.
You mean that? Hides over here. What the hell? Guys?
Hmm.
Surely you'll live,
What if we
right?
go over here?
Hang on.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
I'm
Oh, we
so
both
bad.
did it.
Well, that's my turn.
Guys, I'm jumping over here,
How much is what about 35
and I'm
bucks?
walking over here just in case he tries to hit me. It's your problem now.
Oh. Wait. They're not
How come I only have a one level 2 cantrip? I guess each level target is hit with.
Did you drop it?
Yeah, she knocked it out of my hands and I had to pick it back up.
Oh, you can equip it then.
Oh, I can next turn.
Mm.
Oh, I'm leaving. He's dashing over. What the?
Fast he is.
Hey,
Damn,
you
this
gotta
kinda-
move a little quick.
Well, he's a little too close. He's a little too close.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay, okay, he's gonna be really close to dying. Let's freaking go. So
Let's
easy.
go.
Easy, so easy.
Easy.
Easy, easy.
Wait. Okay, or if I got you a pendant. I don't know how to. Where do I put this in your inventory?
Pendant.
Aha! I put it in your inventory.
Oh, thank you. Broodmother's Revenge.
Any more healing items around? Can we rest in here?
Give me
Should we
long
be
rest.
resting in here?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, we can rest in here.
Do you think there's gonna be a battle once we exit this area?
I would probably bet on it. Yeah.
Okay, we should take a little resty.
Yeah, I want to sleep a little. Me sweetie.
me sleepy. How do we short rest? Should we just short rest? No, we don't have any short rests left. Should we long rest?
Yeah, long rest.
Yeah.
All right.
Wait. Oh, we inspired someone.
Ooh.
All right, this is a good time to go talk to anyone who you'd like to riz up.
I'm trying to riz up the vampire. I need him
Astorian?
to suck me. Yeah, where is he? I'm stuck in this waiting for other players screen.
Are you?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I need a quick word.
Hurry, we gotta.
I want to talk about what's happened with us.
Or no, you can't.
What do you think what happened to
That place
Drugo?
is sealed off to the world now. I don't see the point in dwelling on it anymore. Not while we've our
Okay,
own
fair.
problems
You're a
to see to.
dummy.
How am I holding up?
Nothing else.
don't mean that.
You can at least soak up any arrows.
You
that are
started
used
it.
to-
Okay, I have use.
You'd started off
You
so
stupid
well,
idiot.
saving my life.
Started
What?
it.
What?
I suppose now
You
I'm seeing
literally
the
called
real
me a
you.
dummy in front of everyone.
Dude, Shadowheart's a
Anyone
bitch.
want to donate 1,000 gold so I can
We
reclaim
do
my
not
oath?
have that much.
We do.
Okay, well, if you combine the gold values of 3 people, one of which just locked their inventory. Hello? What happened about trust? Huh?
I'm tired. I think I'm gonna go lay down. Good night, you guys. Aw. Okay, I'll do it if
Something the
everybody
matter?
else does it.
Does what?
Does what?
Donates gold.
You have my gold. What? Who's everyone else?
What do you mean? You have 163 gold.
How do I have less gold now? Did you take more from me?
I don't think so.
Who's taking gold?
I don't remember
I don't-
Gnome having 280.
Hey, I've always had 280.
Thinking emoji.
Didn't that little girl steal from you?
Oh yeah, you let a little girl steal from you, Omega Lol. That is your problem.
And then
You're
Ham
trying to pin
flashed
it
the
on
little
us.
girl.
I think that was punishment enough for her.
Okay.
That's karma.
That's karma.
Wait. How about we rest first? And if you guys want to riz these people up, I gotta do some stuff outside as well.
All right.
Okay.
All right, who canceled that shit?
I'm going to bed now. Another player they're choosing camp supplies. What does that mean?
Don't click. You let them choose the camp supplies, please, dear God.
Who's doing it?
Who's doing it?
Okay. I'm not gonna touch anything. Someone touch it.
Touch what?
A yes let them
I'm
choose.
auto
The...
select. Hey, who
What's
canceled the
happening?
action?
I'm gonna. Why can't we go to sleep?
Fumi, stop pressing cancel.
I'm hitting yes.
Oh my
What are
god.
you talking about?
Someone is watching me.
Whoa, you made it private? Yo, unprivate it. Yo, unprivate
I
it.
did it. Oh, I'm unprivated it. Oh my god, he tried to hit. He tried to bite me, guys. He tried to bite me.
What the hell?
Maybe you break your meditation because you know
He can bite
something
me.
is wrong. Or maybe you just get lucky.
Shit.
You can have it.
Thank God you put on pants.
No, it's not what it looks like. I swear.
He wants me so
I wasn't gonna
bad.
hurt you. I just needed. Well, I've never
No.
killed anyone. Well,
You're not
I
gonna
have-
kill him.
Where's the sucking
Feed
option?
on animals.
Whoa.
Kobolds.
Yo,
What
keep
if
in
I
your
can get?
pants.
It's not enough. Not if I have to fight. I feel so weak.
Is he hitting on you?
Yeah, he
If I just
is.
had a little blood.
Ooh.
Clara, fight better.
He wants to suck you.
Please.
All right, say less.
Your pants.
A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds. Secrets half
I always
revealed.
forget what I look like.
I mean,
So
a
easy.
2.
Oh.
You are the dumbest motherfucker ever. Don't use inspiration. Just continue.
Roll again.
No. We need those.
Feel yourself repulsed
Wait, you do?
as the doors
It's
of his
shared?
mind
Yes!
shut.
This is not
What
the
is
time
it
to start invading each other's minds.
Fucking fuck.
Oh.
At
I'm
best,
trying to
I'd
get
be
him to
sure you'd
suck
say
my
no.
blood.
More likely you'd ram a stake through my ribs.
Cock.
Yeah.
No. I
Inspiration is
need you
capped
to
at 4?
trust me.
Okay, then we can use it.
And you can trust me.
I trust him.
He's gaslighting you.
I
right
trust
now.
him.
He's gaslighting you for real.
I trust
Thank
him.
you. Do you think
I could trust
you
him a
could
little
trust
further.
me Just a little further.
Yeah, just a little further.
I need a taste.
Taste.
I swear.
A man pushing his boundaries. Shake my head. I can't believe this.
Really?
All right. Yeah, let's go,
One
guys.
Let's make ourselves comfortable.
Whoa.
Oh.
What?
Your character.
It's like a shard of ice into your neck. A quick, sharp pain.
I
fades
killed
to
that story
throbbing
here.
numbness.
Really?
Your breath catches. Your pulse quickens.
I don't think I like this.
You lean into him, losing yourself. You can feel your blood racing, coursing through both your bodies. A gentle, numb feeling starts to spread.
Ew. Grab the steak. Grab the
You feel a little cold, but
The
that's all.
first. Am I gonna
There's no
die?
more pain, no more
Guys,
fear,
am I gonna die? Is this
struggle.
game over? Am I gonna have to restart?
No more
You
struggle.
deserve to die. If you let him. You should have kissed it.
Holy
Oh.
fuck. Guys, I think I died.
Die?
Oh, thank God.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Uh-oh, she's actually
Go.
dead.
Where did your pants go? Why are your pants going? Guys, I'm dead.
All right, who has the scroll revivify? Hold up, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I just took my money.
What the heck? IRS just robbing? IRS also has a scroll of revivify.
Well, now we can just
I
heal
have
up.
1 HP again, guys. I feel lightheaded. I don't feel
This is what happens when you think with your cock and not with your head, you stupid idiot!
I don't feel very good.
Oh my God.
He just sucked me naked.
You're supposed to have full HP.
Oh, okay, guys. I
deserve
might
this
have
more
just
than I do.
immediately taken the thing out.
Huh? Look what
I have 1 HP.
Oh. Why did you let him suck for so long?
It was really hot. What am I supposed to do? Not let him suck for as much as he wanted?
It's like
I'm weak-willed.
when they keep sucking after you jump.
Can we not go back?
When she jerks
Are
me,
we
when
leaving?
she keeps jerking me through my jorts when I jump, she just keeps jerking me. I need a short rest, guys.
You need to put on some fucking pants.
Wait,
I'm gonna leave
we
camp.
killed them and it's locked out. Apparently, if you long rest there, it's just ruined.
What
What?
are we locked out of?
Oh, we can't go back?
Hey, good thing we saved right before, am I right? Am I?
Wait, can we? Wait, I feel like we fucked it up.
Surely there's no glitches in this game.
What if we walk back?
Yeah, maybe we
Once we long rested, apparently we lost. We cannot run back.
What?
The ritual
there's a lot of-
completed, which separated the druid alcove from everyone else.
Owie.
As soon as we long rested.
Should we restart?
Yeah. We're gonna let's save scum this.
Okay.
Okay.
Umi?
Okay.
How do I load game? And then I go to load game.
Wow, my death was just like a dream.
Thank Don't please don't let him suck you. You
I'm gonna let him
die.
suck me again.
You will die.
I'm gonna
I'm glad
take my pants off before speaking to him.
I'm just gonna talk
Hopefully-
immediately.
So hopefully I'm naked for that cutscene.
Wait, is it loading for you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Here, okay.
Oh,
Should we
we're-
long rest before fighting?
We're in cutscene.
Yeah, maybe
we're
we
in
should-
cutscene. We're in cutscene.
While there's time.
Okay.
I left.
Oh.
No, continue your cutscene.
You
Okay, what?
you
Why
aggroed
down?
everything. What?
No, she just.
Hey,
I'll offer him a bribe.
what's happening?
No, go for it. Go for it.
Why do I keep
What?
falling?
It's
Why do I
grease.
keep?
Wait, what's happening?
Why? What happened? What? I just fell.
We're just gonna have to kill them this way.
What about our
No,
dialogue?
no. Now we have all the people in the room are after us too.
Oh, can you read? Can you read?
Can you reload
Can you
again?
reload, please? Can you reload,
Okay,
please?
I'm loading the game.
Oh.
I'm loading the game.
She greased her and then forced everyone to attack us.
I tried bribing him, okay? He just. Why is he not motivated by money?
We got greased.
How is that my fault?
What?
How is that my fault?
Okay. I'm gonna make some distance. Oh, what if I start up here? Oh, okay. Well, or if you probably can't stay up, you're a melee in class, okay?
I'm a melee.
Yeah, you're gonna be like over here killing
Yeah, I'm
this
ready.
guy.
Can you start?
I'm gonna start it.
The time has come.
Remove the who. Oh, thank God.
Oh, you're right beside Kaga.
Oh, I don't. Well, I just talked to her.
Yeah, it happens. I wonder who's gonna get hit first. Wow, that's really unlucky.
And then I leave.
If you move out of range of her, she will guarantee an auto attack on you.
Can I try again?
No.
No, oh, yeah, now you can leave. Because
Okay,
you already
okay.
attacked. Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Hey, is there grease here?
Why does she still go for me?
Oh, fuck me too.
Okay, can you grease her?
Don't worry, I will.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why I fell.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
it was
fucking
why
God.
you fell before.
You.
How is that my fault? All right, can you fire her?
Yeah. Okay, it's okay. You can just
This
pick
is
up your
fine.
weapon immediately. Yeah, yeah. Okay, hold on.
This is fine.
Oh,
Why
it-
is, because Fumi was entangled, so the fire spread because of
oh,
the fight.
wow.
Am I in the fire? What the? Hello?
That's
Scarra?
unfortunate.
That's an acceptable.
Peace?
Hmm.
Oh, I knew. I'm gonna have to attack you for that.
Huh?
Just have to. Hey.
If you keep taxing me, I'm literally gonna blow up your character and rob her.
You don't mean this.
You
Hey.
stay out of my inventory. You gotta,
Okay.
and also, you might. I think you're still entangled. I don't think you run.
I don't. Oh my god. Can I hit the buy? Hey. How do I target this? This is so over. I just can't do anything.
You can't move.
Can I shoot arrow?
Oh.
Oh, there you go. Oh, you
So
missed
embarrassing.
anyway.
Laughing.
So embarrassing.
Yikes.
Oh.
Why does he keep going for me?
Okay, push her back into it. Oh. Wait, this thing looks OP.
My rock.
Yeah, your rock.
I'm
Immune to
jumping.
burning.
I'm jumping over here. Me when I'm a rock.
You're a beautiful rock.
Thank you.
Wait a sec. Orf, are you gonna hit this guy? The right?
No, not this turn. I had to re-equip my sword.
Oh, okay. Well, what if I do? If I do this.
Woo!
Alright, I'm done. You can move. You can move. You can move. I think. Wait, can you?
Oh, I can. Am I getting bamboozled right now? I can. Oh, I can definitely move. Goodbye.
Wait, you're a rogue. Fucking melee this guy.
What do you mean? I'm shooting my arrow. Look at that critical hit.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so smart for real.
You are.
Wow.
I'm dead.
This guy does. Kaga does not like you. Oh, wait, that's awesome. Good grease, good grease.
Thank you.
You're so pog.
I'm jumping up here too.
Oh my god, can I also jump up there?
You're a melee character.
Hey, I have a bow.
Go over there and melee them.
There's fire everywhere.
This guy walked to you.
Okay, I can.
Oh, okay.
Why are they beating
Still hitting me.
Okay.
I'm already dead.
Alright, wait. Hold up a sec. Can you throw a health potion over here? Gnome sexual. Can you toss it like right there?
It's no longer my turn.
Yeah, if you toss them next to him, it works.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe the IRS could show us how to do that.
How do I unequip my bow and do my sword? Oh, there we go. I kind of want to. What the fuck? Why can't I just?
Yeah, beat him up. Okay,
Yay.
beat him up again.
That's all I got.
Uh,
That's all I got.
Maybe he'll die to burn.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
burning for one more turn.
Okay, I'll just end turn then.
Dog.
I love that dog. I love dogs.
Can I talk?
Hey, open up your inventory, IRS. I need your health pot.
Is it still locked?
Yeah, because we restarted.
No, it's always been locked.
Oh, weird.
Locked instantly?
Locked?
What's wrong with you?
Hey, I need to make sure my money don't get stolen.
Your money?
I earned this. That's what the
Says
IRS
20%. What does that mean? Disadvantage? Like it's a 20% chance of it
Just
resing?
throw it next to it. Just throw it next to it.
Okay.
Oh,
Awesome.
thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, if he randomly gets one shot by a wolf, you know, not a problem.
I have
Not
one
our
more.
problem.
One more life.
What if I shoved mead piece right now?
Oh,
That would be not good. You're not strong enough, okay? These whippy little hands.
Close
You think
to pushing you.
you think you can push away the pirate king?
Do I have to go closer to the wolf? Can I just...
Don't worry, let me help you.
Shoot your arrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not strong enough either. Okay, guys. She's like 6 life on this and like 6 life on her other form.
Okay. Fog.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Anyone else? Anyone else? You fucking suck.
Hey, my rock is still. My rock is still.
Oh.
Go!
Thank God. Oh wait, your thing is on her body, by the way. Like your ring from last time. Just careful that the acid
let's go.
is still kind of on there.
Wait, so if I touch the acid, will I...
You will probably not have a great time.
Okay.
I will.
Hey, now that everyone is dead, can I steal from the chest?
Yeah.
It's still red.
I mean,
Well, no
yeah,
one is around.
Yeah, it's red, but no one can like fuck with you.
Oh, okay. Oh, because we just killed them all.
Yeah, but if someone decides to inspect your inventory and they see all your stolen items, then they'll get mad at you.
What?
What the heck?
Yeah, they can
Oh,
do
I
that.
took the key to open up her chest, and the thing had
What it have?
it had a thing saying Swamp Docks. Meet me alone. I don't know what a Swamp Docks is.
A swamp that...
No, it's like it's a letter that someone wrote to her.
We gotta go to the doxing swamp now.
There's something in that vessel. Take a closer look.
Oh yeah, that's the person they dissected. Yeah, dissected drove.
Hey, what's up,
Fucked
Emily?
up.
Too badly.
Alright, guys, can we heal each other?
Don't touch me.
How do we heal each other?
Well, I asked because I don't know what's gonna happen when we go out.
Oh. You guys post to have 3. And I see you guys each one. That work?
It worked.
Yeah, you know, it should be okay.
Wait.
I also have a lot of potions from walking around this area.
Oh wait, do you? Oh my god, can I?
Yeah.
Audio issues? Fucking not
Nah,
again,
okay.
dude.
You unlock your inventory.
Oh, yeah, my money. Thank you.
Why does she keep saying my money?
Our money.
Our money.
No short rest to last. We are just having to fight.
Hey. Can't wait to fight more. Do you think we'll win?
Yeah. We always hold, but you should save it for your side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we gonna save some for this bullshit?
We're not safe scumming. This is just this is so we can actually proceed the game.
What do you mean? It's so good.
Oh, it's Discord audio. Fuck. I should have asked to
I've
be
gotten save scum once.
same actually.
Started. Oh, with yourself.
Is that fine?
Let's see.
All right, I'm leaving, guys. Wait, so, can someone leave before me?
I'll go.
I can go.
We're brave. Like
Go.
somebody.
On my way, guys. Are you guys out there?
So what happens when we kill the leader of the sacred pool?
Nothing's here.
Oh, nothing's here. Okay, guys. We're gonna have.
Loot.
Can we?
Loot all you can before they fight us.
I'm gonna take the sacred idol. Okay, we need this.
Okay.
Okay.
Criminal. IRS is inspired.
IRS is a criminal.
Why am I inspired to be a criminal?
Are you looting?
Wait, no, I looted the biggest thing possible.
What did you?
Wait, this is weird. Okay, there we go. Alright, I don't know where they are. That's weird. Everyone's gone. So what? Okay, well, what if we go over here?
I think they're gonna kill us.
Ryan
I'm gonna
McCullough
be
was back for
honest.
32 months. Thanks for subbing.
Knew that. Hey,
I'm
look,
walking
there's
this
blood.
way. I'm curious.
There's
What?
blood.
There's blood? Did they kill all the tieflings?
Wait, did we have to?
Wait,
kill
where's
people
blood? Oh,
here?
this way. Okay.
They're all gone.
This is a mistake, right? Like we didn't mean to kill everybody. We just wanted to.
Wait, they're all dead?
Oh, all the tieflings
Uh-oh.
died because. Ooh.
Oh. Anyways, I'm gonna loot.
Ooh, potions.
Oh, I got a carrot. How can I tell? Oh no, it's worse than mine.
Oh, how do they kill them?
Oh wait, what if I steal? Wait,
Wait, can whoever has a lockpick, you think lockpick this?
which one?
Move.
This chest. Alright, maybe I can just break it.
Guys, there's a bunch of spiders over here and they're starting combat with me.
I'll come over.
You stabbed me. What the fuck?
Sorry, I was just trying to
What's
get the
happening
chest.
over
I was
there?
just trying to get the chest. Why am I in combat? Why am I in combat? Oh my god. Hey, wow, I need to BRB. Oh, be right.
You spiders. What do they
Are
want
all the
from me?
tieflings dead?
Well, it's a good thing because we killed 2 of them.
Complete guide to the behavior of nymphs. Oh my god. Bella, you fucking freak. Okay, what's he got over here? Nymphs, I assure you, do not lack imagination. Wait, this guy's a fucking freak, dude. Guys, I'm working on some stuff. What are you guys up to?
We entered combat with a bunch of spiders.
Okay, are you guys okay? Do you need my help?
We don't need you.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, cool. I'm gonna
got
keep
this.
moving.
We do need you. Don't you wanna come help
We don't
us?
need him.
Don't you wanna come help the party?
We do not need him.
Well, you see, I found a book about Volo's book on nymphs, and I want to say this guy's a fucking freak.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good book?
Yeah. He says, while you may lack imagination, nymphs do not.
Oh. Is that why we killed them all?
Oh, wait. Wait, they dropped their actual. Oh my god, wait. Okay, hold on. Let me. I have to give people loot. Hold up.
Oh my god, we get loot.
Okay, what if I. Wait, who can use medium armor? And who can use heavy armor?
I can probably use it.
Wait, hold on. Let me do this. Okay, can you use? I'm gonna throw this in here, but can you use that, the heavy armor one?
Yep.
Can you use this medium armor one, Mr. Gnome? Gnome sexual. Can you look at that?
I'm a wizard.
Oh, you can't use it. Okay, I'm gonna take it back.
Hey, where did your pants go? Did you not put them back on?
No.
Oh my god.
In the stripped club. Straight up jorking it. And by it, well, let's just say, my peanuts.
So happy.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you know what? I keep getting these healing stuff, so Orf, there's gloves for you.
Sick.
There's all the dead people had like stuff for you, and not for anyone else.
Feels good to be the only one who can equip heavy armor.
Yeah.
Everyone's dead. Oh wait.
Wait, I thought when we were fighting Kagda, we were gonna save everyone. We were gonna be the heroes. How did we turn up like this?
I prefer this outcome.
Huh?
What happened?
I prefer this outcome.
Hey, this is why people don't like you, no.
I prefer this outcome. Less people to, you know, the more people that die, the less emotional attachment you make with people. It's just so much easier.
Is that what your prison yaoi taught you?
Yes. Yes.
Did prison yaoi also make you take off your pants, or are you?
And yes. Anyways, if we long rest, what the
What
fuck?
the
What
heck?
is this?
Hey, whoa,
Guys?
they're fighting. What's happening?
Where are you?
There are a lot of animals here. And a flaming sphere.
Hey, they're dashing at us.
I think we have to kill them.
I think you can walk away. Surely we can leave.
Oh wait. Oh, are we here?
They're dashing at me!
I don't know where they went.
Hey, they have their own flaming sphere.
Wait, there's a ladder in here. Oh.
Oh, can I ping? Okay, how do I?
Yeah, where did they go? You wanna fucking where are they?
I didn't go up the ladder, I don't think.
Hey.
I'm gonna look this
Because
over
I
here.
just came from the ladder.
Feel good
Oh.
over here, guys.
There you are. Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah, you go help them.
Oh, you're here. Oh, thank God.
Guys, I don't feel very positive about this outcome.
Yeah, maybe.
I think we die to every single one of these bears. I think I die here. I do think I will be dying here.
Oh my God,
Wait, just drop your rock.
I'm coming.
HP.
I'm enhancing my leap. I will be jumping away, but they might kill me on the way out. Nope, I'm out of
Nope,
here.
you're good.
I'm out of here.
You're so lucky. Oh my God.
Goodbye, everyone.
You left so
Not
far.
my problem.
Hey, come back. We're gonna die. Oh my
Not
God.
my problem.
They're attacking the IRS.
Okay, wait, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Spell skills too. Like my spell slots are kind of
Oh
gone.
yeah, I have nothing either because we didn't rest.
Hey.
I do think these bears will kill us.
I died.
It's kind of over.
You let me die. You ran away and they came.
Kind of over. It's kind of
There's
so
a lot
over.
of people here.
I thought you cared about.
Wait, I'm coming. Wait. Oh, I thought you guys were like pretending to die.
No.
Kind of over.
I think it was real death. I think there was real dying, perhaps.
Kind of can't do anything. But what I can do
Right here, come here.
is jump away. Should I try throwing another? I think I can hit.
Oh?
And now I'm gonna jump to.
No, wait. Can you grease this?
No, I don't have any spell slots. Fuck. Arcane recovery? Nope, I have nothing. Wait, can I do this? Nope, I have nothing. I kind of have nothing. Do I have any skills?
Doing so good.
I could. Do I have a scroll I can use? Fuck. Okay. Guys, this is not looking too hot.
Do I load up the saver?
No, we're killing. There's more? Why is there a fucking...
Hey.
Do not try to jump away from that position. You will not...
What the?
Oh, uh-oh.
Kind of over.
What the heck?
Okay, I can't tank these guys.
Alright.
I think it's so over.
No, we're doing so good. This is a little tough. A little hard.
It's over.
Little rough. Little rough here. Around these parts. They're kind of hecking us.
Hopefully that was helpful, guys.
It was.
Oh? Okay. What if we both are up here?
Yeah, now we're cooking. Can a bear climb a ladder? I don't think so.
I don't think
You
so.
Idiot. I don't think a bear can climb a ladder.
Oh, they're literally just killing you guys.
Hitting us while we're down.
No way a bear can climb a ladder, right?
There's no way a bear can climb a ladder! Hey, that bear has 2 HP. He might have climbed a ladder, but he has 2 HP, freaking idiot.
Oh, that other bear has 12.
What?
He
He shoved you away. What the fuck?
You,
I think I'm dead.
How do you want to do this? Okay, that's cool.
Wow.
Nice
Wow.
dodge.
Wow.
It's a gap. It's a gap. This thing is too heavy to shove?
It is a bear.
It's a bear.
Lashed out and you couldn't push her over either? You deserve that.
7. Damn.
Hey, what
You
the
deserve
hell? My wounds are getting a little too much to bear. Get it?
Wait, I could do this. Wait, hold on. Wait, do I still have the thing? Wait, I don't have the thing.
Oh my god, look at that
Three
bear go.
bears.
Oh, he fell. What the? Okay. This is a magical bear, apparently.
What the heck?
Can you move a little bit to your left? Oh, fuck, I guess not.
Are you dead, Christian?
I am. I'm so dead.
Only somebody didn't abandon us. Gnome.
What do you mean abandon you?
Left away.
That was not a thing that happened. I can't do anything anymore. I must end my turn surrounded by 2 bears.
Okay,
So
not panicking, but no way he got saved, man.
Looks away. Oh. Oh!
Oh, he's here.
He's coming for you.
Oh god.
Oh, the bear that couldn't climb the ladder is here now.
Sad.
All the bears are here. I think death is coming for me too.
Deserved.
Help! Help!
Oh.
Oh, good dodge.
Freaking easy.
It didn't hit you, I'm sorry.
My, did it hit me?
The bear turned into a person?
Oh!
Wow.
Whoa, let's go.
I think we are in it. I think we are so back.
You're so
Potentially.
We're so back. We're so back.
We are so back. Potentially. This person's gonna come and hit me.
Kinda hype. Not gonna lie.
Okay, idiot. Okay, idiot. Okay, dumbass. It's so easy. We are so back.
So back.
It's so over.
It's so over.
Oh
It's so over.
my
It's so
god.
over. It's so over. It's so over. It's so over.
Hey, that bear can climb ladders.
It's so over.
It's over.
No.
It's so over.
Okay. New plan.
Uh-huh.
We kill everyone outside so that the tieflings don't die.
Okay, kill everyone outside first and then everyone inside after?
Yeah. Thoughts?
Oh, how far?
Wait, how far back is this?
This is not far enough. Okay, wait.
No, you know what? It's fine. Your actions have consequences, and if all the tieflings had to die for us to take their loot,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah. If all the tieflings have to die, so be it. I'm willing to live with the consequences of actions.
I'm okay with them not dying,
You know, if they have to die, it
Yeah.
has to be that way.
It has to be that way.
Yeah, if they have to die, if this is our playthrough, it is what it is.
I guess.
The world we live in.
If the world is against us, then at least we have each other.
Yeah, then we must be against the world.
Yeah.
Oh wait, were we supposed to go out someplace?
I don't know, I'm muddy.
Oh, we are supposed to go out. Yeah.
Okay, so what should we do about the plentiful people that want to kill us when we walk to a certain
Well,
part
maybe
of the camp?
when we do that, we don't have everyone away from each other.
The only one away was you.
Well, maybe when you do that, we don't have everyone away from each other.
Okay.
So you're telling me there's a route in which we don't have to commit genocide?
No, this is the route where we have to commit genocide. I think this is our playthrough now.
Oh, I see.
Oh, can someone take someone take this? Someone take the idol. Someone take the idol.
Idol?
Yeah, we
I'll
actually
take
need that
it.
one. We actually need that one.
I got it.
Wow.
Do we want to long rest or can we not still?
I don't know if
think
we
we
can
long
rest.
Not here, I don't think.
If we rest, we're just fucked, right? So we just have to pray.
This is out of the village, right?
Yeah, we just have to pray.
I'm okay with praying.
Where do we pray?
It's just two hands together, you know. Oh no,
All right.
we gotta
I'm
leave. We
gonna
gotta leave
pray.
these idiots. Well, short. Do we have any short rest left? We do not. Yeah, that's why I went with short rest.
I hear someone singing!
Wait, what?
Where?
Someone singing? Where is the singing coming from? I am following it like a siren's call.
We have lost our nomosexual.
Sorry, the siren is calling for me. The beautiful woman is singing. I hear her.
Very happy for you.
Where's the singing coming from? Can't find it. Wait, I think I see her. I'm going. Such a pretty song.
Oh, there are bears over there.
Oh, I do see those bears.
Oh my god, that's where we died last time. Shall we go back?
Who's talking to someone right now?
Me.
You
Should I try listening to hear what he hears?
Yeah.
If I okay.
Yeah. Wait, this is a child again, right?
Hey.
Can you leave me alone?
God damn it.
Should I close my eyes and listen to the song, or should I struggle against the music's pull?
You should struggle.
You think I should struggle?
You're not the type to struggle, right? You
but if
You
I
just
close
wa-
my eyes and listen to the song, I could possibly die here.
Well, you know what? That is a possibility that we're gonna have to deal with.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank God.
Skill check. Watch this. So easy.
Wow.
easy.
You are free.
Get back! It's a trick.
No, it's...
Okay. Whoa, woman! Oh my!
Whoa, what
Whoa.
the?
Holy
Uh-huh.
fucking
Everything's
fuck!
gonna be fine.
Her
once I get
titties!
Put on your pants. Put on your pants.
That's
Hey.
a say this kid.
Oh, you run over there, run over there.
Guys, there's a lot of harpies over here.
Okay, you don't make a move, and we will be right there.
Yeah, we're coming for you.
Coming.
Hey, where are you? You're so far.
This kid kind of has
What the?
5 HP. I think it's gonna die here.
You gonna watch the kid die?
I don't think there's anything I can do about it.
Alright, hold on, I'm looting these guys, and I'll be right there.
Hey, where are you? Uh-oh.
Well, I am finding loot for us. Oh, it's mainly loot for Orf. Honestly, it's not even us.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, us. I was like, oh, I'm in combat.
I am
So
also in
far away.
combat.
Why am I so far?
I'm very far.
Oh yeah, this kid only has.
Okay, you have 2 chess pieces you can look at. Or I don't know about the other
Ooh.
one.
Alright, I'll take a turn to equip it.
Hey, this song's kind of lit though.
Yeah, this kind of goes hard.
Yeah.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Hold on. Where are you guys? Where are? Oh, you're all the way back there.
This kid's gonna have to die, unfortunately.
Well, a small sacrifice.
All right, Scarra, I'm gonna need you to get here, but enter from a different position. You know, for a better advantage.
Got it. I will take the flank. I do like the rear.
Yes, you must. Yes, please flank the harpies. You must enter from the back.
Hurry. The kid is wet and lured.
What the
And has 5 HP and difficult terrain, deep water, knee deep in water.
Oh, I'm fucked. Okay, well, I'm here.
Ending turn. Oh. I'm pretty sure this kid dies here.
Oh, we have the idol so we can rest now. So it won't, like, turn the whole thing into a thing, right? Oh.
Oh, you're right.
I forgot that's what happened last time.
So we could have rested.
Another step forward.
I'm trying to stop this harpy from singing, but I don't think I can. I think this kid is gonna run straight into the water and just drown.
Where is he? Oh, I see him. You save him.
I don't know how. Should I grease him?
Just save him.
I don't know if I can. It's over for that kid.
Yeah, I think he's dead.
Yeah, I think this kid's dead.
What the f?
Hey.
Okay, grease these guys.
What if I hideous laughter this woman? Maybe?
Oh!
There! I did it! I stopped her from singing!
Oh,
We are so back!
10 turns of hideous laughter.
We are so back, she is so distracted.
Hideous laughter. Who would have thought your laughter save us one day?
No, I made it. Oh, someone else is singing.
It's another singer.
Okay, well, this one has 5 life. We can just beat her up. Oh my god, these are so... Like, what?
Stop her from singing! Kill her! Before the kid dies!
This one?
Hold on, I got it.
Oh.
It's so easy. Not you turning around.
Bye.
Huh?
To take 10 damage!
What?
I forgot.
He lured me.
Uh-oh.
He's
The kid's
running.
gonna drown.
Hey,
he's
let's
getting
go.
out.
It's so easy. It's so easy.
Oh my god, you resisted the song. That's so sexy of you.
That is a little kid, freak.
No, you, not the kid.
Okay.
What the?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, die.
You're shitting me. I'm lured. I'm lured. I'm lured. Please, please interrupt it. Please, dear God.
Kind of far to interrupt.
Yeah, I don't know if this is possible.
What matters is that it is pulling the kid away from the water and onto land.
Oh my God.
Wait, can I hit?
Critical miss.
Ends turn.
Ah?
No, the kid is fine.
Oh, the kid resisted.
The kid's running away. This is perfect.
So smart.
I'm gonna try hitting this thing. 3 damage.
Wait, you broke him out of laughter.
It is what it is. Yes.
Oh no, I'm hers.
Wait, I resisted the song. Hold up a second. Okay, now beat up these dumbass things, man. Why are you aiming the bow at me?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm doing this.
Can you aim at this?
This one?
I think you missed twice in a row.
Oh.
What happened this fight? You stabbed yourself and then you ran here and missed. Alright, here we go. Here we go.
Disengaging.
What the fuck? what the fuck?
Just gonna keep throwing things at this bird. Whittle it down. Okay.
Miss.
It is what it is.
We're doing so good.
I'm gonna. I'll walk over there, guys.
Okay.
Wow.
Critical no
Critical
sexual.
miss.
Oh.
Ooh. Let's go.
So easy.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Fuck. Hello?
God. I used my dash.
What the fuck? Is it immune to poison? Oh no, I just walked over here. She's gonna hit me. What if I shove her?
Got
Oh.
him.
Got him.
Let's go.
How are you that strong?
Oh, look at me.
For not.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that.
I'm lured.
Yikes. Oh, I also am Lord. Oh, of course it is.
Okay. Wait, he's still seeing. What the
You
fuck?
you have to succeed in your role in distracting them.
Oh my.
Ow. Yeah, I got multi-attack.
Yeah, if you're lured, they can do that.
That's so fucked.
You gonna
Probably
do
the
this?
light creature. Oh.
It's so easy.
Let's
It's literally
go.
just so easy.
Go.
I guess you would have to be light for those wings to be able to carry you, right? I see.
Oh, I resisted. Finally.
I did not. Beat the crap out of it. Oh,
No.
beat the crap out of it. This is your chance, IRS. Okay,
Let's
thank
go.
fucking
So
God.
easy.
So easy.
Okay, now we gotta kill this one, guys.
Oh, that. Okay. How do I get
Oh,
up there?
Oh, shit.
Our fucking, our paladin broke his fucking knees, man.
Bro, embarrassed.
Bleeding over. This hurts. I'm getting up.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, please, dear God, we got this one right.
What the hell did you just main hand attack the
You
air?
attacked the ground.
Main hand attack right here? What the hell did you just
It
do?
kind of lagged, I think.
What did you just do?
That's so strange. So weird.
League of Legends missing ping?
Oh, please, dear God. Holy
easy.
crap.
Wow.
Should I speak to the child or does someone else want to speak to the child?
You should probably.
I don't think you should speak to the child without clothes on.
Yeah, I think you should put something on.
Go back to your parents.
Wait, you know all his parents are dead.
Hmm.
Like he's the last survivor.
Hey, at least we say saved one of them. Yeah, we'll meet Mole.
Who?
Where's Mole at? Should we follow this kid and find out what Mole is?
Okay.
Do we
Where you
want
going,
to
kid?
rest?
Yes. Well, yes.
Short rest?
We don't have any short rest left.
Long rest.
Hold on,
Where's
hold on.
this kid going?
Yeah, I wanna follow the kid first. Hey,
This
should I
kid's
save?
like... The hell? Idiot child? Where are you going?
He is lost. We're following a lost child.
Oh, okay, okay, hold on.
What happens when you
I
follow
need
a
someone with
literal
a
child?
longer jump to come over here.
I have a pretty long jump.
Yeah, can I get someone with a long jump and a long
You're
cock
really
to come over
far
here?
away.
Okay, okay.
This kid is not going
Do you-
anywhere.
On
The
my
kid is
way.
lost.
Give him that speak with
Maybe
dead
jump?
screw.
Where am I going?
You have to meet like over here.
Meet over where?
Over here.
How did you?
Like where we came from.
I think if I jump,
Oh,
I'm
you're
gonna
here.
die.
Okay, okay. I need you over here. I need you over here.
Hey, I featherfalled you. You can jump.
Okay. Oh, okay,
Are
okay.
we all
So,
featherfall?
do you
Yeah,
see?
for
do you
6
see?
more turns.
Do you see this?
What?
You have to jump from to like here, and then you have to go up, and then you have to jump to here. There's a harpy nest with a note in there. I want to know what the note says.
Let's see what those harpies were.
There is a ring. And then...
Yeah, pick up everything.
reply
Pick up
tag.
everything.
There's nothing in here. There's no note. Oh, I see the note. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's been so long since I've written. A lot has happened. First, some good news. Maggie Two Fingers won't be bothering you anymore. I paid her back in full. I'm sorry she should never have gotten your name in the first place. Now for the bad news, my love, I'm not coming home. Not for a while, at least. The money came from a mercenary group, and I've agreed to a couple jobs in Icewind Dale in return. They paid me up front because, gods, it is so strange to write it. Because they needed a warlock. They needed me. I took the deal the Campion
Icewind
offered.
Dale.
I'm not going to say I had no choice because that would be a lie, but I don't regret it. I'm a new man. I feel strong for the first time in my life, aside from being awoken in the middle of the night by the smell of sulfur. He likes to drop by to see how everything is going. I have no complaints. If you don't reply to his letter, I understand. If you don't want me to come back at all, I understand that too. I love you, Miriam, and I want you to be happy, even if it's not with me. Edmund.
Edmund.
Edmund wrote that.
Oh no, not Edmund.
I think Edmund's dead.
Probably.
Could someone
Why
jump
do you think
over?
that?
But usually the note's in a harpy's nest, you know. Maybe some,
Hey.
some bad things happened. Might have happened.
I think Edmund is fine.
Yeah, just like the kid's parents.
Yeah, I think the kid's parents is fine too. If I'm to be perfectly honest.
Okay, okay, okay. Do you think we could kill those guys? I think we could kill those guys.
I think we need a rest.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want to rest?
Yes, please, dear God.
I'm down to rest.
You guys are fucking dying.
What? No.
Okay, okay. We can rest and then talk to people afterwards if you want.
Okay. I have to pee.
Okay, one or more players talk, and then
I mean,
someone start talking.
oh.
Someone start talking. Fuck you. Get off so we can rest and then you can talk.
Please, I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, hello?
No.
Hello?
No,
Hold on,
please,
hold
let us
on.
rest. I have to go.
I have to speak to Asterion
Oh, wait,
first,
wait, can you
so I
say-
can trigger
can you
the
say
sex scene.
first?
Literally gonna piss myself.
Can you say first just to
Okay,
make sure
piss
we...
yourself then.
No, please let us sit.
Wait, say
wanna
first,
go
say
to
first.
bed.
Wait, say first, say first real quick.
Oh, say first.
I
Okay.
want to know, just in case it... Oh, God.
Okay,
Yep.
it's saving. It's saving.
Okay, yeah, and then we can go to bed.
Okay, okay.
If my cat talks to me, should I go to the shrink or am I special? No, dude, you're just the cat's best friend.
How come it won't trigger?
Wait, how come
Stuck
we're...
in waiting for players.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, who's the
saved it.
fourth player?
Wait, I'm not doing it. I'm running around.
Oh,
Stuck
so
in waiting
fucking
for
I
other
think you can
players.
press it at the same time that we pressed it, so you didn't get it. Okay, now it tries again.
Oh, thank God. Well, who's in the camp? Okay, thank God. Okay, I'll be right
Her,
back.
Oh, I'm unprivating, guys. You can watch this again.
You don't sleep well.
Do we have to?
Yeah, you can watch this again. Hey, QP, this is the same conversation.
Oh, okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll be right.
I've never killed anyone.
I'm gonna be right back. I need to go pee.
Wait, you don't watch this
I'll be
again?
right back, guys. You gonna watch this story?
A strange sensation courses through you.
I'm not gonna fail this time, guys.
Companion's mind unfolds.
So easy.
What's this? What's happening?
A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated. His mind opens up, revealing cracked and quivering memories. At their heart, you see dark eyes commanding you to feed. You open your mouth and bite down, not into a tender neck, but into the twisting body of a rat, the only thing your master lets you eat.
Rat.
At best, I was sure you'd say no. More likely, you'd ram a stake through my ribs. Thank you. Do you really? Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
All right, I'll AFK on this scene for everyone.
It's like a shard of ice into your neck, a quick, sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches, your pulse quickens.
Sucking her? God, he's just sucking her. I'm gonna get some water. Oof.
You lean into him, losing yourself. You can feel your blood racing, coursing through both your bodies. A gentle, numb feeling starts to spread.
Why are you still getting sucked?
I'm waiting for people to get back.
You just pause on this?
Yeah, you.
Are we back yet? Hello? I guess we just have to stay on this scene then.
Oh God.
How does this make you feel?
It makes me feel like I'm gonna burn all my K-pop photo cards I have right in front of me unless you keep
What
going.
does that have to do with K-pop?
You know, that's a good question.
You don't even want me to say what I'm thinking, but it has to do with New Jeans and a member of New Jeans, the photo card you have.
Huh? And
something League of Legends players.
I don't want to hear someone who's always around minors with their cock out. Okay, you're kind of a. You've been
That's
kind of
homosexual. That has nothing to do with me. What am I to do? Okay, that's just homosexual's lore.
I thought his lore was that he hated squirrels.
he does hate squirrels, and that is why he is always naked.
Yes.
You wouldn't get it. You haven't seen my character sheet. I have, you know, the extra part of the character sheet that is revealed later on into the campaign, but you have to reach a certain friendship level. Yeah, you haven't seen that. There's a reason why nomosexual's naked all the time.
Yes, and that reason is...
I can't tell you. You have to get further to the campaign.
I have to reach it first, of course.
Yes, yes. That is how role playing is.
Where is our fourth? I'm literally about to order a meal that I'm waiting. Fuck it, guys. I'm ordering a meal.
What are you gonna order?
I don't know. I'm figuring it out. I'm trying to freestyle it.
Oh my god.
What?
Freestyle. It starts beatboxing.
Boots, cats, boots, cats, boots.
Taco Bell.
Dude, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to die by now. He's been sucking you off for like 5 minutes, man.
No, I'm still resisting. You see my little leg kickings, and then like we're holding hands right now.
No, they did a really good job animating this.
Yeah, it's awesome. My gnome is really into it.
Is Astarion far enough to unlock the lore?
No. We
Ah,
have to get
far
to
do you
Act
need to
3.
be?
Act 3.
Yeah, it feels like he's kind of pretty hot. He's pretty far.
Have you seen that video where it's like, I'm gonna take a gnome. I'm gonna take a gnome. I'm gonna take a goblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed. You know that video?
Yes.
Thank God. Should we, while she's peeing, should we do like a fanfic writing contest?
How would you? Okay, how would you do the content? I'm curious.
All three of us take turns writing maybe 100 words of what's going on the screen right now, and then viewers vote for the best fanfic.
No.
You can start. I'll start as an example.
Okay.
Okay. Asterion pushes nomosexual to the bed on the ground and says, "Worry not, my dear little gnome. I've had a craving for sexy little green goblins like you." And nomosexual goes, "No, I am not only a goblin, I am a gnome." But then he can't mask the throbbing penis in his tent pants, and Asterion runs his hand up his little goblin leg and says, "Let me take care of you, baby," and leans down, mouth to neck, supple lips, and bites down, and nomosexual lets out a gasp. There's an example. Anyone want to finish?
No, keep going. I feel like you're almost
You're
there.
on a roll here.
Yeah, you're almost there.
No, I think it's a collaborative effort now, actually. I think someone should continue and we like take turns around the campfire on how to finish, like complete the story. So someone should say the next sentence.
Is someone in the room right now?
Yeah, someone's you. Can you say the next sentence?
Gnome sexual struggles, but really doesn't want to push Astarion away.
Mm-hmm. All right, Clem, your sentence?
Astarion, finally of having enough, tries to pull away, but all of a sudden, nomosexual keeps him down.
Nomosexual wraps his green goblin fingers around Asterion's neck or wrist and says, "No, don't stop sucking." All right, Scar.
Finn.
What?
Scene. Wow, great job, guys. Great job. Great job, guys. Oh, really excellent work there. So,
I think the story was over.
you want to see the next part of the story? Please subscribe to our Patreon.
Oh, yeah. If you want to see the R18 version of the story with the steamy sex scene that happens right after the fade to black, you must subscribe to the Patreon.
And actually, Astaria's brother is going to be there. So we're going to have a really hot BL scene, too. Handwritten.
Yeah,
by Lord
all
Hamethyst
three of
over
us.
here.
No, by all three of us. All three of us has had a hand in writing that.
Oh, all three, huh?
Yeah. All three of us present here wrote that together in a collaborative effort.
BL is my favorite, yep. Can we please get out of this?
We can continue.
Yeah, she's literally dead.
She's literally dead.
I believe in her. I am not stopping until Fumi gets back.
It's not her. I don't think she's not dying. She told me. She just called me right now. Like, hey, yeah,
She would not call you.
yeah, no. We can continue without you.
I don't think.
Oh
she would
yeah,
do
no,
that.
yeah, no. Of course, yeah. You and also you will give me your money back. Oh, no problem.
Hey, get off the phone with her.
Yeah,
Stop.
yeah. You know, the homosexual always gets a little jealous whenever we're on the phone. Yeah. I'll leave. Yeah, no problem.
You wanna cheat on me?
Can you press 1?
No, not until she returns. I hold you hostage on the scene.
I can literally just stop looking, right? Wait, how do I stop? Can I get out? I cannot get out. Wait,
You're stuck.
I can't get out. Okay, fuck you. Wait, you're incapacitated, so I guess we have to wait. I'm literally held hostage.
We're all sleeping.
I'm actually in
Not
hostage.
leaving until Fumi comes back. Oh my god, so while we're on this campfire, should we like girl talk?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh.
Thank God. Press it. Press it.
Have you
Heard girl talk and came running.
Yeah, she was here for the tea.
Oh
Tea? I'm not
God.
missing this.
What tea? Tell me the tea.
Arian's into me. I don't know. What do you think, guys? I think he's kind of into me.
They've been rubbing legs for 5 minutes.
It's like 10 now.
I think he's into me.
We're being held hostage. Thank God you're back. Please.
Oh, look at that. Oh, finally.
Oh, guys. I don't think I will be winning this role. You might have to res me after this.
Kill this.
Oh, let's go!
Let's go. Oh, no homosexuals, not no homosexuals at the top now.
Yeah, no,
Thank
it's like,
God, he's
bend
finally
over, Stan.
done.
I was just swept up
Bend
in the moment.
over.
Oh, he really licked his lips right there, huh?
I feel good. Strong.
What?
Happy.
I'm looking forward to
Shouldn't
seeing
take
you
long.
fight.
So many people need killing.
Oh.
Now, if you'll excuse me, you're invigorating, but I need something more.
What
filling.
the?
Oh, he wants to be
gonna-
filled.
Wow.
This is a gift, you know. I won't
He's
forget.
gonna suck to me for 10
You
minutes.
watch as he stalks towards the forest, stronger, more confident, ready to hunt.
Now what? What's
Gonna
happening
continue?
now? Yeah.
Is he gonna kill us?
I uncomfortable? Me writhing, just vaguely uncomfortable.
You found out Scarra smut exists? There's no way smut of me actually exists.
Guys, I feel a bit woozy. I have -1 to attack rolls, saving throws, and most ability checks.
Oh my God, we can actually go back.
Oh, can I get my oath back?
God.
Well,
Who
I
has
mean,
money?
Technically, someone has money.
I wonder who.
Huh? Weird. Oh, now I have all of a sudden enough money.
Oh, get your oath back.
Let's go.
Wait, what does the idol do? Who has the idol? Does anyone know what the idol does? Is it we're like more comfortable against like
Wait.
some random stuff?
Hey, where'd my money go? Wait, I stepped away to feed my dog.
It is
Wait,
possible.
where'd it
The price is paid.
Oh my God, you paid for the oath.
You
Why do you
took
wish to
my
reclaim your
money before I could grab it back from you, and you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. That's it. I'm robbing everybody blind.
Let's see.
Huh?
Hey.
You touch my money, I'm killing you next fight.
Ooh. That's a risk I'm
newfound
willing to take.
wisdom,
Hey.
a sense of clarity.
Hey, where's Ham's money?
Kneel,
Hey, why don't you have any money?
Oathbreaker.
Who stole my money?
Wait, did Orf steal?
You
Orf
swear
I think
to
or
deliver
stole
righteous
all of our
vengeance.
money.
Guys, watch the cutscene. Watch the
Vanquishing your
cutscene.
enemies,
Oh,
Yo, this
okay.
cutscene is sick.
those who suffer
Oh, my
at
bad.
their hands.
I can't wait for Orf to lose
Yeah, loses in 5 minutes.
his oath again. Yeah,
Literally
the
5
way we're
minutes.
going.
There's once more yours to fulfill.
Yeah, we kind of killed a lot of people.
What the hell?
Oh, let's go. I have abilities again.
All this proves to me is that you can, like religion, you just need a lot of money, and it's fine. You can sin however much you want.
True.
You just pay up to the
Wait,
Oathbreaker Knight.
question: when we fight the druids over here, do you lose your oath?
Sure hope so.
I think it's if I do like a red action.
Okay.
I don't need any attention right now.
Hey, you got your oath back. You stolen money. You don't deserve it.
I think the IRS has a bunch of stolen money.
I stole it from you, who has stolen it from everybody else. I'm only here to hold on to it for everybody. How can you tell that you have your oath? Do you look any different?
No, I can just do different things.
Oh.
Oh, I don't have the debuff anymore.
Wait, all these chests belong to other players.
Guys, no big deal. I'm just fighting for my life out here.
Oh, you're fighting?
That sucks.
What?
Now you know how we feel.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm killing some spiders. It's just easy.
Okay, on my way.
To them.
Ow, he hit me for 4. Never mind.
I'm leaving camp.
No, I just stepped in acid.
Hey, after that acid.
Any jumps? Want to jump?
Yeah, I'll jump.
I want to jump. Hey, wait. Everybody left me.
Where do I jump from here?
I don't know. I'm gonna get this chest though. Oh, it's empty.
Oh, a lot of that might be empty. I looted that shit right before I came to you guys.
Fuck you.
Very well.
Can't believe you just didn't tell us.
Yeah, what the hell?
Discord's tagging it. Hold on. I'll
I
be
can't
fixing-
jump that far.
I'll
I don't
fix
know
it.
what's
I'll
over
fix it.
there,
I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
Nothing's over
Give me a
there.
sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Are you sure it's Discord? CP9 guy, thanks for sub. Welcome to the stream. Why does that happen? I don't know. My audio splitter just bugs out.
I'm coming. Hey, everyone's so fast. What the?
What's in here?
Hey, why are you so red, homosexual?
I think it's from getting sucked.
Oh.
Slash
You're
serious.
bloodless.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice jump.
Thank you.
Sexy. Oh my god.
Yay, Featherfall. Oh, it missed me.
Good. Oh. R.
What are you paying?
Never, nothing. Don't ignore that.
Are
Okay.
you gonna try to fight the bears again?
Well, we could. Control click. Oh,
I
it's
guess
left.
we are full
Yeah,
health,
we're
all
rested.
together.
But
I'm
does that
going
break
into
your
the
oath?
concealed hatch to see if they're.
I don't think it would, because they're aggro to me already.
The bears?
Yeah.
Wait, is there less bears?
Bro.
It looks like there are. Oh,
There's like
no.
one bear, like, right here.
Oh no, there's the same amount. Around.
Always room for more.
Well. Hey. Where is everything?
Oh, I see you guys. Okay, are we bear hunting?
Is it time?
Let's go.
All right, hold on. Let me try to.
Oh,
figure
there's
out.
more bears.
There's a lot of bears here.
Hold on, I gotta talk to this kid.
Why do you keep?
Why are you always talking to kids?
I gotta see. It's the kid we saved. I found him.
Oh, where is he?
He's in the hole.
Oh.
Oh, all right.
In holes.
I'll come.
Oh, he has nothing to say.
He hates us for
Yeah,
real.
he just says, "What's happening? Please help." I don't know what's happening. I can talk to a dead body too. I'm gonna try talking to dead bodies on the ground.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, I sent you 2 arrows. IRS. 2 of them.
You gave me 2 arrows.
Use in case of desperate situation.
Immediately? Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
Thank you. What would you like in return, sir?
This is. You know, we're grouped together. We should be not taking money from each other, right? As in, why is my money gone?
I didn't take it.
Where's my money gone?
Well, I mean, I know you took it. Why is my money gone?
I took Orf's.
Definitely my money is gone.
Yeah, but Orf took it for his thing, didn't
I definitely didn't take his money.
he? What are you talking about? You had to
I'm
steal
starting
money
to feel like
get your oath.
I don't want. Guys, we have to trust each other if we're gonna travel together.
I
don't trust the gnome, and I don't trust the IRS.
Well, shit.
Oh, I tried talking to Will, but he didn't want to talk to me.
It's probably because you have no fucking pants on.
No, I think it's because he's dead.
Should I save or are we good to just go? Did auto save? Surely we're fine.
Are you ready to
I
fight?
would just save this just because I don't want to go through another night of Ham holding us hostage.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, right.
All right, are you ready? I'm
No,
telling you.
no, wait. I'm running out right now. I'm running to you guys right now.
Can you hurry? I just greased the area.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Are you here yet? I don't know how
Wait,
long my
hold-
grease is gonna last for.
Hold on. You know, you can start it and I will literally be there.
Can someone walk up?
Okay, I'll
Wait,
walk
wait,
up.
wait. Let me grease a little more. And then let me gain back my thing.
Won't that just make us slip and fall?
Yeah, no, I can't go forward.
What the? Hey.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
I think this is
Oh, I dropped my weapon.
around my way. Can I take it and drop mine?
Well, so how do I do this without? Are you in the thing? Oh.
What the?
Perfect.
Perfect.
There's a lot of fire.
Quite. Yes.
Can I? This seems like a good time to use my bow, honestly. Oh.
Yike.
And oh wait, maybe I can.
Nice. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, the game stacky? Oh my fucking god, I have to tab out every time too. Dude, that's why I fucking hate this. I don't get how I'm the only fucking streamer who has this issue. Oh, I need an AoE ability. The audio driver issue? Maybe. God,
How to just
how do I do
silence
that?
them? Are they on our side? How to just silence their buddy?
Oh my god, she could do that too.
She has the same thing Ham has.
Oh my goodness. Rock.
This is all. Oh, thank God it's not me.
What the?
Wait,
Oh, yikes.
I'm silenced. Who silenced me? Wait, what?
There's a silencing circle.
Oh, I saw move. Oh, I see.
Hey, LFG, we got one.
Let's go. That was us.
Easy. So easy.
Begins to make out with gnome.
Here we go.
Oh, what the heck was that? That was a.
All right, we got rid of the rock. You got rid of that rock?
Yeah.
They're distracted by my rock too?
Wow, this ability is kind of fucking crazy. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You're like one away anyways. Wait, you don't have a weapon.
I gotta equip my weapon this turn too.
Switcher is really good with Chris. Yeah, it looks good as so much. You fucking silenced me again?
Should I hit Bosk or Ormn?
Kill. Oh.
Bosk's 5 HP.
Oh, probably boss.
Or Nettie.
Damn. I think the bear hit harder than Nettie over there.
I'm just a silly little rock.
No, now I have to kill
Oh.
through 11 health, man. It's okay.
Hey, what is that?
Why did I win one damage? Am I too far? Damn, all of 1 damage.
Looks
Is that
away.
3?
Looks away. What the heck?
Dude, our rogue is trying to roleplay as an archer.
Hey, I can't go through that fire. Oh wait, there's no fire.
It's gone.
Oh. Was I imagining the fire the whole time?
He's taking sick damage from my rock. This rock is OP.
Wait, this rock is so good.
Damn.
Okay.
Huh?
I think. Oh. Okay, I need to cast spells, but I can't walk up.
I know it's so hard to walk up. So strange.
All right, guide the rock.
Which one do you think the rock should hit? Orm or this?
Like I
this
kind of
thing?
like this idiot. Why does the rock do more damage than me? What is wrong with me, man?
About to do something crazy.
Oh, wait, it doesn't hit your rock because it's already on fire. Wait a second.
Yeah, it's so awesome. Pulls out crossbow point blank.
All right, man.
Hey, it's 7 damage. That was so pog.
Another fight.
Wow.
Get fucked, idiot. Can't hit my rock.
Oh. Man, I love shoving in this game.
Becomes bear.
Uh-oh.
Snarl. Whoa! This rock does freaking monster insane damage. Finishes off this bear. Oh, we just hit the same thing.
Yay!
Need pieces here. Oh. Oh. Wait, he could heal?
Healing?
Who's healing?
The one in between us.
Yuck.
This rock is
Easy.
broken. Man, this
What
rock
the
is
fuck?
fucking... Oh, wait, there's more people.
What the hell? Hey.
Ooh, good thing I'm hiding here.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Hello? I'm scared.
You have a bow too.
Oh, I do. I should use it. Oh, cool.
You know, I'm surprised I didn't wild magic anything here. I'm entangled.
Pepe laughing. I could roll my rock into this and probably set you on fire.
That means a spell slot? Wait, really? I thought I did.
Do you think I
Isn't this a
should?
spell slot?
Should I try it?
Yeah, try it.
Easy.
Wow. You can take both of them, right?
No, I can't take 2 men at once.
Oh.
Oh, there's 3.
After this.
Ooh, wild magic. Until the end of the next turn, each spell you cast restores sorcery points. Oh? Wait, what does that mean?
Damn. My rock's kind of far from all these things.
Yeah, go roll up on this. Oh.
I don't know if it can. It's kind of stuck here.
Oh.
This entryway.
It's okay.
Oh, my rock! Rocks cutely.
Uh-oh.
Orc might die.
I feel like as the only melee we have 3 ranged and a rock back here. Sorry, we have a role-playing ranged and 2 ranged and a rock back here.
Hey, my bow's kind of sick though.
No, why would you hit me piece, bro? Okay, what if I walk in? Hold up.
I'm going to attempt to walk in too. I can't walk in. I'm gonna drop my rock over here.
Wait, I was supposed to...
Oh.
That was embarrassing.
Wait, I had sword. Oh, wait, I fucked up. I wasted my...
Oh, I am now.
Oh, I am dead.
What the
He
fuck?
missed.
Just hit the door? Kinda far. What can I hit?
Okay, can you hit this guy? And then I will try to hit this guy.
Good job.
My rock just have to move so far.
No. Okay, hold on. Okay, and now...
Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Broke my concentration on my flaming rock. I missed! It's over.
Sorry, handsome. Welcome back for 10 months. You're looking very handsome today. Well, thank you.
Thank
can our role-playing melee character kill the stuff in melee?
Oh, oh, I didn't even see that other guy.
Oh my god. Alright, wait, I have an idea. Hold on, I have an idea.
Oh. Back.
Ah, you're back.
Oh, thank you. We're so back.
Okay, I gotta run. It's all you now.
I'm running.
Alright, this is the last guy hiding behind the. Oh.
Easy.
What the?
Not on my watch.
Kind of far. Oh, LFG.
Holy
It's so
moly.
easy.
Just respect it to an archer, man.
Can he fall?
Yeah, you can. Oh, you.
Oh.
Athletics failed. What? Non-shape? What does that mean? Okay, get
He's
out.
more buff.
We both missed.
Everyone's missing.
Surely I don't miss
Really
this as well. Hold on.
embarrassing.
Let me see.
Easy.
Woo! Hey, if I loot them, it's red for some reason. They try to kill us.
What happened to the gnome who was in that cage?
Was,
It wasn't a gnome. It was that
Dwarf goblin.
Yeah, they're
He's dead too. I see.
Yeah. Sometimes it happens, you know.
Oh, the door opened.
Well, when I could tell who's looting all this stuff because I just saw the encumbered tag
Leave
roll
me
up.
alone, Jesus.
Yeah, you thought you could loot that guy? I got it.
I'm encumbered, okay? I'm literally encumbered right now, and you're bullying me?
Yeah. Dude,
I am literally encumbered right now, and you decide to just say mean words. Are we not a party?
Yeah, we are. And a party should share.
Oh, okay. I'll give you some of my garbage.
Oh, whoever has Dex should take that, those gloves you picked up are crazy.
Whoa. Who has Dex? The IRS?
Yes, actually. They make it so that you, like, when someone
I
throws
give
it,
you Dex.
when someone throws, like, an arrow at you or a range attack, you can kind of just deflect it.
Oh.
And take no damage.
Well, thank you.
Guys, I think our job here is done. Also, I'm gonna throw one of these. We actually, the whole entire village is dead.
We didn't do that though, right?
We did not do that.
Yeah, that wasn't us.
It was not us.
Yeah, we
Oh.
tried to save the village.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. You know, let's take the other exit out. Okay, meet over here when you're ready.
Coming. Wait, I think I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I want to.
Can you click your equipped armor to swap them with anything in inventories? Okay, my only question is, like, oh, I guess I could put this on for now. But, like, do I have nature? Is this a nature spell? No.
I think we are running.
No, auto. Oh my.
Bro, I have no long rest. What? Well, I just realized my class is fucking useless without resting. God damn it. Whatever, I could do one more. Alright. So there's a ladder over here.
Where are we going?
Oh, I think I went here.
Yeah, we're going out the backside. Wait, I don't know if this is even a way you can, like, go to. Hey, look at the butterflies.
Oh, cute. Oh, this looks so peaceful.
Wait, I'm pretty sure we could go this way. Yeah.
Oh.
It's like over here. Oh, you can even go up this rock. Well, I haven't realized.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
Well, which way do we go? Hold on. What does this have over here? Oh, this is the way back. Okay, we go up the rock.
Okay. Up the rock. Hey, where's No?
I'm lost.
No.
I'm lost.
I'll go fetch the gnome.
So lost.
That you
Don't know where I'm
baited the gnome.
going. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I'm
we
gonna-
have to work together so we don't die, you know? Like
Wait.
unwilling.
Okay, well, I said that
alliance.
first, but now when you say it, why does it sound bad?
Yeah,
I
don't
just
know, it's
think
kinda strange.
you are mean and evil and cruel, and I don't
Hey,
trust anything you say.
at least
honestly.
I don't show minors some illicit things, okay?
Yeah, like your
It's-
dick.
You're the one making it weird. Back in the olden days, clothes didn't exist. Take the Garden of Eden, for example. It's all because Eve ate that apple that it's weird.
So it's the
Sorry, I'm
woman's
lashing
fault.
out. It is the women's fault. If Eve did not eat that apple, we would be roaming the land naked right now.
Wait, was there anything up there? Up here?
I don't know.
Anywhere?
Oh, like, because we
Up
want to
the
go
rock?
here. Yeah. Wait. Can the gnome section get over here?
I'm lost.
Okay, when I said meet me here, where did you go?
Well, you said meet me here, and then there was no indicator
No,
of where
I
here
think
really
okay.
was.
Go west and then up, and then there's a stone
I-
gate you need to go to.
Don't quite understand.
Oh god, I can't jump back. I need you to jump back. Also,
I'm not.
up, go north and then west.
Go into that door, yeah.
There's a door.
Door?
And
Stone
then
door.
At the very back, there's a ladder.
There's nothing at the top of the
Hey, I think I found the ladder.
crag.
Oh, there's nothing? Okay, you can't like jump anymore?
Let me try again.
Then I guess we go this way. Never mind.
Yeah, there's just a chest, but I looted it.
Oh, okay. Then I guess we go this way. Never mind. You were right. You're going the right way. Alright. You got a big brain.
Yeah, I looted it a long time ago.
But I took the loot from there. For
Oh,
that
maybe it.
gold.
Where's the
Maybe.
owl bear cave? I think I can go talk to that owl bear.
Yeah, go talk to him. Hey, there's a dead person here.
Is the owl bear cave down here?
Hey, why am I immobile right now?
Oh, I'm gonna
So-
take damage if I fall.
There's some roots right here. I would
Any-
recommend.
Any
Ow!
feathered?
Yeah, there's one person with feather fall.
Hey, one
Oh.
feather fall, please.
Never mind. I just jumped in the vines.
What do you...
I guess
Where's the owl bear cave? Am I going the right way?
Didn't we kill the owlbear?
We didn't kill the baby. I think I can talk to the baby.
Okay, well, this is a cave that has tracks here. Sniff it out.
I'm going the right way to the baby.
Going in the mouth.
The cave mouth. Oh, it's an owlbear nest. Yeah.
Oh, it's over there?
I don't know if the owlbear is still here, but yeah. We were here before, right?
Is that the cave
Yeah, I
we're
remember the
at?
chest here.
Yeah.
Oh, on my way, guys.
No, the cub is gone.
The cub is gone? No!
Okay, wait, don't click this because wait, hold on, let me think. Let me
Oh, that chat.
No, hold on. I have a
I
special
remember this chest.
Wait, I have a special thing. Okay.
I'm gonna stand back.
What happens
Maybe
if
I'll
I
climb
hit
up
the
here.
chest? Oh. Forgot it hit you back.
Why is that chest moving?
Oh, I have a mage hand. Don't worry about it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna throw it.
Did it work?
I think I killed the mage hand.
No, I killed the mage hand. Okay, we're done.
Guys, I need someone with religion to read this.
I think I have religion.
I think I'm religious.
There's a thing right here, and I'm pretty sure you can open the chest if you have some.
A player imploring all to accept the moon. Oh, I got it.
Wow.
Does that mean I can touch it now? I'm gonna touch it. Oh!
Whoa. I guess you're not religious enough.
Seems simple enough.
Epic Loot Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm playing some Baldur's Gate.
Oh, wait.
Alright, drop the fucking thing right next to it. Also, can I get a heal? Oh!
Oh, it worked.
Woo! What's in it?
What's in it?
It's whenever they're 50% less, you can run away. I don't really care about that, but that might be good for
Might be good for me.
Yeah, any melee character that runs away from
Yeah.
fights a lot.
Oh, me for sure.
You don't want that to be you though.
Hey, it's a tactical retreat, and then I come back.
We gotta leave. We gotta leave.
Okay.
Can you heal me, Orf? I am desperate need. I don't want to waste our short rest. Excellent. You know, that's enough. Alright.
Where do we go now?
We now choose a direction to go. There is a bridge there.
I'm crossing the bridge.
Okay, hold on. We're not not near you at all.
I'm crossing the bridge.
Wait,
There's a
I'm
person
running
there.
up there. I'm
I see
running
the
up there.
person. I see a
I'm
person.
running up
I'm
there.
running straight at them.
Please do not run straight at them.
I'm running straight at these people. I'm just sprinting straight at them. Clock out and all.
Oh god.
They're watching me.
Yeah, keep your hands to yourself.
They're watching you.
Why are they mad at me?
Yeah, what? Oh. Did we hit somebody?
Oh, I made him sad.
Not no more. The contract didn't mention no goblins. I would have prepped. Don't know what I expected.
Make him more sad.
Long lost relic buried in the arse end of nowhere.
What does 5,000 mean?
Wizard too.
5,000.
Yeah, just 5,000 for a
Random 5,000.
Just the lead the moment you leave Baldur's Gate. Stupid thing to die for.
No, still no clothes.
It's called
Where
the
would I
Knights.
find it?
Supposed to be hidden under the temple where the goblins jumped us. I'd give you a map of the temple and wish you a happy funeral. But my mate Brian kept hold of it like his own sodger. Goblins made short of the fat old chunk.
Okay, so there's a
All I've
goblin
got's the contract.
village.
Can show you where we turn back.
Another village to kill, I guess.
Yeah, another village to kill.
Don't thank me. I'll be well on my way to Baldur's Gate when you die.
Hey, does he hate us?
I'm just
How
glad to
could
be
he
rid of
hate
the bloody
me?
thing. Happy
I
hunting.
think it's
You know-
quite easy.
How
know,
could he hate me?
I like this guy.
Look at them go. We enter this village? Everyone's dead.
Again?
Something's waiting up ahead.
Okay, watch this. Who's waiting up ahead?
No fun in skewing a pig what doesn't know he's cooked. We got you surrounded.
What is this goblin on goblin
Here's how
violence?
this goes. You take one step further, and we'll fill your front with arrows. Or you turn around, and your backside gets the same treatment.
Oh.
As the
Oh,
symbol glows,
guess we fight.
power courses through you. Authority.
The stance of authority.
Don't worry, guys. Intimidation.
Wait, I got you.
Oh, watch
I got plus
this.
4. I got plus 4.
It's so
Okay.
easy. It's literally so
Hold up,
so
lads.
easy.
This one might be more we bargained for.
It's because I'm stanced up with my
then.
cock out.
Just keep your nose clean.
Holy shit, we didn't fight these guys the second we walked in. It's a miracle. All right, wait, hold on. Wait, I got the waypoint for us. Let's try not to kill everything that moves, okay?
I cannot promise you anything.
Remember, if you open up something, do not steal in front of people.
But we can open it.
As long as it's not red, yes.
Okay, where'd my friends go? Where'd my friends
Exploring.
Guys, I'm going down the well.
Okay.
The what?
Guys, I went down the well. Guys, I'm down the well. What should I do? Hey, do you think there's gonna be? It's immune to fire damage.
Hey,
Camp.
something's coming. Oh my god, it has 33 HP.
Guys!
What did you do?
Oh,
What did you
coming.
do?
I'll be right there after I kill his
What
chest.
the fuck is this? There's a lot
What
of
are
them.
these? Oh, that's a lot of HP. I am enwebbed.
Oh my god!
There's a lot of spiders.
Hey, we didn't save.
Guys, there are a lot of spiders.
It teleported. That spider teleported.
Should we
We're
go back
stuck
up
here.
the well?
Oh my god, I get haste.
Sure.
Holy
Shall we
fuck.
go up the
Wait, I never
well?
even picked this up the first time. Wait, I'm there. Wait, I'm there.
We're here.
Okay, you're here? Okay,
Yeah, we can fight.
We fight.
I kind of only
What's
have
momentum?
one level 1 spell slot. I don't know if we can
I have
fight.
none either, don't worry.
Okay.
Can't reach there. What the? Can't I reach here?
Infinitely worse than haste. What's haste? Is it like you have more faster turns?
In webs?
Holy.
Oh,
Wow, you are an
Fuck.
archer. I was supposed to put action. Oh, wait, that's so good.
These spiders are scary. They kind of can teleport.
God, imagine teleporting spiders.
Oh, okay.
Oh, easy.
Oh!
Oh, we can shoot.
Okay.
Hello?
That was a little fucked up.
Wow.
Oh, that was a little fucked up.
I'm gonna heal now. Oh, I have no heals. I'm gonna
Oh,
heal now.
Jesus. I'm gonna try. I did no damage to the spider, guys. None at all. I'm gonna jump over here.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. I rolled a 1. Don't worry, next one's good. Holy
Damn!
fuck.
Did we level?
Each creature is randomly enlarged. What does that mean?
I feel enlarged right now.
Wait,
Oh,
okay.
you enlarged.
Okay, let me.
I'm enlarged.
Reduce means you do less damage, and enlarge means you do more. Okay.
We are so back.
We're
It's
so back.
easy.
We're so back.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
literally so back.
We are so back.
What's the worst that can possibly happen?
Well.
What is the worst that can possibly
I think-
happen?
Oh, hey, it's okay, it's okay.
Oh.
No, enlarge is good for you. Enlarge is good for you. You own this guy. Oh, heck yeah.
I've greased the area beneath you. If you're not careful, I'm gonna set it on fire too.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Huh?
I fell.
Okay, I'm gonna move. You set it on fire. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not setting it on fire. I'm gonna just hit this one. I fucking hate these phase spiders.
I died.
No, it just warped out of my.
Farted.
Okay.
I couldn't
Okay.
save myself. I slipped on the grease.
Wow, I wonder whose grease that was.
Okay, okay. I'm throwing a pot at you.
Oh, I'm alive.
I'm gonna grab this shield in my inventory. I'm
weird.
encumbered, guys.
I feel like
Guys,
I had
am
a potion of
encumbered.
greater healing in my inventory and someone took it.
Weird.
Can't imagine that being me.
I didn't even know they had one that was bigger than healing. Dude, that's teleporting.
Wow. Oh, okay, you're good. You're good.
Oh,
Easy. It's so
that's
easy.
good for me.
Oh god.
It's
never
over.
mind. Oh,
It's so easy. It's so easy.
Hey, you're kind of broken. Yeah, I'm running over there.
Wait, can I take a potion from someone?
I have 4.
Okay. Hold on. How do I take half of a potion?
What do you mean half
Or
of a
half of.
potion?
Okay,
Ooh.
okay, I'll take 2.
What did you shoot?
She shot the bridge above her down.
she shot the web.
You shot the web down. The web to bridge.
Oh, I meant to do that.
Yeah, yeah, that was
Get the
pretty.
high ground.
Yeah.
It was tactical. Oh lord. Huh.
Wait, you.
So easy. I am not in range of any of those now.
All right, we need to go up.
I can't hit anything.
How do we go up? I see this right here.
There's rocks you can climb here.
I slipped.
Should I turn here?
God damn it, man. Who put this grease bow here?
Hey, I was intending to set that on fire, but the spiders are no longer around.
Oh, no, man.
Staring.
I thought maybe if it broke, the spider would fall. And
Well, actually, if you kill this spider web here, you could, like, make it fall.
It might. You did 2 damage.
Oh, you did 2 Oh.
Here, but I'll do another 2 damage here.
Maybe we can lure them to the grease.
I got it.
Oh my god, they did.
Wait, you took so much damage.
Oh, they fell.
I couldn't do it.
Die.
Too far. Guys, I can play a song.
What kind of song?
Poor performance.
I could play a song.
Yes.
Does this inspire you? How about
Poor
this?
performance.
Will this inspire you?
Maybe you'd better stop before anyone starts throwing rocks.
Looked away from the performance.
Oh.
Oh, let's go.
Can they warp onto our grease, please?
Oh.
Oh, I hate these spiders. Why did we come down here?
Yeah, who did this?
Yeah,
Dude, I
wonder,
can't
you know.
move because of this fucking grease, man.
I just don't know what you're talking about.
Someone want to break the spider web? Oh, easy.
I'm not in range to hit the spider because of the fucking grease.
These spiders are kind of breaking our ankles, as the kids would say. as the kids would say.
Yeah, you're right.
It's damn sheesh. They are breaking our ankles as I broke my ankles in the grease, as the kids would say.
Wait, you owned. Okay,
You
okay.
destroyed it though.
Destroyed what? Oh, but how did I critical miss? It's so good.
I think you critical missed the web and hit the spider instead.
Oh, I'll take that RNG.
I can't reach a spider.
Oh, don't worry, he's fucked.
Let's go.
I can't believe we got dragged down here for this bullshit.
Wow, that was so easy.
I lost all of my health.
It's just too easy. What's in this cave, anyways? There's a dead goblin child in here, guys, with a lemon. Dead goblin child with a lemon in their pocket.
Are you gonna take the lemon?
I did take the lemon.
I'm gonna short rest
God.
real quick. Just in case.
I'm exhausted. Better find
Why
Auto
did,
save.
why did you save?
I didn't. That was autosave.
Do you think there's something down here? Do you think there's gonna be more things over here that's gonna kill me? Guys, there's a big spider, guys! I don't. 125 HP. I'm leaving. I'm turning around.
Wait,
the 125
Where are
HP
you?
spider is a level 5, 125 HP spider.
Huh.
I have no spell slots.
Wait, how about we rest and then we go try to kill it?
You want a long rest?
Yeah, maybe we may need a long rest or something.
You don't want to. What?
I kind of don't have any spells on me, if in case that's a problem.
Okay. Please do not talk to anyone until after we rest.
I have to talk to Asterion right now.
Wait, somebody in camp wants to speak to me.
I have to speak to Asterion
No,
right now.
no, stop.
I have to talk to Asterion right now. He needs me.
What's happening?
Stop. Oh my fucking. Wait, hold on. There's a solution to this. No, there's a solution to this.
He needs me.
Hold on.
Oh, I want to try.
He needs me. Alright, guys, I'm ready.
I'll go talk.
Alright, guys, I'm ready.
Tell you that's before. No, because
What's
it's
happening?
I'm gonna hit cancel.
Wait, cancel.
okay. You press yes and you don't press anything else. Okay, let me be honest. I fucking hate you guys. Stop moving.
I'm hitting cancel.
I'm pressing yes. I'm pressing yes.
I was hitting yes and then I hit nothing. What? It was canceling. I'm gonna... Really? Oh my god.
You know, talking about certain stuff. No, it's so that so that you can be fucking efficient about it, and then people can start talking afterwards, while the other people can leave and go search. IMO.
She hates me.
Oh wait, I should.
She don't care of me actually.
Okay, wait. This one is actually kind of important. Hold on. Orf, take this. I keep finding fucking. Take this dub. Okay, I can't. Okay, hold on. Let me give this to you. Use that helm. When the fight starts, you are allowed to move like 50% more.
Ooh.
You gain
I'll
like
take
a
that.
buff so that you can literally run into them. Okay, whoever just tried to invite someone to the party, bro, we're full. Okay.
Who did that?
Hello?
Kinda weird. Hmm?
What? Who keeps putting trash into my inventory?
We've been traveling to. You
what
see,
the fuck?
I have this condition. No,
What's
no,
happening?
nothing like that. What it comes down to is this: Every so often, I need to get my hands on a power. I can say no more.
What the hey? Who's doing this?
This is a conversation, shot heart. Fuck it.
What?
Fuck it.
Huh?
Hello?
Kind of weird.
What the hey? Stop.
Okay, where's the
I'm
spider?
gonna get overcumbered. Hey, you're putting it in places I don't see. What the heck? Oh, I have so much trash, bro.
Where is it? I don't see it. Am I fucking blind?
I thought when
How big? I thought it's supposed to be big as heck.
Okay. What's happening? What? It's glitching out my inventory. Some items look like other items.
What's happening, guys?
Weird.
Somebody's overcumbering my inventory.
When do we start the killing of the?
Hey, what the hell?
When do we start the killing of? When do we start killing?
We gotta go down, right? Wait, I didn't see it, so you have to show us. Where
are you guys?
Where did you find this spider?
It was down there. It was walking in the distance. I don't know. I don't wish to enter combat with it if I'm going to be honest with you. It's right here.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Everybody left.
I don't quite wish to enter combat with that.
Phase spider matriarch.
Wait, I kind of. Okay, let's go. Wait, certainly it wasn't summon other spiders, right?
Yeah, surely.
Okay, I think we'll be okay.
Surely we can beat at level 5 when we're level 3.
Yeah. I mean, we beat the other guy, the Kagga, who was level 5.
Yeah, and this spider only has 125, you know.
HP. Okay, I'm ready.
I might have broken a web.
We can.
Should I break all the webs?
No, I did not think so. I
need to use the web to get there.
We need to get to them.
I can no longer get to them.
Wait, we have to use this one. Oh my god.
There's a combat happening right now.
Okay, well, how many things are on the top? Oh, there's 2 spiders.
Oh, this summoning more spiders.
Oh my god.
Guys, there's many spiders.
Okay. These 2 spiders, and then we can like AoE this one. Don't worry about that.
Okay, I'll kill the phase spiders.
Okay. They can only come from the left side. All right, guys. Wait. Yeah, over here.
Yeah, they come through here, right?
Yeah. Okay. What are you gonna aim this at? What are you shooting?
I don't know. Everything's
Can you
too
hit
far
this?
except for the face.
Can you hit this?
Can you hit these?
I can hit those, but I don't. There's no AOE.
Yeah, you can just kill one. It doesn't matter. You know what? There we go.
Wow. Pat self on back. So easy.
Okay, so there's 2 meat. Oh, okay.
Alright, I'll go
Okay.
fight that one.
Owie.
The second one comes up now. We kill both of them. Oh,
Guys,
my
it
my
crit
God.
killed me. Guys, it crit killed me. Guys, I got crit killed. Someone pick me up, please. I am on the ground. Kitten, Daddy is on the ground. He needs your help.
Not it.
Daddy needs you to pick him up.
I'm too far.
You have to do it. You have to do it. Well, actually, maybe I
Needs
can.
you right now.
Okay. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, can you throw a potion at this? Oh my god!
I don't like being here. Hey.
Uh-oh.
Hey. Oh, okay. Alright.
Here, I'll walk over.
No way. The 16.
Fuck.
Whoa, 16 damage, I see. You're kind of dying.
Do I have any AoEs? All targets within the light turn visible and attack rolls against them have advantage? I don't know what this is.
A buff?
Drow magic? Can I do it and still attack?
Does it cost an action?
It does.
Then probably not.
So over for me.
No. These guys don't even need. Okay, throw a healing potion over here.
Okay, wait. How do I do that?
You right click your healing potion and you throw it. Just throw it on her.
Dude, I have no healing potion.
Okay.
You can steal one of mine.
Yeah.
Throw. Oh, I
Why does half of our party have a locked inventory, man?
Here, steal my healing potion.
Yeah. Take those. Take those. Oh, I actually need
Okay.
that as well. Hold on. How do I split one of these? Perfect.
Okay, and then I throw it. I drag it to her.
You throw it. Like literally, it's like you right click and you throw.
Right click. Oh, throw.
Yeah, you throw like on the ground.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
And then whatever actually you have left, maybe like beat the crap out of these. Oh.
This is so sad and pathetic.
Oh.
So over for me. It's
Oh,
so
no.
over for me.
It's actually over for me.
The problem is, I think I need a. I want to save. Okay, wait. What if? Okay, I have an idea. I will save you next round because I have to do something.
Sure.
I broke the bridge.
30
and she took
damage?
30. Yeah. Okay,
All right. Now it should warp on top of this one, so she can take more damage.
Yeah. I'm gonna run away.
Yeah, it's gonna be so easy.
Okay. And now we just hope she doesn't die to 7 spiders killing her. Oh my
What
god.
the hell? They're feeding on me.
Hey, can I walk over here, please?
Oh my
God. More?
It's so over for real.
Okay, worry not, my love. I will save you.
Okay, can you... Does disengage allow you to run without getting hit? Let me go read.
It does.
Okay, can you do that real quick?
It won't. And then where should I run, sir? Just away?
Like, just away so that we can
Or?
AoE this. Perfect. Okay.
Nice. You want me to grease
And then wait,
them?
can you throw another thing here? Or is that... Oh, that's your action. Never mind. You cannot. Yeah, no, you don't need to grease it. We just kill it, I think. I can kill it.
Oh wait, actually, I think I can still shoot.
Hey.
All right. Hey. Oh, thank God it wasn't a crit.
My God.
Hey, I'm going to grease them, and you can AoE them.
Okay.
Okay, you may AoE them now. Nice. It's
Easy.
so easy.
Okay. Help. Okay, I can register the next turn. I think. Yeah. I'm good.
Yoink. Wait, I have one. Can I throw? No, I don't have a move. I can do this though, guys.
Oh god. Not the poor performance. End your turn. Oh, don't be in range to hit that. I'm in range. Or what the fuck? Okay, hold on. I don't have many potions left. Okay, hold on. What if I do?
I'll throw one. I'll throw one of mine.
I will stand. Oh.
I don't have enough movement.
I will throw. I'll throw.
Can I make a spider laugh? I don't know if I can make a spider laugh, guys. I don't have it in me. You mean it?
Uh-huh.
Did you just...
What?
What? Just threw it on the ground.
Oh, so over.
He missed with the potion throw.
I can cast a spell.
Please, please, someone throw. Please, someone fucking throw.
I can do it next turn.
I can do it next turn.
Yeah, we're certainly not gonna get fucking.
I didn't know you. I didn't think you would miss, so I don't think it's my fault. Why did they fall? What? Help! Is it because I'm playing
Yeah,
bad
they
music?
really hate your fucking music.
Uh-oh, guys.
no.
I don't feel so good. Guys, I am not feeling
It's
so
so
good.
over.
Okay.
Oh, I died.
Can you?
What the? Hey.
Okay, how do I do this?
Don't want to die to these spiders.
No.
How?
On my
Alright, here.
Thank you.
New idea. I just do this.
So Jover.
You can use a potion while you're here or here.
Oh, I'm alive. Someone took my potions.
Oh, okay. Wait. Here. You have to take. Oh God. You take Gnome's potions, I think. Or you know, maybe the IRS has some potions.
I have one.
There we go.
I have one potion.
Maybe while you're dead, go give that one to us.
Going to heal.
You want
and then
the
hope I
potion?
don't
Wait,
die.
did that do anything?
Thank you. Oh, I drank one already.
Okay, wait. You see that potion? I threw it on the ground and left a blue thing. Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, great. Now you can own them. Okay, great.
I have no more actions.
Okay, yeah, you stand there, and I will stand behind you and pray to God.
No, they're biting me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they missed. Don't worry.
Guys, I think she's gonna kill me.
Oh my God.
Guys, I think she's going to AoE me and kill me.
Surely not.
This fight's not looking very good, guys.
I think we're winning.
Trying to figure out how to angle this. This still look a little weird. Do not move.
Ooh.
I pushed your dead bodies away too.
Yeah, why? Okay, guys, where am I?
Okay.
Hello?
Well, I think I killed all the spiders. I just need someone's healing potion. Hello? Oh, okay, well, I don't have any. Well, you know what? I can end my turn.
I don't have any either. Oh wait, Orph has one.
Okay, perfect.
I used it.
Oh, you just used it.
I used it. I picked up nomosexual though.
Oh no, I
Thank
think.
you. I have no pots.
Okay, this is gonna sound really bad, but I think me pushing you gave you a death throw.
How do I do that?
No, I made. You see the little bars? So the left side bar is good, and then every
they
round,
laughing?
the right side bar may charge up. It's called a death bar.
Oh.
Oh, you're
It's
good.
over.
You're good. No, you're good. You're good. Okay. So what if I save you? Hello?
Do you think I can blind?
Oh,
nope,
thank you.
It's kind of far.
Okay, can you like blind him?
I'm a little far. Do you think I can make a spider laugh? It has high defense though.
Yeah.
You think I can make a spider laugh? I have, it's 55% chance.
Yeah,
You think I
yeah.
can
We need to make
spider
him like.
laugh?
That's a good chance.
We fucking lost.
I could not make him laugh. I don't think I was funny enough.
You're so funny.
Just gonna walk away.
Thank you for running away from us. So,
You're
so
welcome.
oh wait. Can you res him? I'm gonna break the spider web.
Yeah. I can res. Break the spider web. You got this?
Hold on.
You got this? You got this? All right. So
42?
easy.
Okay.
Hey, so easy.
Okay. Now she's gonna take a while to get back up here.
She can just phase dash.
Oh,
Okay,
wait, you're right.
okay.
Okay,
I have a plan. I'm going to enhance leap someone. Someone should go over here and bait her onto this.
Oh, wait. Oh, that's funny.
Should I?
No.
leap
She has
you?
a
If
range
she
attack.
hits
No,
one
no.
of
You have
us,
a range
she'll
attack.
kill us.
It's okay. I think we could try to shove her off. Anyone still have that potion? Wait, did anyone pick up that potion of? Okay, I have an idea. There's a potion that we picked up. Someone picked up.
Just like a regular potion?
It's called Elixir of Giant. I did not pick it up. Shit. Okay, it's
I don't
fine.
have it.
It's fine. It's fine. We can end turn and pray to God.
Okay, I have 2 alchemist fire. Or you can throw alchemist fire on top of her body if she, if you can't reach her. Also, it might be safer.
Everyone? Oh.
Okay.
Elixir.
I'm gonna put it in
Alchemist
my.
fire. Yeah, I can split item. Put this in your inventory. You can toss that at her.
Oh.
All right.
Wait, I got it.
I'll do that on next turn.
And maybe, just maybe.
Okay.
will be
Wait.
okay.
I have a solution. Wait, hold on. I have a solution. Okay. Do you see the item at the very bottom of my inventory?
Yes.
The Elixir of Giant Strength. Usually you cannot push stuff if you're too weak. It puts your strength to higher than the cap in the game. So I think you can shove her off the side with it.
Oh my god.
So the next time next time she's up here, one of you, we gotta push her off.
Okay.
Sounds so doable.
We all have very little. Okay, we all have to stand close to the edge that we are able to shove her off.
Yeah.
AOES.
She has wrath. What does that mean? Help! 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 Help!
Hey, how do we push her off from there?
Guys, it's over. Guys, it's over. It is.
Wait. Okay. No. We still have a live guy. Okay. Or if it's still good.
Still good.
Wait, how heavy is the spider?
Think I can shove her off from here?
Wait. How heavy is she? She's only 250. Yeah, I think you can shove her off. Can you you have to drink my potion though.
Okay. All right. Let me grab the potion.
But I think using the action of rezzing. Oh, okay. Can you shove?
I cannot. The drinking took my action.
Okay, no problem. You just no problem. No. Okay. Yeah. Just try to go over here and then not stand in the acid.
She has an additional attack per turn because she's mad at us.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh.
She has an extra attack because she's mad at us.
Okay, she can also miss.
Yeah, she can also miss. She can miss. She can miss.
She can miss.
Wait. Okay.
What the fuck,
Wait.
hey?
This is wait. Can you shove her off? When you press the shove thing, can you shove her off this way?
I can try. 45%.
All right.
Okay.
We take those.
Alright. You ready?
We take
Yeah.
those chances.
Let's go.
It's over. It's over. It's over.
Oh God.
Wait.
Maybe she misses twice.
Yeah, she might miss twice.
Why did someone? Huh?
Hey, who reloaded?
What happened?
What happened?
It's like someone just reloaded their save.
Is that what happened?
I don't know.
When you're saving for your
What just
default sound
happened?
device, if it's something like
I don't know.
46-bit, 36K, I don't know.
Did we
How can I
Yeah,
check?
did we Guys?
Oh,
What happened?
It
Are we
might
gonna
have
be
crashed.
back in the fight?
I mean, it's loading right now for me.
I'm also loading.
Wow, we got
Oh.
some.
Why are we in camp?
Are we? What the heck?
What happened? Are we just back to where we were? Are we gonna have to? Oh, we are just back here. It just put us
What?
back in the cave. Do we want to retry that battle, or do we just want to run away?
Oh, interesting.
It just put us back in
I
this
feel like it's
cave.
doable, you know?
What?
Oh, did someone hit?
Are we
Is
back
F8 is auto load. So if
I did
someone
not
hit
press
that,
F8.
Oh, I definitely hit F8. Okay.
Oh.
I was
my
like,
bad.
it looked like a load. Like I was like, oh, okay.
That's a hotkey for my VTuber. Oh, I'm not
Oh,
gonna hit
is
that
it
anymore.
really?
Yeah.
Pepe laughing.
Oh, never again, I guess. Good to know.
Yeah, I wanted to. Like, is there a way to start the fight out where it doesn't have either the eggs or the thing? Oh.
Can you destroy the eggs from here?
Oh my god. Wait, they did damage.
They're still alive though.
Are they? No, they're not.
Oh, they took. Oh, they burned.
Okay, wait. Now we kill these eggs.
I'm scared of aggroing it.
Wait, where's the actual? Oh, there it is. Oh. Okay, wait. What if we hide? What if we hide? Wait, but then I would get stuck if I hide. Hold on. Let me. If it's stacking again, I have to reset it again, man.
Oh, she's coming. Oh, no homosexuals in combat.
Classic.
Guys, I'm gonna. She's on a web, guys. She's on a web right now. Can you hit her off?
Yes, yes.
Guys, you hit her off?
Yes,
She's on a
but
web.
I am in a back. Can you jump back? Can you jump back?
I can attempt to
Okay,
jump back.
No,
hit this
we're
in the-
stacked. Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think I can hit her off. I think I can hit her off, guys.
You
Worry
hit it
not.
off?
Okay.
I'll run over
okay.
here and we'll kill this spider.
I will attempt to jump back.
Nice. This spider's so dead
Easy.
for real.
And I run back, and I run back. We are so back. And I can play a nice little tune, too, a jaunty tune while we're here.
Let's go.
Was that probably solid changing sound format? Wait, I would definitely want to know. Sorry.
She's on a web again? We can hit her off? No, I don't know how close.
Is she?
I don't know. She's halfway on a web. I guess not. Ooh, yikes. Meat piece is kind of on the ground.
Oh.
Should I break this web?
Break
I don't
it, break
think
it, break
she's
it.
on the ground.
It'll drop the face spider anyways.
Okay, let's get rid of this spider. Never mind, that spider is hanging on a ledge.
Oh.
Well, this has been great. This has been great.
I'm gonna throw a potion.
Perfect. If you throw it on top of me and you're next to me, you heal yourself too.
Oh.
Oh.
It didn't.
That didn't work. Oh my god, I'm next to a spider I did not even see.
Kind of dying.
Oh.
Guys, I don't feel so confident about this.
I don't feel so good.
I don't feel very good.
It hurts.
Uh-oh.
That's
oh,
fine.
Thank God. Yeah,
Thank God it's not.
Oh God, I don't feel so good. Okay, I'm gonna grease this. You want to set that on fire or something? I'm jumping away.
Let me try this. Wow, it did no fucking damage.
Awesome.
Alright, let me try this again. I'm going to cast He's feeble.
All right, all right, all right.
Oh.
Ow.
A lot of damage from that toxin.
Does feeble even work? Does this guy even attack with strength, really? I feel like he does not. Oh, okay. But like, yeah, he's never in the melee.
I can't throw something at you right now.
Am I level 3 or am I level 4? How do I tell?
I will end my turn.
Level 3.
Oh god.
I'm taking all the hits.
Don't worry, guys. I can do 2 damage to this big spider. Who is coming after me, potentially.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Surely everything will be okay. Hey, I died.
I have no more potions.
Ew. Did you unlock your inventory?
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Now could you I left my keys in your inventory. Can I grab them?
The keychain?
Yeah. Can I just have that back?
How do I
The keychain is empty.
But I need it back.
Oh.
make this work?
Why did you give me your keychain?
I have ended my turn.
Oh, maybe I'll move away from you so I'm not AoEing.
Hey, good idea.
She just has such high defense.
Thank God.
Thank God.
I can... Oh, thank God. Okay.
Oh, let's go.
I can play the game now.
Help! What the? I'm always on the ground.
It's okay. Wild magic set me free. That didn't get any wild magic problems. Well, that sucked. Where is our bard? Our gnome?
Hey, I'm not a bard. I have to.
All the way over
staying
here.
away so my rock
you,
can do
you put the
damage
flaming
to
sphere
it.
here.
Yeah, so she doesn't break my concentration.
I see.
I can enlarge you. Would you like to be enlarged?
I'm
Or do you
okay.
want... I can do a +1 bonus here. I'm gonna take your scroll. Wait, can I cast stuff on you with a scroll, or can I only use it on myself? I can only use it on myself. I can enlarge you, is what I'm saying.
It does not help me. It does help Orf, but it does not help me.
Orf is kind of far.
Maybe you just hit them with your ball.
Here, I can distract.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Like right here.
Did it
Perfect.
help?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, it's over.
Don't worry, I'm gonna hit with my ball.
Okay.
Nice
Go
ball.
3.
Save.
It's
Uh-oh.
over. It's over, guys. Guys, it's over. Guys, it's over. My ball. Guys, it's over. Guys,
you.
my rock. Guys, it's over. Guys, it's over.
Okay, wait. I have. This is the last chance.
Nice.
Easy. Easy.
Wait. Okay, can I pick someone up?
I can pick somebody up.
Please.
I'm coming.
Oh,
We
thank
are
you.
very close to each other. I really hope this spider boss does not just decide, hey,
Don't
fuck
worry.
you guys.
I
I'm
lured
running.
her away. She is right. She's right here, guys.
No, she teleports right out.
I instantly died.
Embarrassing. Hey, wait, I'm down too. What happened?
Embarrassing.
Hey, what Oh, thank you.
Kind of has 74 HP.
That's a lot. Do we have any more teams?
Oh, thank God, thank God. Okay, okay, wait, hold on.
Hey, she hit me while I'm down.
Yeah, it's kind of fucking.
Call
weird.
that beating a dead horse.
Beating a dead orf.
Good one.
Okay, you'll have one life, but don't worry, we can win this. Oh, I don't. You not want to be on top of her right now. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
There we go. It didn't help.
Why did I? Hey, I'm down again. What the?
Hey, can someone stop dying over here by stepping into the acid pools?
What acid pool?
That's. Huh?
How did you?
The acid.
Simple toxin.
God, it's so hard to fucking see. It blends into the ground. Oh, it's just a simple little toxin. Oh my god.
I'm gonna die, guys.
I've died so many
I
times.
think I'm dead
Can
permanently.
my third? Oh my God, my third player. Okay, okay, it's fine, fine. No, one of these times she's gonna miss, and then that's when we res everyone.
Yep.
Please not miss. Fuck, she didn't miss.
My death saving throw failed.
Hey, you think she's gonna kill me next? I don't think so. Guys! Guys!
Okay, can you walk on top of
I can
an orf?
attempt to.
And then I will just throw a potion to hit both of you.
I can attempt to. No, I can attempt. I can even do this.
Yeah, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. I need you to look really juicy.
I am juicy.
Yeah, you are.
Was our third? Okay, okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Now I can throw.
Hope this ends well.
Oh, let's
Perfect.
go. Oh.
Okay, now I have to go rescue our other guy.
I'm gonna die to AoE right here.
Guys, remember there are some toxins, so just be careful. There's some.
I think she's gonna hit me. I think it's over.
Well, just try to move your way up.
Not too close.
Walk closer.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Oh, I got you. I got you. I
Yeah,
got you.
now. Okay, I saved the IRS.
I saved
And
no
we're
sexual.
perfect.
The IRS remembers this.
Okay, I think we used every single healing potion known to mankind.
Oh, it's over. I walked too close.
What?
No, surely you guys didn't just.
Hey, it's over. I didn't mean to walk here. Hey, it's over. Guys?
Wait, you both need to
Guys?
be close enough to res us.
Guys?
Yeah, I'll get a little closer.
I might have grieved.
Oh,
Ah.
Perfect, 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 perfect.
It was
perfect.
not me.
Can I go?
Okay, okay. I need you to. Okay, how do we do this without dying? Let me think.
I have no way to get to her. Oh wait, no, there's a rock over there.
Wait. I think we just sit here. We just sit here out of vision. She's gonna come to us.
Oh, okay.
The funniest thing is that you're so far away. She's gonna come to you first. Oh no.
Oh, there she is.
Oh yes.
Hey, what the fuck?
Thank God.
All right, guys.
I can
you
hit
go-
her now.
Okay, you go
Get
hit her.
some
you go hit her.
damage.
Yeah, you go hit her. You go hit her. I'm the get out light side.
I'm flanking.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh my
Hey,
god!
that was crazy.
I heard
Crazy
like a
amount of
thunderclap.
damage.
Hell?
I can duel her to only attack me.
Guys,
don't do that.
I just stepped in simple toxin right here.
You
but I didn't
surely didn't do the
realize-
same thing.
I didn't realize there was toxin here.
Oh, I don't know if you want to do that. Oh no, we can't save you from this. Oh,
It'll be fine. Hey, why'd you turn your back on it?
oh, thank God, nothing happened.
It's over.
Fine.
It's just so dark in here. She has 2 actions again, guys.
Okay, she's too far, right? Oh, never mind.
Wait,
Oh,
Hey, we
Wait.
can do 29 damage.
did the game bug out? Oh, it did.
no.
It was
Bug
He
out.
lagging.
died.
Hey.
Guys,
You
it's
guys are really
over.
far.
Where did our fourth member go from?
I was flanking.
No, you.
Teleported.
You're so
Oh my
far.
God.
Okay, wait. Surely I can.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
No, okay.
You can do
Here's.
29 damage.
Can you do 29 damage with anything?
I don't think so.
Alright, let
Okay,
me think.
My sneak attack can do 23 at the very high. Is that it? Is that all I have?
Okay, can you hide from the boss so you go so he doesn't see you anymore?
I think it's over for real.
If you use Scarra's Scroll of Chromatic Orb, if you high roll, you do 24 damage.
It doesn't
but
do enough.
only if you high roll.
Not enough.
Surely she won't come
Surely
after
she'll
me.
miss,
She
right?
doesn't see me
She
right
with
now.
both her attacks?
Yeah, so
You
she high rolls
teleport.
24 damage, then she misses both her attacks, and then she kills. Right?
That's the only way.
That's
I
how it
think
works.
she's
Okay.
That
right.
is how it works.
Wait, but I'm so far. Will that-
You can cast it from like here,
Okay, I'm walking
I
back.
think.
Yeah, use the scroll, high roll 24, and then she misses both her attacks, and you win, and we win. It's that,
Okay.
it's that easy. It's
Yeah.
that easy.
It's called a chromatic thing.
Yeah, I
It's-
put it in your inventory. Scroll of Chromatic Orb.
Okay, so I cast spell
Yes, on her.
on her.
And I think it,
Okay. It's X'd out for me.
what?
Oh, okay. How about, can you use your Scroll of Ice Knife?
Wait,
we
wait.
can
Does
crit it.
hide take an action?
Yes, it does.
We fucking lost.
Oh, it's
You fu-
over.
We fucking lost.
She used
We
hide.
fucking lost. It's AI. Welcome back to 416 for your subbing.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
try-
wait, it's a bonus
can you
action?
use your Scroll of Ice Knife?
Oh yeah. Can you?
Okay, wait. Cast spell. Okay.
All right. And now,
And then I
you,
use it on her?
now you high roll 29 damage right here.
Wait, so I left click on her, right? So I don't fuck this up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can crit. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, they're
that's all
fine.
I have.
Now you end your turn, and she double misses you, and then
Yeah,
you kill
and
her
then
with
you
the
do
chromatic
18
orb.
damage.
Okay,
You
easy.
double misses, and then you.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, I thought it said critical miss again. Oh my god.
So close.
Wait, it was actually doable.
Actually
Holy shit.
I believe it. But we got it
Okay.
now, right?
Yeah, I think we can do it.
Yeah.
I think we
Okay.
got this.
As long
That's
as
the last thing.
we kill the small ones fat, yeah, we got it.
I'm gonna try killing them again, but if I enter combat, it's not my fault. It's because I tried to kill them.
I just need more wild magic procs. I need like, you know, some juice.
All right, guys, I'm going out there. I'm gonna go.
With haste.
Can I buy anything here?
Oh wait, hold on. Take this momentum helm again.
Where's that helmet again?
Yeah, it's on
Yeah.
me.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. You have it.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go kill these.
Hold shift to see your line of sight. Oh. Yo, what are you doing over there?
I can't cast it.
I can fireball it if you want.
I don't know why my fireball isn't casting.
I'm fireballing it.
Thank you. I couldn't cast my fireball for some reason.
Wait, careful. It noticed something.
It's moving, it's moving.
Can you move? Can you jump back? Can you jump back?
She's not gonna see me over here.
She's saying Herm.
Oh, you're good. Go back. What? The
aggro.
fuck?
Uh-oh. Don't worry, I'll get rid of these eggs while you aggroing it. While you are aggroing it. I got it. Don't worry, guys. I got the eggs while you're aggroing.
Wait, she did the eggs down there. I didn't know there was even eggs down here, but...
I didn't.
Okay, well, I got the eggs up here.
Where is my...
What the hell?
Okay, where are you guys? Over there? She's fighting you guys?
Why did she
what's
fairy
that?
fire us?
Oh, that fair fires us too.
It missed me, but I think Orf now...
I got fairy fired.
How weird. I wonder
Oh.
Well, I get critical hit now.
What?
This is so
I
cool.
thought it would not affect us and only other people.
This is so
Or the
cool.
enemies.
I can't wait to get critical
Hey, I
hit.
can hit F8.
The class
It's
of
right here.
Wild Magician short...
No, it's okay.
We gotta play it out.
I thought it
Hold
was
on.
the
What
end.
if I do this?
Love being critical hit.
Oh my god, can you move a little bit after that? A little bit.
Oh, no.
Okay, press F8. Oh my god, I killed him! Press F8. Oh shit!
Hell, guys! What the hell just happened?
All the bad things I don't even know how I got aggro.
2 of my teammates are killing me.
Who? Bot check. Who could possibly be doing that?
I'm a fucking dumbass. It's okay. This time.
All right, guys. This time.
Can you
is the
kill
time.
the farther one first? Actually.
Okay.
Wait casually.
Don't worry. I'm just gonna jump around.
This is the one.
Where am I?
Yeah, you go this one first, and then you kill this one.
But, like,
Press shift. Yeah.
There's
no.
ones on the ground too, right?
Yeah. Don't worry. And then
Wait, can I have the helm?
Oh yeah. Sorry. Put it in your put it in. Oh, okay, hold up.
Yay.
How do I get?
All right.
Hold on, I have to get down there first.
I'll wait here.
Wait. Oh.
You're so far.
Oh
back.
my god! It.
Oh.
Did this? Did they see this?
I think so. They see you.
Really not.
We're
Wow,
fighting.
That is quite awkward.
Fighting?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Okay, while you guys fight, I'm gonna kill these eggs.
Wait, but she already got these eggs.
What about the ones up top? You know?
What did I just cast it on? What? Can we press F8 again?
What's
The
happening?
fight
guys?
just started.
I just cast my fucking spell on nothing.
We didn't see it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Never. You're right. I'm running. You're right. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, it's a cone. Right.
Not in...
Sorry, the camera's fucked right now. What the hell?
Boy, oh boy.
Okay. Ow.
With overhead, I know, but it sucks. I don't want like overhead. It's super fucking bad.
The ball is so cool. Oh, she's on the web.
Okay, guys, I am not in battle with nomosexual. I'm gonna hit her off the web.
Okay.
Can I? Can I?
Yes.
Yeah, I am dead.
I'm not close enough to hit her off the web. I'm attempting it.
Why did you go downstairs?
Oh my god, my freaking...
Okay, I really need to thunder wave this, but I might kill your body.
You can sacrifice me.
No, I can't. Let me think.
Hold on. I'm trying to hit her off the web.
Wait, I could do it if you want.
Hey, don't use your turn.
Wait.
If I can hit her without consuming a turn, that would be awesome.
What happened over here, huh?
Hey, I got it!
Oh, she did it. Let's go.
Without consuming a turn, it's so easy. It's just that easy.
Wow, so easy. You're so good.
All right. I'm gonna stay out of combat for now.
I didn't.
Oh, I didn't move. Let's go.
Wait. Oh, there is a problem.
There's still one spider.
Oh.
Yeah, and your death throw added up. Oh no.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I might need a little.
Hey, I got the face spiderling. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. When this guy comes up here. Wait, you broke the spider web. Interesting.
Oh, I did not mean
And
to. Okay.
the thing missed your jump.
Oh, fuck. I joined the battle because it aggroed me. Uh-oh. She's looking at me. Oh, I did not kill two. Why did those two not die?
It's
Perfect.
just two.
No.
You're shitting
dead.
me. Oh, wait, hold on. Who has a scroll revivify? One person
I
has
have
it, right?
one. I have 4 in my inventory.
You do not have 4.
I have 4 in my inventory.
How do you have 4?
Probably from looting.
What the fuck?
Probably from looting.
Okay.
We're so back.
We are back. Okay, this looks really bad, but the only target for these 3 things over here is you.
Ow.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Hey.
Knock the web, knock the web. Actually,
Kill the web,
you
kill
can
the
just,
web.
You can just kill this.
Oh, I
You
can
just
kill
killed the face
spider.
spider. 5 health.
So bad.
I'm a rock right now. I only have my rock. My rock can't do anything. They're too far.
If you just roll the rock next to here, I think. You know what? That's a fine place too. Oh, you're...
Yeah, please.
Well,
as a buffer. No.
Oh, I see. They
No.
really
Oh,
hate.
nice.
Okay, I'm gonna kill this spider right here. Hopefully, it's over. It's over. It's over.
It's so over. Wait, I should. Oh god, I didn't think you would roll that bad.
It's over. It's over. It's over.
Oh, F8.
It's over. No, we're still in it. We're still in it. We're still in it.
Oh, wait. I see. Okay, wait. Let me think. I got it. Okay, we're back.
So back. Oh.
Hiding again.
Wait, where are you hiding? Kill this thing!
Trying to. It's my bonus action.
Oh wait, we're on top of each other. Oh, this might be really bad.
Oh wait.
Oh my god.
Guys, help! Guys, help!
So
Spiderling! Guys, help the spiderlings!
Oh god. Oh god.
Guys, FA?
No, we're fine. He's gonna oh my god, he has two moves.
She has double
No,
action.
It's not gonna be me. Perfect, it's not gonna be me. Wait,
one
it's lagging?
HP.
It's lagging? Do you think I'm dead?
I believe in you.
No, I think he missed.
Okay.
F8.
Hey.
F8. Press F8.
F8.
Press F8. Press
HP.
F8. Oh, fuck. Okay. This time, sorry, I will not aggro. You can kill the stuff, the 2 egg sacs, and we'll be fine.
Yeah. And then you can aggro, and then I'll be out of combat to like do little gnome things, you know? It'll be perfect. It'll
be so good. Okay, once everybody is here, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just save it here. For reasons.
No, don't save. Don't save. We're not even there. Why'd you... What the fuck?
Hey, because I don't want to be in the camp anymore.
Hey, save it here, now that I'm over here.
Too late. I've already began to organize my inventory once again.
Alright, here's your momentum helm.
Oh, thank you. You can save now that he gave me the helm.
Oh, I'm on the wrong spot. Wait, hold on. Don't save yet. I'm literally on the wrong side.
Okay. I'll wait.
Okay, are those dead yet?
No, you have to wait for them to burn.
Oh, perfect. Wait, you're really gonna kill them individually?
Yeah.
Wow, we got a lot of time.
Casually.
Yeah, you can prepare.
Oh,
Hold on, there's 2 eggs over there left. I'm killing them.
Wait, where is? Hello?
There's more eggs down here too.
Where? Yeah, I don't think we can get those. I think those are weird. Well, I mean, I guess we could. No, because if you get too close, then you'll just aggro.
Okay, you can save
So
now.
you're-
I killed them.
Save? Okay.
Yeah, I killed all the eggs.
Okay. Good job. We did that.
Can you shoot them from here?
Yeah, hold on. Let me do it. I will kill the
I'm gonna
pig.
stand away.
Nice.
Wait, I'm
Nice.
not in combat. Wait.
Oh, now-
now we're. Wait, this is actually great.
This is really good, actually.
Wait.
Never mind.
This fucker?
What the hell? Hey.
Got bamboozled.
I hate the camera here, man. I don't
Where
like.
is she? Are you all in combat?
She went
Yep.
underneath to get the last spider sack over here.
I don't even know what I should do at this point. I could probably just walk a little further back.
There's a last spider sack? Where?
It's on the ground. It's over here, but it's like really hard to get to without aggroing. So.
Oh.
I mean, I think you can sit over here and do it, but it's whatever. Any torches over
Can you
there?
ping again? I'm so lost. Oh, did you just throw something at it?
Get back over here.
Okay.
Oh, a miss. Oh, it's a good
Let's
start.
go.
Wait, I fucking hate this bullshit, man. What the fuck is this thing doing here?
What thing? What thing? What thing?
This, I meant this. This stupid rock. Okay.
That's me. I'm helping. Whoa.
I am very
no.
sad.
Looks away.
Oh!
Nice,
let's go.
nice.
So
Easy,
okay,
so
perfect,
easy.
perfect, perfect.
Literally so easy.
Can't believe you pushed him off.
You are very brave for standing right here.
Ooh. Oh, that's me.
I think you're in range of. Oh.
Oh my god.
So I can't really do anything here.
I can move my rock over here and end my turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. Kind of waiting for these spiders to come up.
This might hurt.
You, oh my god.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
She's on it.
She's on it? I can go, I can hit her off. I'm not in combat. I can hit her off.
Okay. I am going to. Oh, wait.
Oh,
I got it. Don't worry, guys. I'm gonna hit her off.
Alright, I'm gonna wait. Let's go.
It's so easy. It's just so easy.
Okay, wait. How can I?
AoE. I can kill these.
Okay. You do it. You do it.
Well, it doesn't hit all of them.
Ah. Wow.
Oh, one of them's still alive.
Oh god.
I can hit it. I can hit it.
Oh. Now it's not alive.
Okay, we're good. This phase spider, which surely won't hit me.
Oh
Perfect.
no.
Doing so good.
No, I got
You
this.
hit me out of
Welcome
my
to the fucking
concentration.
ground, bitch. Oh,
Okay, nice. That was
Uh-oh.
pretty good. Yeah.
Wait,
welcome
until
to
the end of the next turn,
ground.
you could use a bonus action to teleport? Wait a second. Do I have any bonus actions left? Wait, how do I do that? Wait, how do I use it? Is there nothing I can do here? I'll use my bonus action.
She has 2 actions
Oh
now,
no,
guys.
oh no. Wait.
Whoa.
Oh.
Wait, she hit me twice.
Super killed you. Ow.
Guys, I don't feel so good.
Maybe it's
Another F8 angle.
No, what? We're
Perhaps.
gonna own this. What's a vow of enmity? Me reading real quick. Okay.
Eh? Okay.
Oh no.
Runs away.
Okay. Gnome has got the.
I didn't
Press the button.
It's
Press the button. Press the
over.
button. Press the button. Press the button. Press the button. Okay. Here's the new plan. Is it possible to kill the things at the bottom? Let me go look down there.
Aggroing?
The little eggs. Actually, I think all we need to do is Iris cannot stand like near the ledge because I think they won't teleport before she dies. That's it.
Okay.
The moment boxes Lily ever come back, I just say no. No. Yeah, we're fine. Actually, you can hide. You can just hide and just chill. You like hide right here and just wait.
Who wants to try going down there? I'll enhance you.
Wait, I'm pretty
You
sure.
wanna try going down there?
How do you? Is there a way to get down there without like? Oh, you have to go all. You have to go all the way around.
I think going here aggroes.
Yeah, you can't go the other way, which kind of sucks.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna try going from here.
Here? Yeah. Can you reach stuff?
I can grease right here.
Oh.
Oh,
Now
you
we are
cannot-
aggroed.
Oh.
Guys who aggroed.
Oh no, he
Guys
clicked
who
down.
aggroed.
Oh, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Okay,
We're fine, actually.
Okay, how do I? Oh, wait, okay, wait, hold on. What if we? Wait, we have to fight them at the top because I can't push them off otherwise.
Wait, I think I can push them off from the bottom. Let me try.
Oh, you like push them off in the hole?
Yeah.
I think they die.
I'm gonna try.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Wait, can I have your strength potion?
Yeah, steal it.
Where is it?
It's like at the very top. Hold on, I'll split the stack. I gave you both. I
Okay,
gave you
okay.
my entire inventory accident.
Okay.
Oh my god,
Let me
wait.
try.
Sure. My...
Oh, that took my action of pushing. Okay.
Alright, wait, what's the play? Hello? IRS?
What do
Hello?
you think?
Hello?
What are you the play? What's the play?
What's
We are not in combat. What are we doing?
You told me to hide here.
Yeah, but now that we're in combat and we have Orf struggling for his life over here, what do we do?
Help! Me too. They're coming for me too.
Hey, what am I supposed to do for Orb, huh?
Oh,
Save him? Fine, I'll shoot. I'll fucking
I'm
shoot.
jumping away.
I'll use
I'm
my action.
attempting to jump away.
I'm in combat. I'm in combat.
I shot him
It's
with
fucking
stick.
doomed. Okay, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. We ball. Hold up.
The worst
Each enchant the
possible
weapon of each
spot.
creature within 6 meters. Your next attack is crit and deals. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine. It hit me.
Oh.
Oh, perfect.
Go.
Perfect.
Oh, even better.
Wait, you can use your rage weapon and just fucking hit this. The Spider-Man is 4 life. I don't know if you do enough.
I don't think I can reach anything.
Oh.
I can throw. Oh, wait, let me see. I can throw a dagger. Let's see if I can do that.
Whoa.
Perfect.
Oh.
That was sick.
Okay.
Is this a run?
Where is the IRS? Hello?
I'm also stuck somewhere.
You guys are so far out of the fight.
Hey, I did 60 ME.
Hey, I killed the eggs. I contributed.
So true. Hey, he's drawn to me. Oh.
Nice.
Cool.
You want me to try? I'm trying to jump over here with you.
Here we go.
And I'm gonna hit him.
Let's
Oh
go.
my
Good
God.
damage.
Okay. And then
Nice. LMG. That was us. I'm walking back. We have to walk around to get to them.
Like up this cliff, right?
Yeah, up this way.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
He always lags here, and I'm always like, maybe I lived.
I think
You
you're
do
fine.
not live. She super killed you.
Yeah.
I think you're okay.
I got Giga killed here.
I think you're fine.
I think you're just kind of overreacting a little bit.
Yeah.
We're fine. Where's our teammates? Hello?
Okay. Gonna try and go from this
Oh.
angle.
Oh, okay. I like that.
All right, I can tank a little bit.
All right. Now they're dead. They're dead. All we have is the big
35
spider mage trap left.
HP.
That's just
Okay.
one web drop.
Okay, the IRS has got it. Super crazy flank position.
All right. Hopefully she doesn't hit me. Okay, she's gonna hit Orf and then hit me next. She's gonna hit me next.
She one-shot me.
Oh my god. Oh,
That's fine. That's both
She's coming
actions.
for me?
That's both actions.
That's
That's
both
both
actions.
actions.
Where should I go now? Back down the cliff?
No, just
Can you share?
These roots go down right here next to my dead body.
Over the toxin?
You have 24
You have enough.
life.
Okay.
Okay, now. Okay. I say, take my. Wait, where's my scroll? Oh,
I
that's
stole it. I can't hit her. I can try to hit her.
Okay,
30%.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, this will work. This will work.
Okay. Oh god. That's all I got actually.
Hold on. I'm trying to see what will work better. That did not do anything. That did a lot less damage than I thought it would.
Hello?
It did a lot less damage than I thought it would do. Guys? That did a lot less damage than I thought it would do. Guys? Guys?
You so hard.
And your fucking turn. And your fucking turn. Okay.
Ow.
Oh, that's good.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
good. You
That's
take
good,
both
that's
of them. You
good.
take both of them. And now, the paladin.
Do I do enough damage? Hold on, let me see. What's my strongest?
All right. Trying this. I did 13 damage.
You do 18.
And then I'm gonna try this.
All right. I just need
Oh,
to do
it failed,
18.
it failed.
No.
You ready?
It's good. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, thank God. It's
Oh my God. Can someone please res
It's
me?
so free.
Someone.
Literally, it's so free.
Let's go.
Oh my god, this is what a paladin with his oath looks like. That's crazy.
Oh, you're dead.
Yeah. I need one of those scrolls, and I'm gonna die to a toxin here, so just res me afterwards.
Oh, I died to the toxin. Thank you.
What's happening, everybody?
Yeah, don't be shy. What was on the boss's body?
Armor?
Oh.
Like cloth robe or something? I didn't take it.
Oh, wait. Oh, I can use this. Wait. It's me or, it's me or Nomo. Who do you want?
I don't need it. I'm naked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will take the first thing that actually adds damage. Oh.
Is it cool if I save now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh. I can't believe we did it. What's up?
Do you rest again?
No. We can short rest.
Short rest?
Short rest.
Okay. That was good.
All right, guys, get
How do I
down.
get outta
Wait,
here?
get down here. What? We literally killed the boss, and we need to investigate.
Oh,
Anything?
sorry. I just want to go to the next battle. Just so ready to just go next.
Oh, I found the waypoint over here. Now we can teleport to it. Perfect. Okay.
I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there. Should I jump down?
Oh, we can jump down here. Wait, but can you feather fall us so that we don't die? I think.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm webbed.
Oh, wait.
Oh, you missed me.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Can we just jump into the hole, I guess? You fucker.
That's so funny. Are you alive? Hello?
Oh.
Wait, did you guys
I
pick up?
feather falled you.
Did you guys pick up the amethyst before you jumped down?
Yeah, I grabbed it.
Okay, thank God. Okay. Okay, we're here.
We're all down here. Oh, we leveled up.
Oh,
Let's
hell
go.
yeah.
Yeah, we
Let's
leveled.
And we ended up the Underdark.
increased health.
Oh wait, I got everything. Okay, good. Hold on.
Ooh, choose a
Got-
feat.
Oh, what is this feat for?
There's so many feats.
Cannot use reactions. Sure, I'm down. What about this? Oh, it's a cloud of daggers.
I'm a savage attacker.
Oh, I have so many things to look at. Oh my god. Okay, I'm down. I'm down for daggers. Maybe Ray of Sickness for something else. Oh my god, I get feet as well.
What the? Hey, I only had to make one choice for my feet. You guys.
I had one choice too.
Oh, okay. Oh, phew.
Who the fuck aggroed someone?
What the?
We
Where is it?
Who aggroed it
aggroed.
level 84 or 84 HP Minotaur?
Wait, did he come towards us? Maybe. We were just standing here.
You're just standing here.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at my skills.
Okay, well, I don't mean to alarm you, but you see the top, with the very top, it tells you how many people you're in combat with.
There's two
Click the
Minotaurs.
the thing on the other one. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, I think we can do this.
We can do this.
Yeah, easy. Without cheese and without our skills, easy. Without our level 3, easy.
Bye.
Please. Okay.
Hey, let them slip on that. Little slip and slide. Okay, nice damage.
So cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
nice, nice.
Skill?
Whoa, nice damage, nice damage.
Wow.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay.
Oh,
he
thank
slipped.
God.
He slipped. He slipped.
Easy, easy.
Fucking embarrassing.
Yeah, fucking easy.
That's crazy.
Wait, what sucks is like, yeah, Orcs kind of can't walk in that either. You don't take out your ranged
Yeah.
weapon.
I don't have a ranged weapon.
Oh.
Okay, I can just taunt.
Wait. I can give you a ranged weapon. Hold on. Take this bow.
Whoa.
Yeah. Now you have a ranged weapon.
All right, I wonder if I can equip it.
I don't know if you can equip and use it.
How come you locked your inventory?
I can't equip it right now.
Oh, that sucks. Well,
I used my turn.
you know what? It's okay.
It's okay.
I hope this Minotaur runs it. Oh, what's that do?
Oh.
Oh, he's that. Wait.
Victor has advantage on attack rolls.
Wait.
Oh,
But we
attackers
also-
have advantage.
Yeah, he's kind of dashing around from the back. What the hell?
Oh, he's coming from over here. Okay. Wait, if we kill this guy first. Can you grease this?
Yeah, don't worry.
Perfect. Okay.
It's kind of easy.
Yeah, this grease is kind of OP.
As long as we don't set it on fire. Oh, what the?
Oh my.
Again.
Oh, wait, it's fine. He slipped. He tripped.
God, he looks so pathetic.
Yeah, oh, Jesus.
Oh, and you push him back into the.
I couldn't. He's too heavy to
Wait,
push.
now
Going
he
in a
ran the other
circle?
way.
Oh, he saw the grease.
Yeah, he was like, I don't want to make that same mistake. Oh,
So easy.
Don't worry, I'm coming in to loot. Wait, what does he have? Oh, that is a weird amulet. You know what? I'll leave that to you.
I'll take it.
That it's like a good against some things, bad against other things.
doing so good.
Wait, what do these guys have? Slashing or bludgeoning?
This guy is a. I cannot fucking tell.
Hmm. Okay. Let's try to go on this grease.
Yeah, I'm just ending my turn. Oh wait, you're gonna. Oh. Wait.
Don't worry, my rock is with you.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Can give you some comfort.
Surely you're not gonna get fucking one shot by the Minotaur here.
I got knocked over.
Oh.
I'll hit him.
Oh no. Okay, what if
I'm
I...
back.
Hey, I could do something very awful to you right now. Should I do it? How much HP do you have? I could do something very awful
25.
to you right now.
What the heck? I got knocked over again. I should have done my action first.
Here, I'll help out. I'll do minor illusion since I fucked, you know. Awesome.
Oh. Oh.
What the hell? Guys, he kinda... I'm gonna acid spray him. I did no damage.
Don't worry, I got this.
I'm shoving him. Never mind. Too heavy.
I'm gonna throw a warhammer.
Oh, okay.
1 damage.
He's pissed now.
1 damage.
No, I wonder if he just one-shots me.
Nice,
Wait.
nice.
Oh, easy.
Whoa.
What happened? I didn't hit anything.
You
Yeah.
stabbed him in
You
the...
stabbed him
Stabbed
twice
him in
and
the back.
crit.
All right, I have to level up, guys.
Yeah,
BRB.
please, dear God. Please, don't touch anything.
Ooh, what's this nightlight?
Alright, so what do I got? What's ability improvement? I don't even know what that means. Charisma. Oh, it's like I have to be like an element. That's kind of cool though. What ability score increase? What does that even fucking do? Oh, it's the one where you can just add points? Isn't that lame though? This? Wait, is it just intelligence? Yeah, 20 charisma. I'm not doing that. Wait, is it charisma? Wait, what does my skill? What do my skills do? Oh, it is charisma. Oh. Wait, can I just be more charismatic? I like how it's just complete silence as we're reading everything.
So much.
The actor fee? What is that? What's performer? My musical instrument proficiency.
Here after you guys spec. I'm fucking so tired.
Okay.
Freaking baby.
I've been waking up and walking hash brown every morning. I go
Hash
outside.
brown.
I go outside like 5 times a day. It's so miserable.
Okay, guys. We save it and we'll call it.
Oh.
Okay.
Pretty good today.
Yeah, we're in
actually.
the Underdark today? Hell yeah.
Wow, we're so amazing. Okay, I saved it, I think. I actually can't tell.
What the fuck?
Alright, time to go.
Goodbye.
Alright, good night.
Bye. Bye.
Goodbye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good run, good run. Oh, let's go. You want the nah, it's fine. I'll find a charisma +1 later. I'm not worried. It just feels like my best ones. I kind of want to do like a spec where I only cast one kind of element. So I might respect to like, I think it's cool to be like, I'm a fire mage kind of deal. Anyways, I think I'm done. My food has been here and on the ground for an hour, I think, give or take. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid Sean, who is currently playing League of Legends, which I think is an awesome game. I'll be out, guys. Have a good night. You expect the Draconic? Interesting.